them stand in the front. Yeah. You guys can stand right in front. You're fine. Thank you. I'll just introduce him. Good morning, everybody. Yate, to everybody that's here this morning, anyone in the gallery. We want to start off the recognitions for the summer session 2025 Navajo Nation Council summer session. Introductions. My name is Arthur Hardy Jr. My age I'm originally from Greasewood Springs, Arizona. I work for the Office of the Speaker. I'm a legislative staff assistant. We have a few recognitions we want to do this morning. We are running kind of late, but we'll get it done. The first one that's up today is going to be Council Delegate Honorable Brenda Jesus. She's going to be honoring a Vietnam veteran, so I'll go ahead and turn it on over to her. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Hardy, Ado Inda Eyashik Ashit Na Kunaho no Sonigi, in the gallery of the Navajo Nation Council chambers, Yat E Benekit the Schneedo, Shik Ashit Na, Ado Altokun Linigi, legislative branch de Nhanat Nishigi, Tadan Trago, Yaha, Eda and Lenes, Na the Yam do Bala o Skido, Adi Inda Eya Alhasi Kaikodo. Ako di pinda nana ado kodo eya tangich daha de sing sheya Brenda Jesus in shedo na jinin slot khore chini bashish chain wanagani dash shade ho hana eda shanale akota eya dana sanado amado amasana nishle ado tatnas nele eya kodo sato na nishbash ini eya Jehot Soto Tilchint Edot Isi Aha St. Michael's, Oak Springs, and Pine Springs, Ajabanasha. Akodi Beni Biet Hashin Sogon Linigi Eya Ntrago Linigi Nkitsalat so Benel Nihla Hala Eya Linigi later 1940s and that though into the 50s though 1960s. Ita e aden linigin handas ba anhe kodonki kid na. Nhas tui sani dan lingo linigi e ya hashin sogo kodo e ya di the United States of America bidi ninigi hashin sogo shilto otra achahnde spat nigo. Ben nache e dishjide to ni gyu anhinidzo nadi natot anhinidzo goneta. Do e haid adan kitche bahat shenta. A coho e ya di den kik enkid na e bits isen linigit o you hashin so going hits up ba the how ben se case da. Kun linigi e yad o batso de zendo helet e bekha dil walti no kodon kit salat so benel nila. Ado inda e ya don le nilchet ose ade biye Gil Carlo Edot a bohan behanita le ashin da quije le naha ho kota ein linigin kitsalat so benelni ado hale e ya shesh bahajo baya kun linigi hashin sogo hajo ba to ins and a dains and a sto a ko ba chini do yelhinani da shin kot an linit on da case and so a got an linigi bansis casela. A coco codo e ya detailed do at easy aha codo e ya should she go e ya codo hadan so go codo be deal neto but like it deal yelti no e quag ditch baho do ya eho e ya ku hana ot ani benach kun lini e ya Mr. Francis Cheese Chili, Kodon Linigi Bedilne, and so dishne. Ya anlate is tailchint, Jaaja ya, Bamado Beja and Linigi, a kota ya Hasli do Aja Biaho, a coho, Todak Oje and Lingo, Ado Trapa, ya Yaschin, Dabache, ya Kia, Anido Hanarani, Dabanale. A coco led Teilchint edan ade enkelalt so et ego. De Vietnam War bidi ninige ajabananish iyila. 1969 na da kut an linigi draft bit de liado de dit so bananish idel on 1978 na holjish. Ado inda ya kunde honorably discharged bidi nitla through their DD 214. Jo kut an linigi ya kwagen linigi de naikeya yika idan shi natza 1978 na da akokon le to nanda na gana da the United States Army bidi no aja a 2nd Infantry Division aja a bananish yet idel on ado inda yan le to nanda Vietnam bidi nedo South Korea don le Hawaii aja a ya the station do bananish aja yila akokon linigi ya kodolsa should change linigi but the dish Mr. Francis Chish Chili be yan hich dehadol zil to she sad linigi art is go yankich hard zit to deep bini biaje a cautious check would di not wa did be a microphone be a di
Hello. Yate ben do arena so kaido are ya hokaida and le achinias now so ni dal de hon san das kaila di penny do ba hesen di jin he hana ani ho and then it's khana netri yo ba hetanichen aronda ani kodo draft shit iliande high school Indian high school they graduate Isla high school college course that take Isla Santa Fe Institute American in the Arts so I graduate Isla around that college course take us in the college of Santa Fe and that full-time college what the chance and they hotel how the chance and the hotzada it's a lot president she Kate da hot the kid or draft da hot now hot na and but as that he had serve late Louisiana that had a basic training take Isla I know what ART this advanced individual training this had training non-Isla also training that they gave us orders called advocacy Europe to his case Southeast Asia state or the station that the a hutan hit ilia a co-open oh you will train this I don't this sada or Satabansis Kiza Halanda Kaila Ilayanda Kaila Georgians and as that the NATO in the little Totset and without Chat or Kata had an other stop bizarre that age Yante Yani Dashito Kata had any other Hassid. I call Shabaz, I call other Totset now Pacific Ocean called the Bishop. I shall oh, your home. Bahonizi, Hawaii, the one ma isla or an artist rest and recuperate. And we still have to train with the 25th Infantry Division at the station. Because a UH-1 helicopter, they send it train in the other. Halan towards in a Vietnam go on the hot anything can happen. I know on Sranja and they station they are on the South Korea just Shanalia as a le DMZ they sent the military zone between South and North Korea. They are so yeah it's a firefight not along the DMZ. Kodedo ya the they keep it secret. Even now so you as a sent not and hit Ilya at the NASA station they are so are NASA Fort Riley, Kansas, at a NASA station, they on the other discharge at Ilya. I don't that it's a discharge, you still on reserve 2 or 4 years of reserve now in case they call you back. Ako to siya na nasisla. Ado hong sa alchin da has college. She yet taron buwan zida. Ano da siya teji elno to hong Shaniala, Clay, Salchin, Dallas, Phoenix, Rio Rancho, Dallas, they can't make it. Oh, what does she called the Shila? I go by Haynes and teacher. As a last, so I got a she, or by Haynes and a store, or it in das Kayit, Kata de Kaita, Robert Smith, my comrade, Don Haniala, Uxspring, veterans. Although had the Schneidel Veterans Organization, Oak Spring, Pine Spring Organization commanders, and Linivas commanders, secretary that aid to veterans, and Lindo Auto by Haynes and a had or teaching him, so this Sabe has state or less, other the enemies that alone or teaching those kind of sort on.
Yeah, Mr. Chief Chili. And as always, the Oak Springs, Pine Springs Veterans Organization, the officers and also the veterans are very active, and I'm glad to be alongside them when it comes to these types of recognition. So this morning, I'd like to go ahead and have Ms. Arlene Radish, who is the Vice Commander, and we also have Ms. Tina Yazzie here. She's also the Secretary Treasurer for the Veterans Organization for Oak Springs and Pine Springs. And at this time, I'd like to go ahead and give Ms. Radish some time just to give recognition for Mr. Cheech Chili, and I would like to go ahead and give him a token of appreciation. And my son, Mr. Lyman Wedo, he is also a peacetime veteran with the Army, and he gave me a token of appreciation to present to Mr. Cheech Chili this morning, which is a Pendleton robe. So at this time, Ms. Radish, if you can come up and say a few words.
Yeah, cannot any Brenda Nexus. She Arlene Radish in a share. Tilchint at De Nasha. Easy ahead, Ilchint at Veterans Organization, a Vice Commander in Shle. Twitter Gojan Storm, Northland Bashishtin. Not Jenny A Dashiche, Northland A Dashinale. I just want to say thank you, Uncle Francis, for coming home, and I just want to say welcome home to all the veterans, especially the Vietnam veterans. It is an honor, and I appreciate being amongst our veterans. And we try to assist and help our veterans as much as we can with our organization. Ado ikahat ay didishin.
Hagoshi. So at this time, I'd like to give a certificate of recognition. This certificate is proudly presented to Mr. Francis Cheech Chili, Oak Springs Vietnam veteran, for your participation in the Vietnam War, to recognize our Oak Springs Deneb veterans for their unyielding waiver and courage to serve the United States Armed Forces. We understand the courage and extend our gratitude for our Deneb veterans as they traveled overseas to unknown lands and returned to answer the call to continue to serve in their Navajo communities over the years. Welcome home, Mr. Francis Cheech Chili. This certificate is this award is presented on the 22nd of July, 2025. And I do have Mr. Arthur Hardy, who's also a veteran himself, and also I believe with the Greasewood Springs veteran. And I'd like to have him present this robe to Mr. Francis Cheech Chili on behalf of myself as a delegate and all the people from Oak Springs and Pine Springs. Mr. Cheech Chili, And I will award you this certificate at this time. So again, thank you to Mr. Chili, and you are in our prayers, and we ask the Creator to continue to watch over you and protect you, and Kodo to enjoy, your life with your loved ones in Oak Springs and Pine Springs community. And also like to thank the Veterans Organization here this morning, to our Vice Commander, Ms. Radish, and also to Ms. Yazi, our Secretary Treasurer, and also to my Legislative District Assistant, Ms. Rogers, for organizing this, and then also from Speaker Curley, and to the staff here again for this recognition here this morning. And again, thank you everyone for being present, and again, God bless each of you, and God bless you, Mr. Chili.
All right, thank you for that, Speaker and Council Delegate Brenda Jesus, representing the veterans from your community. And a big round of applause again for Mr. Chili. Thank you. We welcome you home, sir. These Vietnam veterans, they missed their home recognition when they came back. They had it different than most of the veterans these days. And I think this year is the 50th anniversary for the Vietnam veterans. The welcome home ceremonies that are being performed throughout the year in recognition of the Vietnam veterans. So I'm really glad that Mr. Chili has that recognition today, and he's welcome home by his family as well as the leadership of the Navajo Nation Council. So moving on, we have Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. He's going to be presenting the next awards and recognition. So I'll turn it over to him. Thank you.
Yate bene. Good morning, everybody. Yate bene. Staff, let's get them some more coffee all the way around. Just like to say it's good to be here. It's very grateful. I'm very grateful to be alive, and very grateful for life. You know, the gift of life. You know, it's very precious. You know, to stand, here before you, and to, able to see each and every one of you, and to stand before you with the utmost respect. And My name is Casey Allen Johnson. I represent the communities of Cameron, Coal Mine, Talani Lake, Bird Springs, and Loop. Those are the communities that I represent, District 3 and 5 on Western Navajo. So, you know, we we had the opportunity, Speaker Curley and I, last around Thanksgiving, we dropped off, we visited the Naomi House. We dropped off some turkeys, and we visited with the staff. And you know, this is a place where it's you know, safe. You know, a family where they can be safe when they're going through some tough times and challenging times. And also during Christmas time, we also delivered gifts for the Naomi House kids. And it was, it's just one of those moments in your life, you know, it reminded me of a point in my life. I was, you know, in that, in a similar shelter as a kid, you know, with my mom. And it's one of those things in life that I do remember. And, you know, it was a time where we just needed to be safe. And I'm very thankful for an organization to be there for me and my mom. So, and now here I am today at the highest level of leadership, speaking to everyone here about that. So, you know, I'm very thankful to the Naomi House for what you're doing, you know, for the families, for the kids, and providing a safe environment for them to continue to live in a safe place, continue to go to school, you know, continue to take what life, you know, what's going on in life, you know, what they're going through. And I know I shared this with the kids, you know, during that time, during Christmas, when we dropped off those gifts, I shared this with them. And, but I'm very glad for the Naomi House to be here today. And I'm gonna go ahead and read the certificate of recognition. And before that, I'd like to give some time to Speaker Curley to say a few words.
Ado yad adechik ado she senju kinenishle to head lini bashichin kia ani dashiche do zilka kia ani dashanella what a mato saninishle Speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And this morning, it warms our heart. It's the reason why us leadership as council delegates do what we do is for our future generation. You know, within this council, we have prioritized community service meaning giving back to the communities. And one of the areas that we continue to advocate for is our children. And Naomi House is a nonprofit organization, is established as a group home. Kodo nchaalchina bamato beje ata denikito he da baahol yanki bata deniki aje njunugo bata hoya. And this is something that's dear to my heart. And during the holidays, we do as much as we can to be there and spend the holidays with you. As leadership, we have to think before ourselves and think about others. And Naomi House, I have known Naomi House, the organization, before I became a council delegate. So it's been a long time advocating for the organization itself, and many of the group homes throughout the Navajo Nation or near the Navajo Nation. So if you're listening, if you do want to help giving back to the community, donate, please, to these nonprofit organizations. We have Manuelito Group Home, we have Naomi House, and then we also have the one, what was it, Gallup? Okay. And then over here at Hawanajone, over here in St. Michael's. So we do have 3, and then also Adobe. A lot of these homes where they keep our children safe and being a parent to these children. So it's a bittersweet moment to recognize it's something, an issue that we all need to come together and advocate for these children that are here. We pray for each and every one of you to continue to do great in school and to go on to college or into the military service, and you are our future leaders. This is also your house. This is your home as well. You're more than welcome to always come here and talk to our council delegates and being able to share your ideas and also some of the challenges that you face as well. But we're here for you, we love you, and we support you 110%. So thank you again, brother, for doing this very humbling recognition this morning.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. And, again, I really appreciate your words. And, and I can see our future leaders right here and also out there in our youth. This is your council chamber. And one day, a lot of you guys are going to be sitting in these seats right here. And we're going to be advocating for senior centers and some renovation. So again, here's the certificate of recognition. The certificate is proudly presented to the Naomi House. I'm going to go ahead and read the certificate for your accomplishments, your strength, and your dedication to learning. You've shown determination in the face of challenges, and your hard work is unnoticed. You are the future of our nation. I'm going to say that again. You are the future of our nation. Each step you take in your education brings hope, pride, and inspiration to our people. Always remember that your dreams are worth pursuing and that your voice matters. The council stands behind you. We believe in you, and we will continue to support you as you pursue higher education and achieve lifelong success. Keep going, keep growing, and know that the Navajo Nation is proud of you. And this award is presented on this 22nd day of July 2025. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and read off the names. Okay, Speaker Curley has the list, and she's going to go ahead and the first one, Blair Hildreth. Lisa Skidmore. Braden Pinto. Peyton Dale. Navajo. So at this time, I'm going to give some time over to the Naomi House.
Awesome. Hello, Yat Ebene. My name is Joey Hemsoth, and I am campus director at Naomi House. And I actually am a former foster youth that went through Naomi House, and I aged out and went to college and came back. And now I am helping out with our cultural program and our children and advocating for experiences. So I'm so grateful for the council for coming out and representing Native country and sharing and showing other Natives in the area that we can be successful and we can make change and we can make a difference. And so I want to thank you guys all for inviting us here and showing us a good time, giving us breakfast burritos. We're just so grateful to be a part of the recognition today, and just a hehe and thank you. And if you are interested in learning more about Naomi House, we are a nonprofit and we do have a website that you can go check out. It's thenaomihouse.org. And we would love to have more people, especially our Native brothers and sisters, coming out and sharing love and bringing words of encouragement to our children. So go ahead, have a great day.
Thank you for sharing that with us. And we did, from the Office of the Speaker, those that received the certificates got a school bag with school supplies. So they went ahead and donated that to those that received the certificates today. So just like to thank the speaker staff and Speaker Curley, for putting forth the contribution of the school supplies. So just want to thank you. So just like to thank you for being here with us today. It's a beautiful blessing, to have you here before us. And let's go ahead and get a group picture. Tatiana, you ready? Okay. So real quick, I'm gonna got one more recognition from our Western Office, Dene Youth. Can you stand up? I'm gonna go ahead and recognize you. So the part of the Dene Youth program out of Tuba City. I just want to thank each and every one of you for being here. Also the staff that brought you out here to learn about your government, about to be in the council chambers and see how business is done here. So I just want to thank you for being here today. Yeah, and I'm gonna work on that basketball court. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, everybody. And thank you to the children here, the 501c organization, nonprofit. We appreciate what you guys are doing, advocating for the children. I'm sure there's a lot more children out there that need that advocation, and we really appreciate that from Casey Allen Johnson. So we're moving forward. Our next recognition is going to be Honorable Delegate Shauna Ann Claw. I'm turning it over to her. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. Yat e bena china do kure has tweedo sani do shikeda no lini. Atashi e adel sisni do le. She e shana en client she ado do na en shlinigi e yahwantlan en shlino tordich eat ne bashes chin. Tkachi e dash chedo kia ani dashanella quit amado sunshine. Ada she e besh bansa ana e quit e shananish shle ada chin lead e ada shagando e ada shananish bedate a koyat and dishni. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all of our students here. Let's hear it. Dene youth in the house. Awesome. Well, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here this morning. I want to welcome all of our Dene youth from the 5 agencies as well as our administration. It makes me very proud to see all of you here, especially coming from that program. I worked with students for over 26 years, and I left the program to come to this new adventure of being a council delegate. The reason that I did it was so that we could move forward to get youth centers all across our Navajo Nation, and we are a step closer to making that dream become a reality. So thank you, students, for being here, learning about the 3-branch government, and then also joining us here for our recognition. One part of our government that we are extremely proud of is our Office of the Controller, and that is why we are here today to recognize these outstanding individuals for their service to our great nation. As many of you know, throughout these past few years, we have struggled and overcame many hardships. We came across a very unknown epidemic that came into our nation, and through it, we lost the lives of many of our elders. We lost a lot of our ceremonies, and we struggled as a people. We had to shut down our doors as a nation. Many of our workers went home to take care of their families. This is a dark time for our Navajo Nation, but through those dark times, we had a light shining in the midst of our nation. These are our unsung heroes that kept this nation going. Many of these individuals are standing here before us, and many are not here because of the trauma that they experience. If you can imagine coming to work and knowing that you're putting your life on the line so that your people can get paid being at home, so that they can take care of their families, knowing that all of our businesses shut down and our Navajo Nation had to also stop their services. These individuals kept going. I know they probably had many sleepless nights. Some of them were even persecuted for their decisions that they made on behalf of the Navajo Nation. But they are here today, and we are here to show them and express our appreciation to them. Ako nihitene e kwita e bansi case. Khala di hastwido sani hayun so bansis case. But jay halo, but jobat halo, but so doesn't the halo. Adoshi, but one has agi to. Atintishi teacher papine. Yansi keshi. A condition aces and a jono e ku. Shanat ahalon so bansis case. Hayule. Khala e ku nihitene yansi case. Ebeneche bananishin tas go ajila. Ako ebeneche eya ku e hehet that eat nito le. So we come together to honor them and to show our appreciation for them. We came through a very trying time in our life. We are here because we are resilient. We are here because of their leadership. They made difficult decisions on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And I know that we as a Navajo Nation depended upon their leadership. When we were at home, they were here providing the services. Some of them were not able to join us here today, but we do have certificates of recognition. We also had the Navajo Nation Payroll Department. Although I didn't have a list of those that were working, they were the ones that ran the payroll so that our Navajo Nation employees could continue to provide for their families. So with this, we hope to instill a part of journey of healing. We want these individuals to know that their dedication is not going unrewarded. Many of our people know the struggles, and here they are today. So it is with my utmost honor that I make these presentations here today. So I will go ahead and begin. And if I can ask speaker to come up and assist. And we will go ahead and begin with, on behalf of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we would like to present this certificate of appreciation to Loretta Largo for your outstanding leadership during the pandemic. Thank you for standing with the Navajo Nation, for embodying the strength of the Dene, and for making an immeasurable difference in our lives. Your commitment is a legacy that will echo through generations, reminding us of all the power and unity, compassion, and perseverance. May you always walk with strength, humility, and beauty. And this award is presented on the 22nd of July, 2025 by Honorable Madam Speaker Crystalline Curley and myself, Shauna Ann Claw. And once we read this, I'm going to have them introduce themselves. Again, the certificate of recognition is proudly presented to Mr. Robert Willie for your outstanding leadership through the pandemic. Thank you for standing with the Navajo Nation, for embodying the strength of the Dene, and for making an immeasurable difference in our lives. Your commitment is a legacy that will echo through generations, reminding us of all the power and unity, compassion, and perseverance. May you always walk with strength, humility, and beauty. And this award is presented on the 22nd of July, 2025 by Honorable Madam Speaker Curley and myself, Shauna Ann Claw. Again, this certificate of recognition is proudly awarded to Jonathan Harrison for your outstanding leadership through the pandemic. Thank you for standing with the Navajo Nation and for embodying the strength of the Dene and for making an immeasurable difference in our lives. Your commitment is a legacy that will echo through generations, reminding us of all the power and unity, compassion, and perseverance. May you always walk with strength, humility, and beauty. Our next certificate is awarded to Jeremy Ben for his outstanding leadership through the pandemic. Thank you for standing with the Navajo Nation, for embodying the strength of the Dene, and for making an immeasurable difference in our lives. Your commitment is a legacy that will echo through generations, reminding us of all the power, unity, compassion, and perseverance. May you always walk with strength, humility, and beauty. Our next certificate is awarded to Gerald Shirley for your outstanding leadership through the pandemic. Thank you for standing with the Navajo Nation, for embodying the strength of the Dene, and for making an immeasurable difference in our lives. Your commitment is a legacy that will echo through generations, reminding us of all the power and unity, compassion, and perseverance. May you always walk with strength, humility, and beauty. This certificate is proudly presented to Brent Winika for your outstanding leadership through the pandemic. Thank you for standing with the Navajo Nation, for embodying the strength of the Dene, and for making an immeasurable difference in our lives. Your commitment is a legacy that will echo through generations, reminding us of all the power and unity, compassion, and perseverance. May you always walk with strength, humility, and beauty. We proudly present this certificate to Farron Garcia. Thank you for your outstanding leadership through the pandemic. Thank you for standing with the Navajo Nation, for embodying the strength of the Diné, and for making an immeasurable difference in our lives. Your commitment is a legacy that will echo through generations, reminding us of all the power and unity, compassion, and perseverance. May you always walk with strength, humility, and beauty. Our next certificate is proudly presented to Natasha Damon for her outstanding leadership through the pandemic. Thank you for standing with the Navajo Nation, for embodying the strength of the Diné, and for making an immeasurable difference in our lives. Your commitment is a legacy that will echo through generations, reminding us of all the power and unity, compassion, and perseverance. May you always walk with strength, humility, and beauty. And it brings me great joy and humbleness to present this next award. With every organization, there stands a great leader. And under this woman's guidance and her direction, she is very knowledgeable, educated, and what we call the empowerment of being a Diné woman. So with this, we present this with immense appreciation for outstanding leadership during the pandemic, and with a heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Pearline Kirk. Thank you for standing with the Navajo Nation and for embodying the spirit of the Diné. Your dedication created an immeasurable difference in the lives of our people. Your resilience will echo through generations and will remind us all of the power of healing, unity, compassion, and perseverance. May you always walk with strength, humility, and beauty. Ihiahet. So I will go ahead and allow them to introduce themselves, and we'll start with Pearline. I'm going to go ahead and lead the group. Yay.
Good morning. Yate bene anosco. Ado sa eya kon hilindash shnish so shahona sinshi sa eya Doshin shahona sinda sheya tudich eating shle na kaid na bashish chin my dish gijin dash che do tabai dashinale ado seya I had the dish nista kon delegate Shana Tla ado kudo speaker Curly ado kudo Nihilianash this morning. During my time, when I served the Navajo Nation, I wanted to be a tough lady. And I never wanted to show my emotions because I never wanted to be weak. So, DJ Yasahota, I'm human, and I appreciate Delegate Tla Kudojo Bahin Le Ado Hashintao Batiden Case do Belia Dijindi Ben E Yashiliat E Ako Ayab Ado. Just wanted to say I'm the luckiest person right now. Reflecting on my experience back in 2020, in a sense that I'm being recognized, as well as my team being recognized. Di kon shanal nishigi itan da eya shlatna khaya da eya kon ndashil nish bi ndashil jacket au she eya kon Kwich kon eya nan nishigi do beso nan dehiki kon ado nihidene kon handad nishigi kon bichinda ilyagi do kon adas also edelia kwich ado di eya shilindash nishigi ado tlashik ini chada Jashin kore na zito bigai badane dande. Akatain de la eya biche da ilte da ni la ko biche ni kai. Ako eya di de eya konshiln dash nashigi eya ba hensen. I really appreciate on this day to say that I'm the luckiest person that I assembled a team of really great Navajo men and women. Some of them were working when I came, some of them I had to recruit. Some great minds, very educated people, very capable people that have skills. And I must say that we were here at the right time, the right moment in our history, recent history, a challenging time, a pivotal moment in our history with the pandemic. And they were here, my team was here every day to do the work that we needed to do, day in, day out. They didn't go home, they didn't shelter in place, they were here, and whenever I asked them to do work, they did it, and we did a lot. Things that I feel like we may not know, others may not know, but we know in our hearts that the work we did. We worked to make sure the nation, the government kept moving. That means payroll, that means accounts payable. And then on top of that work that we normally do, we disperse relief dollars worldwide to our Dene people all over. We sent out over 300,000 checks. We also provided at least 30 million in small business and artisan grants. And so we did a tremendous amount of work with time pressures, political pressures, and in our time of need when our Dene people were going through challenging times. So I appreciate the team here. And there are others down to the accounting clerks and so forth. Some of them are here. So a lot of people did the work despite all of that. So I appreciate it. So I appreciate doing the work with them. And also just wanted to say, in doing our work, not only did we help the people everywhere, but we helped the enrollment. And if it weren't for our work, we wouldn't have the ARPA dollars right now. Up to this point, to that point, our enrollment numbers were set, but through our efforts, our hardship program that we administered, the nation was able to get additional ARPA dollars. And so I just wanted to say, in my time here, when our leaders and our parents, ancestors, everybody, and these are some of the people that did it, including myself. We served. So I feel like that's what we did. And so going forward, I feel like I fulfilled my destiny in helping my people in the time of need, and I'm grateful for that. So, case. So with that, that's what I have to say. So yeah, kui shaho ato kudo di binda eya kui eya saden linigi altsinde be hasti dolich yeah.
Loretta, you want to come up and introduce yourself? And then we'll have Robert, and then just come follow this. So we'll have them introduce themselves before we conclude.
Yat ebene Loretta Largo Ian Shia Kia Anin Shlo Tatnesani Bashichin my deshkijni deshichedo kutsani edashinale. And I just want to say thank you for this honor this morning, and for all the people that I work with. You know, this is all for you, and I share this award with you for all of the team at OOC. You're definitely not forgotten. I miss the team that I used to work with every day. So thank you. I appreciate this. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Willie. I still work with the Office of the Controller. I thank you very much for this honor, this recognition. During COVID times, it was a scary time, and this team banded together. It was scary not knowing if you got sick and you take home your family. Excuse me. But you had to serve the people. You had to make sure everybody got paid, payroll, all our vendors. Ms. Kirk was always there to provide reassurance. She was there to help provide PPEs too. She used her own money to buy PPEs for all of us. And it was just a very emotional time. You had to be strong. And the political pressures during that time were immense, because everybody did want to help their people. It's just how they wanted to help them. We had different interpretations of that. But I still am proud to serve the people here. I still work for the Controller's Office, and I am glad that you did have this recognition for all of us, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Brawanika Yanisha Ashiha Tachini Torachini Dashiche Kiani Dashanella. I appreciate the award and the recognition, and I want to thank Ms. Pearline Kirk. And you know, it was a tough time, and it was scary, and we did work, and she did buy a lot of our PPEs to keep us safeguarded and to get us tested on site. That way, we were allowed to work. And again, thank you for your time.
Good morning, my name is Natasha Damon. I'm born from Haltoa, and then Senjikine. Torachini is my che, my Daisgishini is my nullies. I had worked for OOC for 12 years. During that time, I moved on, but I still talk to a lot of my old coworkers, and I'm grateful for them. And what everybody was saying up here, yes, it was a hard time. I had to step in for my boss a lot, Mr. Harrison, and he guided me through a lot of it too. So thank you very much.
That's what we say, is that although we went through a very hard time, when you shed your tears for those that have passed on, when you remember the work that you do and you cry, it's part of healing. That's who we are as Dene. So we wanted to give them that opportunity, because now we are on a path to rebuilding. We're on a path to a brighter future, but we wanted to recognize our unsung heroes here today. So thank you for joining me in this recognition. We'll go ahead and do a photo, and then we'll move on to the next presentation.
Thank you again for the administrative staff and administrative leaders. I don't think our government would have done as well as it did during the pandemic, so thank you, everyone. Another round of applause. I know there's some administrative staff in the gallery. I want to say thank you to all of them as well, keeping our Navajo government going and moving forward. Next on the list, we have Council Delegate. We have Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. She's going to be doing her recognition, and I'll let her take over. Thank you.
Just give us a few moments. We'll have all our guests come up. Wherever you want to stand, wherever you feel comfortable, wherever you feel comfortable.
So you can give me a little time to talk to them.
Yeah, I will. So let me do my introduction, and then I'll go through the whole thing, and they'll do the certificate, and then I'll let you talk. That way, I'll keep my eye on the time. Okay, good morning. Yad shikado shande entene she Sherilyn Yazzie and she ado khona rahnin shle twotso ne bashish chin twidich ne dashachedo ashihen dashanala. Good morning to each and every one of you. Thank you for being here today as we take a moment to recognize and honor these extraordinary individuals and their families, their support networks, whose dedication and service to our people, our land, and our future generations continue to guide us. Today, we will honor those who have walked before us, those who have walked beside us, who still walk beside us, and those whose voice have never wavered in speaking truth for our Dene people. We will remember the late Anna Fraser, co-founder of Dene Care, a fierce protector of our land and language, who stood against environmental injustice before the rest of the world had words for it. Her resistance to the toxic incinerator in Dalcon lit a fire across the Navajo Nation, and that fire continues in us today. We will recognize Bobby White, former controller of the Navajo Nation, whose financial wisdom and courage helped shape our permanent trust fund, secured our rightful share of the Cobell settlement, and established enduring financial policies that safeguard the future of our nation. We will recognize Martha Lee, a distinguished educator who served our Navajo students for an incredible 55 years. She played a pivotal role in integrating Dene culture, language, and traditional values into the classroom environment. We will uplift the life and legacy of Robert Tohe, a civil rights activist and a lone Native environmental justice organizer at the Sierra Club. He stood up against uranium and coal industries, not just with protests, but with education and dignity. His message was simple: reclaim our language, and we reclaim our power. We will celebrate the continued work of Hazel James Tohe, a matriarch and protector of the earth, air, and water. Through her community advocacy, research, and cultural teachings, she ensures that our health, our food, and our values remain rooted in who we are as Dene. These are not just recognitions today. These are the affirmations of who we are. These stories remind us that Dene strength is not just in physical endurance, but in vision, conviction, and the love of our homeland and our people. May their legacies live on in policy, in our education, and in our hearts. And so I want to start off first with Bobby White. This is a certificate of recognition for his visionary leadership in establishing the Navajo Permanent Trust Fund. And what I want to do is also give a little bit of time to Mr. Ashley to say a few words.
Yat in jone pene kwahuni tlonigi shedina otnet khachinin shle ashin bashin tsna jinda shit khudichin da shnale ado Martin Ashley da shjene ado di Mr. Bobby White ebitlin shnish shisazido ya I see the nke beson linigi yahlian ha shido nke the ne ka what Juno yakun hashin so beson na rag juno khadi la le permanent fund ya yesiol ye nal so sto jiut abi so kon the permanent trust fund de no ege ya da hansen huis ago Peterson za Eugene dam Jay khadi la bedo bond finance and investment committee de no 1985 ata ebe lastly Edis chidit and the Trinil, Epeta Enish at Peso ne ich chigi, beda onish. Ado Hashil so Thonle 2014 not Washington Bhatet Hashita Hashil so Peso Bahaya nke peso Bahayan in late BIA Yahaliana Dojo Yahalyago Enal Sos Benil Sos. Eben nal sos benil sos di ado it idoshe ado nal sos benil sos donde ado hashil so anna khap to kum peso nadet appropriations act de no ebe be on nashi ikhadi la ado investment policies de no edo ikhadi la ado bond financing act ko yuje ikhadi la ako This gene hashil son ke peso yard lingi denesa dono selt ande. So I just wanted to just explain that Navajo a little bit for the elderlies. The ne adon nedeyet neikael what he really Mr. White really did something wonderful for the Navajo people, and the people don't even know about it. So the permanent fund is one of them that him and the Bond Finance and Investment Committee created. And then the second thing is the historical trust fund mismanagement. There was an accounting that was attempted and that wasn't done. And as a result of that, the Navajo Nation filed a lawsuit against the United States government. And through that lawsuit, there was a settlement that was made in 2014. $554 million settlement. Mr. White was also responsible for the creation and the amendment to the Navajo Nation's investment policies. So we developed the Navajo Nation Master Investment Policies. Back then in 1990, the Navajo Nation's total balance sheet was about $500 million. Out of that $500 million, $350 million was in cash and investments. So that $350 million in cash and investments, today it's about $8 to $9 billion. So about $2 billion of that is ARPA. So if you take that away, what the Navajo Nation's money is actually about $6 to $7 billion. And out of the $6 to $7 billion, $3 billion plus is the permanent fund. So we're utilizing that investment income today on an annual basis as part of the budget process. And so, those are some significant things that Mr. White has done and that people don't even realize it. And that's where I worked with him for about 15 years. And I know some of the things that he has done. So I just wanted to bring those points out, the significant things that Mr. White has done for the Navajo people. And one of the first things that he told me when I started working for him is that this money belongs to the Navajo people. These appropriations, they have a budget. That budget has an intent. So we need to follow the rules and regulations, the policies, the procedure to take care of our Navajo people's money. Not just the people here today, but our future generations. So this is the type of man that we're recognizing today. So I want to make those kind of remarks on his behalf.
Ngik en linigi baka sito del. Yeah.
Yata Ashin Shle, Bethlehem, Bashchin, Beat with Che, Torichi, Dashanella. My name is Bobby White. I want to thank Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie for this recognition, and also Marty Ashley. In a lot of situations, Marty knows a lot more than I do about what I did. And you can see by the way he speaks, he's very clear and to the point. I recall 40 years ago, I was on this chambers presenting on behalf of the Bond Financing and Investment Committee the legislation to create the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund. And we passed that with almost a unanimous vote. And the intent was to secure the financial stability of the Navajo Nation. You'll recall that the Navajo Nation's fiscal strength was based upon its recurring revenue. At that time, in 1985, the major source of recurring revenue was its natural resources. I'm talking about timber, oil and gas, and coal. Well, what's happened to timber? That's gone. What's happened to coal? That's gone. Well, what's there now to replace it revenue-wise? The income from the Permanent Trust Fund. And that's going to keep the Navajo Nation financially secure for now and to the future. And I urge the Navajo Nation Council to spend that money wisely on behalf of the Navajo people. That's who it's for. And I'd like to have accountability for that expenditures and move forward. So I just want to thank Sherilyn Yazzie and the Navajo Nation Council for this recognition. I don't toot my horn very often, but I appreciate the recognition, and hopefully the Navajo Nation will use the funds from the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund wisely. Thank you.
That is important. Learning how to manage your money is very important. As you guys, if you witnessed yesterday, we're talking about our ARPA funding. And so fiscal responsibility, fiscal management, transparency, accountability, that's what we need to all be doing amongst ourselves as council, amongst our chapter leaders, all of our Navajo Nation. We need to be taking care of our money for all of you. And so as a member of the Budget and Finance Committee, you know, I was able to look at all the budgets, and so it's very interesting, and I'm learning a lot. And so thank you. The next individual that I want to recognize, she's no longer here with us. Recognizing the late Anna Fraser for her lifetime of leadership, advocacy, and protection of the Dene land, language, and people. Section 1, authority. Pursuant to the authority vested in the Navajo Nation Council by 2 NNC subsection 101A and 164, the Navajo Nation Council hereby recognizes the contributions of Anna Fraser. Section 2, findings. Whereas the Navajo Nation acknowledges the profound contributions of the late Anna Fraser. Whereas Anna Fraser was a fluent Dene speaker and a powerful advocate. Whereas Anna Fraser devoted her life in educating and mobilizing grassroots communities. Whereas Ms. Fraser served her community with the distinction as Delcon chapter coordinator. Whereas she worked alongside and earned the respect of tribal leaders. Whereas she's remembered by Dene Care and her colleagues as a matriarch, diplomat, translator, and teacher. Whereas her sons William Bill Fraser and Bobby Fraser have shared. Whereas the Navajo Nation Council honors her vision, resilience, and impact. Section 3, recognition. Now therefore be it resolved that the 25th Navajo Nation Council hereby recognizes and honors the life and legacy of the late Anna Fraser for her decades of service, advocacy, and leadership for protecting the Navajo people and homelands. And what I want to do is give some time to William Fraser.
yeah, no. Yat eshik edoshitane Arnoldsko. Yeah, Council Delegate Sherilyn Yazi. Thank you so much for honoring my mother. Also, Marley Shabala. Thank you. Yeah. And just recognizing some of my family. But before I do that, I'll introduce myself. My name is William Fraser. William Fraser, Nishia. Bill, do Billy, Edashitine. Twitch eating the Schlitt, Kachkin, a Bashkin, Ado, Honagatni, Eshichedo, Twitch eating National. They personal don't know how constable, sugar and Chesant got this. So that's where my family's from. Although I'm a Persian Gulf War veteran too. And I'd like to recognize Mr. Francis Chischili. I always like to recognize fellow veterans and federal. I saw a gentleman in the back with his hat on. Thank you for your service, sir. And dear family and friends, my mother, her maiden name was Anna Marie Benslow before she married my father. She's a Wilfred D. Fraser. Not in Georgia, but some of my surviving, her surviving relatives, Shemayaja, Eileen Mitchell, her older sister, Ado Shitai, over there, Louis Benslow. He's over there, a younger brother. One of my Shemayaja also, her younger sister was Mary Lou Spencer, who cannot be here today. And she also had an older sister, the late Sadie Benslow, who passed away years ago. And she always talked about the importance of keh. So it's strong out in Dilkan. So I wanted to recognize that with some of my relatives here. Alex Thorne Jr., he's there. Shitsui, Otto, Annalie Livingston, right there. I call her Shema, but Shema Yaja, they're all, I just call all her sisters that. And Darlene Begay and Mary Louise Begay, they're over there on this side. My visit, Elaine Fraser also made the trip out this way. Pat and Leo, Patricia, Shema Yaja, she's over there too. Leo and Lucia Katlinez, she's over there. She was one of the founders of the CARE. So those are some of my Dilkan relatives. I'm sorry if I didn't acknowledge you all. I know you were all babysitting me and my brother a long time ago. So thank you all for coming. It's a packed house. It was packed house out here for those of you that are watching online. Lori Goodman, I think Shitsui, I don't know if you're here yet, and Sylvia. I know they were on their way from the north. So just wanted to say also some friends, some dear friends, Don Tamiga, who's he's here, back there. My mother called him my buddy. Sharon John Platero, Charlene, her father was the late Ed T. Begay, and she's been a family friend for a long time. My Shate. So wherever we lived, my mom made a difference. She was quick to get to know people, make friends everywhere she went. And there's a quote, "Do what you can with what you have, wherever you are." She really did that. She really lived that, and she found and introduced me to my wife, Jill. So she had a hand in everything, which I am very thankful and grateful to this day. Jill, she followed us closely growing up. She knew our friends, our classmates. She knew our teachers. She was on school boards. At St. Michael's, she became good friends with two Navajo nuns, Sister Gloria, Sister Jeanette. At Rehoboth, she was good friends with Ron Polander, John Van Lant, and our dear friends, Mr. John Lee and his daughter Darla, my classmate. My mother was a self-admitting tomboy. Shema Yaja knows how tough she was back then, and my mom's grandfather told her to get the horses, and she would just do that and come back sometimes with a bleeding head and say that nothing happened. That's the story. Shema Yaja told me a long time ago. She was an excellent horseman. I think she surprised a lot of people when she took rides across Navajo to go to chapters. She was horse racing. Shema Yaja Jane. She taught me how to ride growing up. She loved sports. I think she lived sports vicariously through me and my brother. She took us to our games growing up everywhere. Sam Billison was our coach. She ultimately helped my brother and I make our dream come true to play in the pit in Albuquerque in our state championship games. And I wanted to ask if Marty Ashley, if he was the scout, great scout. I don't know if I told you, but you were a real inspiration to me and my brother, maybe to me more than my brother, but we always were looking for you. I don't know, where are you, Marty? I can't. You left? What? He's missing all this. I'm talking a big thing about him, and he walked away. So a lot of our growing up happened right here. I don't know, we grew up right here. My mom worked for Peter McDonald. She worked for Peterson Za, and we lived right up there, up on the hill. And I won't talk about when I burned the hillside down one time, but we'll skip that. Perhaps the time she worked here, seeing the Navajo Nation from the chairman's and president's office helped her understand tribal government, politics, and leadership. When a waste treatment plant was proposed in Dilkon, she arose. She became one of the founding members of Diné Care, along with Lucy, and environmental grassroots organizations that took her to many places, just like Council Delegate Sherilyn mentioned. Even around the world she went. We would have our heated debates about uranium. Since I'm a veteran, I was trained in the nuclear Navy, and I came back. I'm a civil engineer as well, and I'm actually the site manager for the Tuba City Uranium Disposal Site and program manager for the Umtrika program. So don't all come asking me questions, please. I can take them one at a time. So my mother was also the Dilkon chapter president. So when you drive through Dilkon now, you see bashes, you see the medical center. She was a part of bringing all that to Dilkon. She helped bring amenities, including the potable water. Former council delegates, Mr. Leo Gishi and Elmer Clark, paid their respects by coming to the meetings we held at our home. Mr. Gishi, his knees are not the same as he used to when he was rodeoing, dominating back in the day, but he came to our house and said, you know, I don't get around much, but I had to come here. And so did Elmer Clark. So, my mother, she was as Sylvia remarked in your eulogy, my mom was petite in stature, but a giant force for good in the world. She was a Christian and a very, very strong believer. She was a force. For a while, it seemed like every Navajo Nation president came through her house in Dilkon, so that was kind of surreal. But overall, we're just thankful and grateful that she is recognized for the work she did. My mother was passionate about the work she did, wherever we were. She was very strong and instilled in her beliefs from her teachings of her grandfather, as Sylvia put it so eloquently in her eulogy in Winslow on May 22nd. May 29th. She passed away on May 22nd. She said, she found the hojonche of Jesus, which is not all that different from the Diné teachings of Keh. My mother, my aunt, and my uncle were courageous in their progressiveness at a time that our Navajo way of life was changing. You know, Shumayaja left her home on a post office delivery man truck to seek a new life and help my mother and get the life that she came to make us where we are. We are thankful to our elders. So our Navajo way of life at that time was changing. So we find ourselves now in this time where we need the courage they showed. You see what's happening in the world and in our country. So we ask some of you young ones that you were told to become leaders, from Councilman Delegate Casey. Do what you can, and with what you have, wherever you are.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to recognize Navajo Nation recognizing Martha Lee for 55 years of dedication to Diné education, language, and cultural preservation. Section 1, authority. Pursuant to the authority vested in the Navajo Nation Council by 2 NNC subsection 101A and 164, the Navajo Nation recognizes the contributions of Martha Lee. Section 2, findings. Whereas the Navajo Nation recognizes and celebrates the commitment of individuals. Whereas Martha Lee has served as an educator for over 55 years. Whereas she is not only a teacher, but a cultural protector and knowledge keeper. Whereas even in retirement, her support and connection to students continue. Whereas her contributions represent the best of Diné education. Whereas the Navajo Nation Council proudly recognizes Martha Lee during the 2025 summer session. Section 3, recognition. Now therefore be it resolved that the 25th Navajo Nation Council hereby extends its deepest gratitude and sincere recognition to Martha Lee for her lifetime of service to education, perseverance, and of the Diné culture. I'd like to give her a little bit of time to recognize and let her get to know, to introduce herself. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Ja, het bene shik edo shidn hier kwan khanoya. She kuda shid edji do ashin hi enchling do tutsani bashishin ki ani da shid do tapa e da shinale. Delkan do na wohya about 10 miles, that's the ado e yisinasha. I'm neighbors with the family here. I live right across from them. So that's where I'm from, and I'm here with my children. I don't know where they're at. I know my son Wyatt right here, former Delcon school board member at one time. My daughter back here, Lara. My son Mike Thompson way in the back. My daughter Kara, who's a teacher at Delcon now, way in the back. That's who all came with me this morning. And then I was telling them that, well, they know that Shija Arthur Lee Waliende Shemae Eva Lee. Shija Arthur Lee was a council delegate for 12 years from Delcon. I remember coming here when I was a little girl. And that was when they had more delegates at the time. That's where I'm from. And 55 years is a long time. Didn't realize I was running with students that long. That's very, very a long time ago. And I started working, teaching at 17 years old. And I always go back to my oldest son, Mike. I had him, he was a baby when I started working. So I enjoyed working at the schools, Greasewood Boarding School, Delcon Boarding School, Sabadell-Kai Boarding School. Those are the schools where I work and taught K through 8th grade, Navajo studies to all those grades. And then in recent years, working with prenatal moms, babies 0 to 5 years old, early childhood education. I did that for 20 years or so. So I encourage my little ones to speak Navajo, and I did as much as I could to teach them that. And the foremost I taught was their clans. I would enter a home, I would enter a classroom, and I would greet them, Yat Eshje, Yat Eshma, Yat Eshma Sana Shanale. As little as they were, at first they would say, "You're my daughter, but you're older." I said, "Oh yeah, but it's the clans that we go by. That's how we greet you." So as time went along, they accepted that, and as I come to the school, to the classroom, they would greet me that way. Yat eshitsi, yat ebenishitsi, yat eshma, they would greet me that way. So I'm proud of them. I enjoyed working with students all these years, And I always said I love my job. And if I wanted to go back, I guess I can go back. But I did those for years. So to the teachers out there, you're doing a good job. It's tough these days to work with little ones. As the group came up here, I can see where they're coming from. You have to have a strong family to help these kids as they grow older. The teaching starts at home, and the teachers are the parents from home. The parents are the teachers. The parents are. This is what we tell them. You're the ones that are teaching. You're the ones that are working with your children. We just extend that when they come to us at the schools. So thank you to Shadeja Sherilyn for making this recognition happen for me and my family. And to the nation and council here. And like I said, my dad's house was here years ago, and he's built the foundation for Delcon out there. He was one of the first ones out there to build the Delcon Community School, where it says children learn best when people care. That was him back then. Then he planned wanting a hospital for the community there. We have it now. We have a beautiful hospital in Delcon now. Those were the plans that were, and seeds that were planted by our people way back. That we have that. And then my dad was a chapter official. Everywhere he could, he went in and he worked. And he didn't ask for money. Sometimes he only got $10 for gas, $15. Do hahoshi o yo beso yo keda. She kwanat anin shlekwane lashich in no sleton nida. He gave what he could. So that's where I'm coming from, and that's probably why I did 55 years of teaching. That was his teaching. So yeah, she's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next recognition goes to recognizing Hazel James Tohe for her continued leadership in environmental justice, cultural revitalization, and community wellness rooted in Diné teachings. Section 1, authority. Pursuant to the authority vested in the Navajo Nation Council by 2 NNC subsection 101A and 164, the Navajo Nation Council hereby recognizes the recognitions of Hazel James Tohe. Section 2, findings. Whereas the Navajo Nation Council acknowledges the outstanding services and commitment of Hazel James Tohe. Whereas she is mother, Nully, grandmother, and community advocate. Whereas she has advanced Diné-centered policies through her leadership. Whereas she integrates Diné values and cultural protocols into her work. Whereas her advocacy includes organizing the International Uranium Film Festival. Whereas she remains a steadfast voice for the land and for the future generations. Whereas her lifelong service to the embodiment of Haja. Whereas the Navajo Nation Council recognizes her as a bridge between generations. Section 3, recognition. Now therefore be it resolved that the 25th Navajo Nation Council hereby honors Hazel James Tohe for her lifetime of service to the Diné people and her continued leadership in justice and cultural revitalization. I'd like to recognize her. Come up here.
Yad Ashik A. Dodge the hand Hidini do Lefty Ben Bito, do Quatley Craigie, do Shinat Anin Lenigi, Shadeja, Cheryl, and Yazi, Yahat, with Ain Hahodin Ado, you recognizing all the work that has been done in the grassroots level
and with the environmental justice organizing, Cheryl, Delegate Cheryl Yazzie, and also all the delegates that are here present today, and all the people that got the award this morning. Naso na de na no sexto lesto nikinanis njonago ea bahajo ba ago batho des keziki ba yeta nidzenot echo ako she ea na nest ejetra bahenschle sina jenny bashchin a she dash nala dot hotoni dash che with I sanschle do ma sanschle do nale ado the nekwa ashakai jegi do ka ne jagi do njonago hajo bata nidzen no kayan linigi dot in linigi dot ho dot adentini nikita johana jo benanish nikido alton ladon hinanish edel enle kuna we're protectors of the land, earth, water, and air, and we are here to protect all our traditional ways of life. I'd like to recognize also some of the folks that are here. We have our medicine people, we have our activists, grassroots protectors, water protector, land protectors, all standing over here. Please give them a round of acknowledgement as well. And I also like to recognize the NECARE and the staff that are here and present, and especially my relatives from Taos Pueblo made the special trip to be with us here today. There's Bernadette, Paulin, and Soj Trax from Pueblo, Taos Pueblo. So there's so much to say and so little time, and Robert Tohe was my husband. He was a very well-mannered gentleman, and he and I had been together for 48 years, and we have 4 beautiful children and 5 grandsons. And he passed away in December 2019. And so I honor his work. And he's taught me a lot. And we started as young people, activists at age 13, 14, 15 years old. And the first work that we ever did was with Dr. Larry Emerson and John Redhouse and all the folks that have been working with the grassroots movement ever since the 70s to protect the land, the earth, the water. And I say this to all the young people here that are here today. There was a lot of young people earlier, but I was glad to see that some more folks came back in and seated in their place. The message here is to the young people. Our future is very scarce. Our future is really important right now. In today's society, modern lifetime, how do we keep ourselves strong as the Net people? What are some of the teachings that we need to know from the Hogan teaching? We need to learn those ways. The young people here, I plead with you to go home and understand the meaning of how to live in a Hogan and how to take care of your home and your life area and how to think about your future, your survival, back to the use of the land. How do you carry seeds? How do you take care of the seeds so that you can plant and be your own gardener, be your own food maker? We're not doing that. That's why the rain does not come. If there was cornfields and we had gardens around our house, the rain will come. So these, we say, it's part of climate change, but in reality, it's all back up to us individually. We can help make the changes that we need to do. And with the proof of everybody's work here, all the elders, the medicine people, and the professionals within their own right, within their own area, working with all the communities to teach us how to be appropriate leaders. How do we lead? How do we lead? How do we use our leadership voice? How do we use our leadership voice? And how do we use the thoughts that we have in our head that's also the knowledge of the holy people? If we can use all those things in a sense of a way, I think we can actually really reconnect with all the holy, beautiful things that our holy people left for us here on earth and in the universe. So there's so much to add, but I also wanted to acknowledge everybody that is here today, and really with great heart, like my brother, my little brother over here, Norman Brown. We call him Norman Storming. And my Yaj is here. I'd like to recognize him. Dene Red Star Tohi. Yat E Chiaj, thank you for coming out. And everybody, I'd like to call on Janine Yazi right now to say a few words on behalf of Robert Tohi. Thank you so much.
Should you do that afterwards?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me one when you recognize. Okay, the last recognition goes to honoring the life and legacy of the late Robert Tohi, civil rights advocate and indigenous environmental justice organizer. Section 1 authority pursuant to the authority vested in the Navajo Nation Council by 2 NNC subsection 101 and 164, the Navajo Nation Council hereby recognizes the contributions of Robert Tohi. Section 2 findings, whereas the Navajo Nation Council expresses deep respect and appreciation for the late Robert Tohi. Whereas his activism began as a young student during the 1969 occupation of Alcatraz Island. Whereas he dedicated his life to empowering grassroots communities. Whereas his work helped communities confront harmful energy projects. Whereas Robert Tohi was a fierce advocate for environmental justice. Whereas he warned of the reoccurring exploitation of mining companies. Whereas he called on young Native people to reclaim their language and ancestral knowledge. Whereas his life was a testament of solidarity, humility, and intellectual resistance. Section 3, recognition. Now, therefore, it be recognized that the 25th Navajo Nation Council hereby honors and remembers the late Robert Tohi for his long life, dedication to civil rights, indigenous, environmental justice, and education. We have a little bit of acknowledgement as well here.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to Speaker Curley and to the council for taking the time and the effort to recognize these notable people that live among us, these protectors and warriors of our land, our water, and our lifeways. Robert Tohi was a mentor of mine and someone that I was privileged to learn from, as are many of the people who are here today and many more that couldn't be here with us. And his legacy and everything that him and Hazel built can never really be covered in a few comments, because there's so much that they have done throughout their life to exemplify what it means to live rooted in the love for the land and the people, and to work with the discipline and the commitment necessary to constantly bring our people together in a good way in order to learn, grow, organize, strategize, and to build the future that we need and that we deserve for our present generations and our future generations. And Robert Tohi was a quiet leader. He was someone that never really put himself out there to get a lot of attention for the work that he did, but he accomplished so much throughout his life and never sought to get credit for it. And I really wish that he could have been here with us today to receive the love and the gratitude that we have for all the things that he was able to accomplish for us, for the protection of sacred sites, for the protection of our sacred mountains, and for the protection of our people, and to address the long legacy of uranium contamination in our land, advocacy that continues to be carried on by people like Terry here and the rest of our relatives from Redwater Pond Road community, and people like Tommy Rock, who conducts research to continue to expose that legacy. And I think if there's anything that I want people to leave with today, it's to know and to remember that our fight is not over, that to truly honor what Robert stood for and the sacrifices that he made throughout his life so that we could be in a good place today, we have to be able to face the continued threats to our lands and to our people, especially from uranium mining, as this is a new threat that is coming back up. There are right now 3 active leases on Tzotzil, our sacred mountain. There are new leases and new initiatives being processed to open up uranium mining across our territories, to transport uranium materials and toxic waste through our homelands, and to continue to sacrifice our people and everything that we care about in order to make this industry continue to exist and to profit the few shareholders that make enormous wealth from mining this mineral in our homelands. And so to properly honor him, I just want to remind our people that the fight continues, that his legacy lives on, and all the people that he's touched and that he's taught, and all the people that Hazel continues to organize and bring together and continues to mentor. And we ask you all to join us in that fight, because our people deserve a better future, and we deserve to stop once and for all this monster from terrorizing our people and our lands. And that's who we are as Dene people. We are warriors, we are fighters, and we are people that will continue to carry on our ceremonies and our prayers so that we can create the future that all peoples deserve and that our Mother Earth deserves. Ikihat.
So I just want to say thank you to all of you that are here, to Barbara White, to Anna's sister, everybody that was here, all of you that are in the gallery, for getting here safely, for being here to be a part of this recognition. And so I hope by hearing this, you're able to kind of hear a story of our Dene people and how, we're surviving, how, we're still doing the hard work every single day, and may, we continue to go into the future 150 years from now. So I just want to say thank you again. So we'll do one quick, hopefully big picture. There's a lot of us up here. And then council gets started at 10. It looks like we have enough members to get our session started. So we'll go ahead and do the best we can to do a picture up here. Thank you.
Hey, good morning to all of our guests. Ado yat bene ado she sanja kinenishla to headlini bashishin kia ani da she do ziltka kia ani da shanale what out mato sananishla ado le so halne biado aisi adet nasha ado shlako tatna zelebana shahigi do baka nashwoki talana do talagaides aha do bistot Asian deshkish jetes nazlina do dak ehlane. And good morning again to our relatives that are joining us here in person and also online. So colleagues, this is day 2 of our summer council session, and thank you to all my colleagues who have concluded all of their special recognitions this morning. And again, the bells were rung at 10 a.m. And colleagues, roll call is open. And thank you to all of our recognitions, and then we will resume our council session. You ready? Okay. The Shema, Miss Rita Gilmore, if you can make your way, Kudo Shema, come up here to the presenters table. And colleagues, we do have a quorum here on the council chamber. There are 14 members present here in the council chamber that does constitute a quorum. And we will reconvene our summer council session at 10:18 a.m. And for some housekeeping rules to our public, we are officially reconvened here. So if we can keep our side conversation to a minimal, and also please silence your phones as well. We did reconvene here at 10:18 a.m. Good. Achi e ko atsa e to the zen adult nish. We will provide first our invocation. Do Shema Ehehe. Miss Rita Gilmore, she will be providing our Day 2 summer session invocation.
Kone o yat e shikeshidene. She yahadak e halande na khaniya. Aroshna nishish inige de nebehet khal but so the zen. At anishanish. Na kitsa dashna khidocha holjish na hashla. Qaddas tindoba anakhe. Atona ensleni et khokhan ensla. But ahni bashichin. The Bethlehem dashache dot hohetlini dashanale. Aron da hyahe kwage. Nichinat nohle. Not ani Williani and Danest I or Yajan. En Hassan, Toysan, Zelisan, Hasheti and the Neta and Danest, Anjan Ida, Nihya and not nohle. A ko a hyahe. Ahad yaha qua a slahna seto. I hitten the hosnet do, Ndahadota. Do an hit that either. Nihik en hit an glossy non sacco, and then Hassan Bakago, the Holoniki, jo e budget ethala. Shin later, Jishilak Elia, Kade, Kodo yaha. Na Hassan Bakaholoy, Setet Arts Bayanski. D. Ed Eket Anshadotni. A cohort a Kadishi, the epic aha, Ash, Dopenashni. Aron da yaha Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services je nashnish. Ero da nashnish. Kat natin islat nache. Aka de shnenit hjahe adot in dat hjahe de bek essensen la hjahe gatnini. De na hjahe betno sho la ja hjensen la beten lela tot an sekes. Aka kwana khatsa disen do let anoltsko. Khonna khonoloi. En dat oorlan dalte. Klahan lego da inish. En da nek na hotes da nek bekeya pakago. Aro en da keya da nennel belgata hoisogo. Akho nihik eke da hat. Tla da altra tla da lish. Ahad ja andan kisalat so da hallo. Elat batsatisn do let na hasam bakha holoi. Hagoshin andan hita nihitsatazn da hallo. Ashi sa no zinon hitsatazn hallo. What so hotazn eto de deshni sto anhe. Na hat het streit en da khajebi yedo sa trahin dehi ebetstelzen. Ojo dole shamana Hassan. Nets is ken large, nets is ken khats at bakhato, nehni yahni khotiyen hasato. Ado neniya ado shine hasilsi. And I yet yot nazle nets is with get large. So the neck was the neck the neck no no Con so lie quake con to the Zimbe has seen. And yaha con the Zelisan cons is cargo non setbeha had that not lost at the tran the neck. And law con twice son Nihima. But it's not Asia, but it's the saucy con. Con that na zombie when the law, that yade when not zombie yet. Con but not skin the con cost the kill con you know, when long you crack or when long. Near and the hat all ski. Con the na zombie cat na hat all draw. And yaha con your guy is son him. De Khada shin khatsen kez khan kitten la en hin la Khadalt in hin la tset sakho shinch a zanen la kon khotza na ye ben ya shinch ko de kwa age kon en hik hotli to let's the danil tsho Nik had the slit or let and the shot want and the istra. Sani has tweed on the and not as twee con hot egg of Betonidlo, Sani Betonidlo. Dinner a son Telke, Cheke, away. Con hot hoshi like Kreta not as che. You create that she thought something not that is the can't the yard birthday he knows but he cut all this. And that on John con nihitra shantin. Ben he get it lad quite jackai hakon. Alla be khilzi be huyet in. Nijabi get it lad. Nigats ospik it lad. Ben sikes. Ayo ne paintik itla compesito. Aron da con de khashet ke khashet one. You kha his not itaha no hot suit not it no ha. Oh so lan hit khat nita. Oh yet hit khaya hot on het or as. And da con Sisna Geneso Zil, Dog or Street the Bensa, Zilna Dilly Ziltrol in a culture sola. Shabbat old Nihitrat Nata Dil eat net old Nihitrat Nata Dil con, not ill let con, then he can die Dilobel Tree adult. Ben died not yen, bear short that don't net con. Con the quite when need lonely now, the here has land that twice sand, tropa kind, tropa art, in Kenda has lost. And the con the yaha not dance great ski, not dance suit. You're the not lessing, is not lessing, con the best thing is a telly, baker sheet the con the hollow. And that shit the hollow, one hollow. Con you're the dabbit or nin, is dabbit or ni. Aron da yaha con the yasto. Tradatin ski, Nika a teen. Nihit such a honella, nihit such a quip in the hitana. And a teen Hassan Sabaka hitita, Pakago God Saint Chedabehitita. Aro and Aniho. Now, Hajona hot lately. Ajon ik nog niet door alcohol. Saad jaat citizen jaat sen jaat en zag kesk in as lani. Be shanna hitle be la etlini ko. Ben hil kon land oles. En nasa ana reis kibik hajon et ko. Ko de niet sitje ko. Wat dat toch nen antkin. Dan nosle. Jaat hon hik hoyi ka. Oh yeah, Rojon dollars and so additional. Rojona hustling, Rojona hustling, Rojona hustling, Rojona hustling. Ayana nanga yeshanga 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 no show no show no shanga nayanga sesnanga jaya anaya yo kaya zaya alaya zaya And that's what nature the budget leader list. Gonna
Kehe Shkodo Shama, Rita Gilmore, Ledag Ehalande, Kehe Quagi, Junago Sin, Do to the Zin Kain Lagi, Kehe, Dan Hidi Nil, Shama Kehe. And good morning again, colleagues. It's another beautiful morning, summer council session. We had recognitions this morning and also throughout with our students that are here as well. Welcome. We also have Naomi House. Our children from Naomi House are also here with us, and also from our Office of Dene Youth Program. They're also here with us, so many students throughout the Navajo Nation are here with us this morning. And thank you to all of our Navajo Nation employees, our federal partners, and many of the offices and organizations that you represent. And colleagues, we did call the meeting to order at 10:18 a.m. this morning. And to recap, colleagues, there was a motion on the floor for a recess around 10 o'clock p.m. last night, and the remaining of the reports were accepted as written reports. And we did recess in the middle of BIA report. However, we did get a commitment from Director Deborah Shirley that she will send the rest of her remaining questions as a written document or a memo. And we will also be following up with Indian Health Services, IHS, later on next week through a leadership meeting to get also the other important updates that weren't provided yesterday. But our leadership meetings with our federal partners next week. So this morning, colleagues, we will first begin with old business. And we do have legislation A0047-25. We have Honorable Ricky Nez, who is a primary sponsor of this legislation. And first, our staff will read this legislation to the record and also provide a recap. And there is already a motion and a second in place.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Nomination Council, this is item A, old business, legislation 0047-25, in action relating to the Law and Order and Navigated Committee and Nomination Council, confirming the appointment of Heather L. Claw, Esquire, as the Nomination Attorney General. Prime sponsor is Honorable Ricky Nez. The main motion is held by Honorable Helena Nez Bigay and seconded by Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. On April 22nd, 2025, a motion to table legislation 0047-25 and bring back no later than the 2025 Nomination Council Fall Session to obtain more information on the positions of the appointed Attorney General on legal issues affecting the Navajo Nation and how she will perform her duties as the confirmed Attorney General. The motion was held by Honorable Carl R. Slater, seconded by Honorable Norman M. B. Gay, with a vote of 10 in favor, 8 opposed, Speaker not voting. This legislation would need to be taken off the table, Madam Speaker.
And thank you, staff, and thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez, for joining us this morning as a primary sponsor. Colleagues, I'm going to entertain a motion to take this legislation off table. Motion by Honorable Johnson and second by Honorable Simpson. Thank you, colleagues. We do have a motion in place. And colleagues, just give us a few minutes. We're trying to connect our computer screens here. Okay. And that is updated here on the board, colleagues, and a motion to take a legislation off the table from the table is not debatable, and we'll move forward with a majority vote. So colleagues, I'm going to call for a 2-minute vote. And colleagues, we have less than 20 seconds. And colleagues, time has expired. Honorable Crotty, how do you vote? The time ran out on the clock here. Vote screen. Honorable Parrish. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. And we'll call the vote for 19 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. And colleagues, recap from, since this is old business, we do have a main motion that was established by Honorable Helene Inez Begay, and it was seconded by Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. And I do have reserved time for Honorable Slater with 1 minute and 28 seconds. Honorable Brenda Jesus with 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Honorable Jermaine Simonson with 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Honorable Parrish with 4 minutes and 41 seconds. Honorable Dr. Andy Naz with 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie with 2 minutes. And also Honorable Norman Begay with 2 minutes. And there are no times left for, oh, correction, not Honorable Unito, not Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie has 2 minutes. Honorable Unito, you do have reserved time of 2 minutes. 5 minutes that have expired are Honorable Ben Mitchell, Honorable Otto So, and Honorable George Tolth. And colleagues, I'm going to allow our sponsor to do a 5-minute recap presenting the legislation. Then I'll go over to the floor for questions.
Ja, ben Shanant I noch lenigi beshmahasana aro Speaker Curley aro Kuroshi gato dasatahagi eha agatit ahinla Department of Justice Heather Claw Jolige Ishigato Dachista aro shidne noch lenigi not Queen Hano Yahagiro Dice not Tsagi. Certainly appreciate all the young people here today. I'm sure someday I do pray, and we do pray that you go on to someday become attorneys, doctors, and just public servants for the Navajo Nation to improve the Navajo Nation. And we thank you that you are here. This most likely for you today is a political science class. So I want to say thank you to all our young people. God bless each and every one of you. Legislation 0047-25 was tabled, and now it is untabled. It is for you to decide. You're the lawmakers. Vote as you wish. But I'm here as the sponsor of this legislation, and also as a delegate of the Navajo Nation. I do support Ms. Heather Claw here sitting next to me, and I'll give her a little bit of time so she can introduce herself and say a few words, Speaker, if you will allow that. Thank you.
Good morning, Speaker and the Navajo Nation Council. Definitely appreciate the opportunity to be here. Just to introduce myself for those who may not know, She Heather Claw Nyanshe Kia Ani Nishle Klashi Bashashin Todachini Dashache and Touchini Dashache and Todachini Dashanella. Definitely have been serving as the Acting Attorney General for the last 7 months since December of 2024. I believe that we have been making great progress within the Department of Justice. My basic point was to go ahead and make sure that the communication from the Department of Justice is there with this council. I know in the last confirmation, there has been some comments made that Department of Justice is the Navajo Nation's attorney. I've done my best to go ahead and reach out and communicate to this council as well as the speaker to be there for the speaker and what they need and the council and what needs to be moved on. My priority is to make sure that the leadership does have the support of the Department of Justice in order to go ahead and achieve their priorities. I definitely am here to go ahead and move forward in a positive way, in a way that we can go ahead and be proud of once our administration has been completed, and hopefully we are able to go ahead and move forward in the next administration to continue to move forward the work. I believe that that's what we have been doing. Some of the highlights that I wanted to go ahead and put forward is our Twin Arrows case. My priority is to try to look at some of these long-standing litigation cases and see what we can do to either negotiate them or to close them up. We have been successful in doing that with the Twin Arrows case. Back in April the 14th,
with the guidance of the gaming and with the NABI, we talked about what approach that we needed to make on that. The approach was working with the Hopi and the Department of Interior. We were able to come to a positive solution that was agreeable to all parties. We've had definitely some of the federal government involved with that also make comments that they hope that we were able to go ahead and continue to work forward and complete and make it and achieve things of this sort. Last Friday, the district court did dismiss that case, so that is final. I hope to go ahead and continue to thank you for the applause, because it did deserve an applause for the people that worked on that. It was 10 years in the making, and we were able to accomplish that. And that, I hope, is an example of my leadership within the Department of Justice, is problem solving, positive, and working forward together in order to achieve what's best for the Navajo Nation. Again, I would like to confirm the Department of Justice is here for the Navajo Nation government, and I hope that I have brought that example in the last.
Thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez, and also Acting Attorney General for that presentation. And colleagues, I'm going to open up the floor for questions and comments. I don't see anyone else new in queue, so I will go over to reserve time. We do have Honorable Brenda Jesus with 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I'd like to go ahead and reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time of 4:35. Next, we do have Honorable Simonson with 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you. I have a question first, and then I'll reserve my time. But my question is, how many people did you say we have in queue? Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:19. And colleagues, again, a recap for no time. I do have Honorable Mitchell, Honorable Otto So, Honorable George Tulth, who have exhausted over 5 minutes. And then I do have reserved time by Honorable Slater with 1 minute and 28 seconds. Honorable Jesus with 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Honorable Jermaine Simonson with 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Honorable Parrish with 4 minutes and 41 seconds. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Honorable Yanita with 2 minutes. Honorable Norman Begay with 2 minutes. And there's no one else new in queue. Honorable Simonson?
You want me to? Okay. I know, Speaker, that you keep track of, you have a tally up there. We, I believe, had a decent discussion from the last time, and I know you weigh it out to see what the maybe support and non-support. So I'm just wanting to know if it's appropriate at this time to cease debate and go to vote. Reserve.
Okay, 3:02. And that is reserve time of 3:02. All right, thank you. Colleagues, we were just all comparing notes here. Again, thank you. As I mentioned, we do have 7 reserved times, and colleagues, if there's no objections to those reserved time. I don't see any, so I'm going to recognize that motion to cease debate by Honorable Simonson. So there is an objection. They still want to carry forth with questions. Colleagues? Okay, I do see head nods. Question. Honorable Simonson? We're just going to move forward. Oh, okay. Would you like to reserve time or continue with questions? Reserve time. Okay. And Honorable Simonson with 3 minutes and 2 seconds. And new in queue, going to recognize Honorable Amber Kizima-Crotty.
Yeah, thank you, Shadeja Speaker, Shiaz Chairman Nez for the legislation, and Shadif, Ms. Claw for your request to gather support from the council on your nomination. I wanted to go back and talk about the uranium that was signed for the transportation on the Western Agency. I'm limited in my discussions because that document is considered confidential. And so what I would want to hear from your perspective, and as an example of your leadership working with the Navajo Nation Council, how did that play out in terms of your role as acting Attorney General, and how you engaged in leadership and the community that have been directly impacted by uranium. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4 minutes. And then go back to the sponsor, Honorable Ricky Ness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll give the time over to Ms. Claw.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that question, because I know that there has been lots of questions regarding the uranium transport agreement. The transport agreement was in place since last April of last year, 2024. At that time, the current Attorney General and the negotiating teams were the ones that were looking at it. It was originally put in place that the President, as well as the Speaker and the Council, to go ahead and assign to the Department of Justice to see if there's anything that we could do to stop the transportation. As we looked into that and the legal ramifications of doing that, and it's always hard to hear that there really isn't a choice on that. They were going to go ahead and move forward on it. So what my understanding is, when discussing that, is what's the best way to go ahead and protect the Navajo Nation, its people, because and address the traumatic situation that excuse me, the traumatic history that the Navajo Nation has had with the uraniums and other substances or minerals. From my understanding is that the Arizona governor did ask Energy Fuels to go ahead and put a halt on the transportation while they work out the situation with the Navajo Nation. I think that was I appreciate that support from the Arizona governors, because at least she's showing us that we are a sovereign nation, and they are going through it, even though the road is not something that we have the jurisdiction over. Energy Fuels did go into negotiations with the negotiating team, which would be the Department of Justice, which was EPA, Navajo Nation EPA, and other outside consultants that we worked with. They were working out the deal as it came to when the Attorney General was removed in December. They were coming up to a closed in of if they were going to go ahead and just continue to move forward. So as the acting attorney general at that point, that was a priority for me because I didn't want them to go ahead, this to fall through and them to go ahead and just keep the transportation and the Navajo Nation not being able to go ahead and provide some sort of a role in that. So the agreement did provide that the Navajo Nation would be able to participate in the safety aspects of things, so that we would be able to go ahead and examine the trucks when it comes into our border and then examine it when it comes out. That's the information that we were able to go ahead and negotiate. There was a monetary amount on there to help set up that program because the Department of Justice, or the Navajo Nation, didn't have any funds to go ahead and provide for the regulation. So Energy Fields provided the money in order to go ahead and for the Navajo Nation to go ahead and start developing where we can go ahead and start regulating and be a part of the regulation of transportation going through. So I just picked everything up and I moved forward and we were able to go ahead and close the deal on that. I do definitely appreciate the work that was done with the negotiating team. I appreciate that Energy Fuels did sit down and talk to us and work regarding us to go ahead and come up with the deal. I think it was a good precedent for an outside company to recognize Navajo Nation's sovereignty and work with them to help make sure that we are able to go ahead and be a part of that, so that we are able to develop and understand how to go ahead and regulate. It's unfortunate that right now, with the current energy policy moving forward, is that we're going to be able to keep them out, but we need to be involved with it. And I thought that that was important, and that's what that transportation agreement did for us. What the agreement also indicated is that we still have a say in any of these uranium mines. If we want to go ahead and stand our position that we don't want uranium mining on the Navajo Nation, that still stands. And we can continue to go ahead and fight for that. We can continue to assist all our neighboring tribes in order, if they want to go ahead and close something down or they want to have a say, we can support them on saying that. Navajo Nation didn't lose its voice in their advocacy of uranium mines within this agreement. And so we were able to go ahead and conclude that and definitely understand, like I said, the questions. But I definitely do stand by the previous negotiations and signing off on that agreement for the betterment and the interests of the Navajo Nation. The question too, did you communicate with the communities? At the time that I took up that task in order to close, I didn't have an opportunity to reach out to the communities. I understood that the communities, through the negotiation, had some online discussions and previous discussions regarding that, to go ahead and let people understand what was going on. Could communication always be improved? Yes, communication could always be improved. And the EPA under Stephen at City has been attending outside agency or outside chapters as well as other outside agencies to discuss this matter and to provide some education on the fact and to listen to the concerns that they do have on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez, and also Acting Attorney General. And colleagues, I'm going to turn back to the floor for other questions or follow-up questions. Next, we do have Honorable Parrish with 4 minutes and 41 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I've been talking to a few delegates here regarding the cease debate motion. I think there was a motion on the floor, but I guess that wasn't recognized. So I'll ask another question at this time with the time I have left. So this is to thank you to our sponsor here today and to the Acting Attorney General. My question is to the Acting Attorney General, why did you not notify the Navajo Nation Council when there were issues in any FRF contracts? The Attorney General serves at the pleasure of council, but as a member of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, I was never notified of any issues regarding any contracts. I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
And that is time of 3:55, Honorable Parrish. And then going next to Honorable Dr. Andy Ness with 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Akushin, thank you, Speaker Curley Arokaroshana, for bringing this legislation forward. So I have a couple of follow-ups regarding my initial inquiries back in April. So regarding the next steps, I know by legislation that's where the purview was given to DOJ, we had EPA involved, etc. But I think that moving forward, these types of instances should still be warrant among the 25th Navajo Nation Council and any council here proceeding thereafter. So I don't know if that's something that you've given some thought about on how to incorporate, especially because some of these unfortunate circumstances affect certain communities, and in this case, Uranium to our Western agency relatives. In addition to that, I know that through the education, currently you have these national agendas that are impeding on the education of our students. And I was sitting here trying to figure out how I'm going to word this, because I want to make sure that, you know, we're not compromising any next steps or strategies, because these are important issues when we talk about public education, when we talk about BIE and others. But I'll leave it up to you on how you plan to respond on that, because again, these national agendas are not favoring a lot of the educational systems that we have in place and that we want to continue to prioritize. And I think that affects our students, and many of them who are joining us here today, that's, you know, one of these areas that are most important. So I'll pause there. Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:06. Honorable Riquinez, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you for the questions. I'll refer to Ms. Claude to respond to the questions. Thank you.
Chair Parrish, to answer the questions regarding any concerns with any of the FRF contracts, I think what I was informed on July 10th that there may have been some issues and questions. That's in the evening of July 10th, late at night. I had definitely had questions, because I'm just being told this. So I started asking questions about what is it, where are we at, what's going on the situation. I needed to do some fact gathering, because at that point I want to be able to provide some information, some accurate information, if we do go ahead and move forward on any types of situations that we move forward. So I was fact gathering. My understanding is that I believe the next day, the 11th, that there was some sort of leadership meeting regarding this. I wasn't invited to that leadership meeting, and I was still gathering some facts on there. When I was able to go ahead and get enough information, still lacking, I did contact the speaker and Michelle and ask them, let's go ahead and have a discussion on this, and I will go ahead and defer how to go ahead and approach the situation. So I did have the conversation with Speaker and Michelle that same day, the next day, July 11th, towards the afternoon. I believe that's the situation. And still gathering the facts on it. So I did believe that I was informing, reaching out to the heads of the branch to go ahead and understand the situation a little bit better. Currently, right now, in any of them, of the contract, we're still looking into it. Right now, we want to be able to go ahead and move forward, because our concern is your concern. Our concern is the funds amount that was given, and we're still needing to go ahead and look, gather more information in order to understand better what the best approach is on that. So I do believe that I did what I needed to with the information that the limited information that I received. And so I do apologize if it seems to be that the council feels like I didn't say anything, but I did reach out to the heads of the branch to have a further discussion on this. Dr. Nez, moving forward with putting things in front of the council, I have every reason to communicate with the council. That's my priority, because in order for us to make decisions that impact the nation, it's important that I do understand the Navajo Nation's leadership's mind frame and understanding and expectations. We may not always agree or come to the same decision, but I do feel that we do need to have that conversation. If you're asking me what would I have done differently regarding the uranium transport, there's lessons learned on that as well. I did and was in communication with RDC, the oversight of the situation, consistent and constant communication. I think at one point when I was going to go ahead and move forward because I couldn't get everybody together for the RDC, I think at one point, I dragged a couple of the council delegates in at one of the meetings, and I said, you guys have to hear me out. And they were gracious enough to sit down and have a full discussion and conversation with me on that. And then, you know, maybe the next steps would have said, okay, hey, let's discuss this in a NABI meeting. But like I said, I was definitely under the gun regarding that. I'm not making excuses on it. Things could have been done and done changed differently further in any types of situation that we have. I think we did take lessons from that regarding the Twin Arrows litigation. We had 3 discussions with the sub-gaming committee as well as NABI on 3 different occasions on that. I think at one point, one of the council delegates said, this is enough talk. You have our guidance, move forward. And so, like I said, that is my objective, is to have better communication with the Navajo Nation leadership. As the situation with the education, we are and had a meeting last week to discuss with the Oversight Committee as well as with our DOTI. And there was representatives from the Speaker's office. There was also representative from the President's office to go ahead and discuss how proactively to approach the situation with budget cuts. We have a plan that we have discussed, which includes fact gathering information that I asked the program to provide for us on that. Next steps to go ahead and coordinate to reach out to other tribal Attorney General's office and even the Arizona Governor's office. And so we do have a plan that we discussed and that we're moving forward on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ricky Inez, and also Acting Attorney General for those responses. And colleagues, I'm going to recognize Honorable Stephen Arvizo, new in queue.
Madam Speaker, good morning. Ado kudo beshbas anni klinigi nati shla. Beshbas an hidit ninigi. She I'm a new delegate, and when I became a delegate, what I oyo shitik ahagi ya digati I no tano sinigi. This is da heda hanosen, and it almost feel like it's hard to maneuver things. Yeah, kudopesh bahasa anhodon nish kudadi nish hatneo. People seem to find out already what our moves are going to be, and edo ya shonda. We need to be very careful on Madam AG. Ado di kwagi shiti ayego shiti again le Washington they peso dane degi. No attorney stands up and says, "Wait a minute, we have our own laws." Edigi chide deal estonenda. We just rely on all the restrictions from Washington, and we adopt that, and then we push the chapters and everybody else. We push that on them. That Washington, they would based on the net dehegi, ebini na ebe has ani dot dane, that the no ben that need tin. Shisazido e ya Banses keso. Di got it I need Lenigi, the Nebasit zone. Di e ya peso chidosh, Di qua Jashi Washington, when ninde, and he ya qua did that is nil. Nini git oyupa hat den. I don't let the Bisanda atlete. Beso no tahagi, de esto, had to begin aston peso. Don't let Bisanda atlete dobaka ilieta. Our nation, we have chapter unit attorneys, but nobody's helping the chapters. We need to help the chapters understand beso nan dehigi. I mean, those poor chapters, they can't really do nothing. And when they can't do nothing, they can't help people. They don't want to come to the chapters. Hadoshi e yan hit net I see yego baka edija. Di it e peso chitosh ha ila hai gila eni hinda has te donenda. Di rat it dan in clinic dan on senigi ya think in those lines that Latin hit net I see shakat or wastanzen. So we as leaders, we have to find ways to help our communities. 110 chapters, we have to help them and try to help our officials, CSC, to help the people. Just keep that on your radar, and I mean, I'll be happy with that. And I have to keep asachi indishni. Chapters need more funding. We have to find ways to get them more funding. And if we don't, I mean, what's our answer? To close the chapters because we don't have enough money? I will sit here and not get paid before you take money away from the chapters. So that's how I feel. And then it's been so long that they've been asking, the chapters have been asking for help, and nobody seems to listen to them. Case chapter. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 44 seconds. Honorable Arvizo. And next we do have Honorable Yanita with, first we do have new in queue, Honorable Simpson.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council, guests, staff, guests in gallery, young kids here. Again, Madam Speaker, member of the 25th Council, I do support this confirmation of Madam AG to become the permanent, not permanent, but regular Attorney General for the Navajo Nation. And thank you, Shana, Mr. Nez, for sponsoring this legislation. I appreciate that. You know, we have this Nabakiatik committee to ask all these questions. And I think that's the purpose of why Nabakiatik was established when the first 24-member council was established during it was the 21st. No, it was not 21st, but I think the 22nd, something like that. So, again, you know, I thought we debate here to why we should support this legislation or not support this legislation. And to me, I'm going to ask my colleagues here to support this legislation. The reason being is here, the acting AG, head of the law, I met her when I first got on the council during the 21st, I believe it was the 20th council. And she was just right out of law school. And I remember Dana Barboff bringing her to Budget and Finance, introducing Heather to us, to Budget and Finance. And she was a young lady. And she's a prime example of our young woman, a young woman coming back, getting her professional degree, and coming back to the Navajo Nation. And the term that we use, and she's a prime example. And we have a lot of colleagues in here too that came back to the Navajo Nation with their graduate degrees, and something that's, it's something I take to heart, to where I'm very proud of them. This is how I feel about Madam AG coming back to the Navajo Nation, being an attorney and becoming a acting AG and being appointed as an acting AG, and she's before us for confirmation. And sometimes, we look at here that when opinion comes from an attorney, it's coming from our codes that the council approve and sign into law by the president, executive branch. And sometimes we don't agree with their opinion, but their opinion is based on the codes that we have in place, the existing codes. Now, if we don't concur with their opinion, it's time to basically make new laws or amend our codes. So remember, Heather and I, we disagreed on certain legislations that went before the council and signed into law. But I respected her opinion, even though I disagree with it. But she based her opinion on the codes. And that's what attorneys have to do. But I agree with what my brother stated, Honorable Delegate Steve Marviso. Don't just say no to us. Find a way to get these things in place, to get these projects going. If we have to amend codes or make new laws, help us make that happen. So again, we have to work together as executive branch, as a legislative branch, and especially Department of Justice and attorneys. How do we help our people? Again, create new laws or amend laws to make things happen. So again, Madam AG, I congratulate you for being selected for the AG position, and I support this confirmation. You have my vote. So I would ask my colleague, Ms. Claw, works very well with the leadership. Yes, we'll definitely have our disagreement, but she's willing to work with the leadership to make things happen for our Navajo people. Again, thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson, and we will turn the floor over to Honorable Yanito with 2 minutes.
Thank you for the floor, Speaker. Question, are you going to help prosecute and resolve our Navajo Nation corruptions? That was my first question. My second question is on your decision approving on uranium transports. With your support on these dangerous fossil fuel contracts, in the future, are you planning on supporting these dangerous contracts without chapters support resolution and public education inputs? Because our communities wanted this uranium transport route to go around Las Vegas, and you guys didn't take that deal and then just went with a cheaper deal with $1.2 million settlement, where our chapters should have been dealing with these contracts in the first place. Same with our Gold King mine spill settlement and the water rights settlement. Those would be my question. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time, 58 seconds. Now go back to Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, for your questions, and I'll refer to Ms. Claw to respond to the questions. Thank you.
Delegate Arvizo, I remember when I was going to law school and we were learning about federal Indian law. And the professors were basically telling us federal Indian law is is created by bad law, meaning that, we fought and the decision comes up from the Supreme Court, which makes those decisions and laws. And they're bad, and majority of them were unfavorable to the Indian tribes here in America. I think there is still the determination to understand and make our ways and let our voices are heard. I'm a true believer that as long as we continue to remain steady and be the smart and intelligent roadmaps to that those things can be changed and done. Is it a hard road? It's going to be hard, and sometimes it feels like it's impossible. So I think even though that we're wanting to go ahead and go out there and challenge the federal government, we have to be smart about it. And we have to go ahead and engage not only with the Navajo Nation, but other tribal leaders too as well, and tribal attorney general's offices. Part of the example that I feel that I want to be able to reach out to understand where and what other tribes are doing, dealing with our ICWA situation. And right now, we're not pleased with how the Coconino County are handling our ICWA cases. So we met with the Arizona Attorney General's office to go ahead and discuss our concerns. I appreciate that they were very open to talk about the discussion and even asked us to go ahead and provide more cultural training to their attorney generals, our assistant attorney generals, and also to the child departments that do handle this. So we have put together, and we're putting together, a cultural understanding for Navajo. However, if Navajo is having issues with Coconino County, I'm sure there's other tribes that are having those same issues with ICWA. So we reached out to all of the attorney generals of the tribes of Arizona, and I was very pleased with the response that we got with them. We had a discussion of saying, hey, this is where we're at, this is how we're gonna go ahead and improve it. If you guys want to go ahead and combine to go ahead and do an approach, because the Arizona governor, or Arizona Attorney General's office was very open to that. Let's pull our resources together, let's go ahead and do a combine so that we can go ahead and have a more unified stance for our children. And it's important that we do, because our children that are in ICWA program, they're in state custody, So either their family situation failed them, we wanted to go ahead and make sure that they know that their tribe is not failing them. So I appreciate the positive response that I did receive from the tribes, the attorney generals, and from the tribes that met with us. We still have a plan to go ahead and move forward to provide them some of the cultural teaching training that we have, to see if it's something that they want to replicate, or see what we can do to approach that with the Attorney General's office. So those are some of the outside the box thinking that I really want to go ahead and provide and implement at the Department of Justice here on Navajo Nation. Same thing regarding the education. I think there is, if anything that we've learned from history, is that we're resilient, that we're intelligent, and that we can go ahead and move things forward. And I think that's the approach that I feel that we need to, even though that's not the easiest approach at times, because we're frustrated and we're angry. But we do need to step back. We do need to think about the approach that we're taking in order to accomplish these big, huge, and seemingly impossible tasks. So, to answer the question regarding that, I hope that we don't just stand by and take what's going on with DC, but we also need to have a reality of how we plan those things and how do we move forward. And it does take time. The question towards the chapters, I would leave that up to the leadership of how much money the chapters need. I mean, that's within the authority of the legislators to allocate the money to the chapters. We have a chapter unit consists of, I believe, 3 attorneys right now. I believe that the attorneys that work in the chapter unit are bombarded. Like you said, there's 110 chapters. And in the chapter unit, they pretty much act like their own small miniature Department of Justice because they handle all of those issues that come in with the chapter. I'm very proud of the Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Rod Begay, and how he leads that chapter. In fact, he was the one that founded the chapter unit to specifically be able to go ahead and address the chapter situations. And there's a variety of how you work on that. Understandably, the chapters could always reach out. I'm sure that there's frustration saying that we're not being responsive, but I can guarantee you that the major situations and some of the priorities that needs to be taken are issues that need to be taken in priority, they're being addressed. Even down to mediating personalities, you know? That's some of the situations that the chapter unit has done, is trying to mediate personalities, try to get people to work together. And that's not necessarily legal work, but we still step up to try to do that to assist the chapters. Mr. Danny Simpson, I definitely appreciate your support, and I remember that first day that I started with Department of Justice and we went to BNF. And one of the questions that one of the council delegates asked me was, and I think I shared this before, is how long are you gonna be here? Because he said that there was patterns of attorneys coming in, getting their license, and the Department of Justice or the Navajo Nation provides means for them to go ahead and study and get their license, and then they leave. Well, to tell you the truth, I was planning on coming here and being, just to understand the Navajo Nation government for 3 years. I thought that would be enough to go ahead and repay and do some work that the nation did pay for my law school degree. I apologize. But I'm so proud of my 20 years that I've had here to serve for the Navajo Nation. And I apologize for me getting emotional, but my relationship with the Navajo Nation and how well it's grown has meant the world to me. I didn't grow up on the reservation. I never had to deal with not having electricity. My father and my family were a good family. They provided for us and taught us to go ahead and get your education. But I was close to my family enough that we came here once or twice a month. So we were very close to my grandmothers and my aunts and uncles. I definitely considered Navajo Nation as my home. So coming back here to work for my Navajo people was only natural for me to go ahead and move forward and do. And like I said, not just myself, but there's many of the people who work for the Navajo Nation that have dedicated 15, 20, 35 years to working for their people and their government. And I appreciate that. And like I said, it wasn't my plan to be here, but I think it was my path to maintain here and continue to work here for my nation and for Navajo people. And like I said, I've loved every single minute of it, even through the frustrations, even through the confusions, even through the turmoil. It has made it worth it in my career to be here as long as I have and to do and add and do my little part to assist and help the nation become better. So any of the children that we addressed out there, is it hard, is it worth it? It's hard to go get your education and come back and work for your nation or your tribes, because it is worth it. It's difficult, it's heartbreaking, frustrating, but it has definitely been well worth it for me. So at this point, like I said, I definitely do appreciate the opportunities that I had to work here, and I definitely appreciate and look forward to continuing working and gauging that gaps of communication and working together with the Navajo Nation leadership. Like I said, I'm not the only one that has dedicated my life. There's definitely attorneys in the Department of Justice, there's people in the programs, there's leadership here that have dedicated their careers and professional careers to go ahead and work for the Navajo Nation. So I appreciate Delegate Simpson reminding me of my first committee meeting back at BNF when I was just fresh and new out of law school. So I appreciate that, thank you. Delegate Unito. I was told, you know, some people come up and also talk about, well, did you hear about this? Did you hear about that? What I want to go ahead and make sure is that we don't hold up the Navajo Nation's progress. If there's issues.
And just for a pause, Acting Attorney General, sorry to interrupt, but please, again, just reminding our audience and delegates and staff, if you could keep your conversations down. I know there's a lot of moving pieces, but just to have that respect for our presenter and our delegates here. Acting Attorney General, you may continue.
Thank you. I've been, you know, people have come up having tips that this, have you looked in this? Do you know this? The conversation that I had based on that was, I need to have some substantial, something substantial for me to go on. I need information so that I can go ahead and make a determination. If it's just hearsay, it's not good for us to go ahead and work on it. If you're in the court system, you have to provide the evidence in order for the judge to go ahead and make the decisions and the right decisions. It's not based on hearsay. They don't allow that in the courts. I need more information. But the dedication that I did and the promise that I did is, if these things are going through and I get wind of it, I will do the investigation and I will prosecute for it. And that's definitely what I'm determined to go ahead and do. Just like all of you guys have repeated, this funding or money that we have needs to be, we have a responsibility to make sure that it's accounted for and it's taken care of. So I hope that answers your question, that if things come up that need to be handled, I will handle them. The uranium, I take my direction from the Navajo Nation and their leadership. Currently, right now, there is a no uranium mining on the Navajo Nation. And that's the position that we are maintaining until it's changed. So it's not up to me to go in to support things. It's up to me to go ahead and understand where the nation wants to move forward with it, and I go ahead and move forward on that direction. A policy is set here at the legislative, and then of course in conjunctions with the Navajo Nation leadership. It was mentioned about the route. So the federal government, based on that, will do their the EIS, environmental EIS. Sometimes these acronyms just refer to, so they do the EIS, the environmental studies. They're the ones that decide which that route will go through, but we can have a say in if that's something we agree to or not agree to. And so we are more than welcome to go ahead and, let's say in this uranium transportation route that we have, if it's brought up to go ahead and in front of the federal government to go ahead and change it, the Navajo Nation can submit and lobby to say they want it changed. But the determination is going to be done by the federal government on that part. So yes, we can go ahead and continue to lobby and have say if we want to change an EIS, a route. And I believe that that was the question that was asked. I have something, can you provide, but I apologize, I don't think I completed it. So if there was something else, Delegate, you need to please let me know if I missed it.
I think I answered that question because it was the policy.
Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Riquinez, and also Acting Attorney General for your responses. And colleagues, I'm going to recognize new in queue. We do have Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have quite a few questions. First is, last night we had a very lengthy debate on Zenny Homes. What was your involvement in the change order that was made? Did you see any concerns with the Zenny deal? Number two, Title 17 has been an ongoing issue with no movement. I understand the appointments of the chief prosecutor and the deputy chief prosecutor was made whereby requirements were lowered to fill the position. Are you planning to keep those two appointments in place, or are you planning to change up? And how will you work to amend Title 17? Number three, preemption was an option with the uranium hauling. On February 13th, 2025, Nabik Iatske received a report where we were informed that yourself, along with Ethel Branch, Dan Moquin, Stephen Atsidi from EPA, and other DOJ attorneys, as well as the President's attorney, Bitab Becker, helped to negotiate the uranium hauling contract. Did you or any other attorney consider preemption to avoid uranium being hauled on our nation? Number four, a few weeks ago there was an issue with Law and Order Committee making an unsatisfactory vote for Joanne Jane and did not recommend her for confirmation of the Supreme Court Justice. At that time, we were informed that you met with President's office and a 2010 Supreme Court court case was cited. I want to know how involved you were in the decisions made by Boo to challenge Law and Order Committee's vote. I ask this because that Supreme Court decision was made in 2010, and the law was changed in 2013 with LOCJN-03 LOCJY-08-13. When we had a brief conversation about this at the Law and Order Committee last week, you mentioned that the LOCJY legislation didn't address the issues that were brought up in the Clark case. So that kind of made me wonder how involved you were and whether you were advising the President against the Law and Order Committee. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Next, we do have Honorable Shauna Ann Plough.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. And then thank you, Shana, Honorable Ricknez, for bringing this legislation back off the table. And then also good morning to Acting AG Heather Claw. The questions I have is in regards to a legislation that remains tabled here at the council floor, and it is a legislation that I propose to rescind the 750 buffer zone. So there was a request made through our Office of Legislative Counsel and on behalf of myself to have a review done of the 750 buffer zone, and I wanted to find out what the status of that was. In addition to that, I too have been asked by my community as to the role of the Department of Justice when it comes to the review of contracts. I know at the chapter level, our chapters are scrutinized when they're told to have the 3 quotes from their vendors and to exhaust all the procurement procedures. Yet yesterday we did hear about sole source, and then also for some of the discrepancies regarding the Procurement Act. So with that in mind, Madam AG, how do you plan on changing that? As you heard, our challenges and the obstacles that this Navajo Nation faces to move our ARPA funds forward. We do need a also quicker timeline. Our chapters also do not have access to the HiQ system, so how will that be remedied as well? So those are my questions for now, and I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Claw. You do have a time remaining of 3:23. Adoshin Eya, I'd like to go ahead and go back to the sponsor. Honorable Chair Nez, to you and your agent for responses.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and have Ms. Claw respond to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Yes, there was the discussion last night with Zinni Homes is definitely concerning. I think there's a lot of issues that we need to go ahead and look at and address on that. That I do feel that we do need to have those in an executive planning session in order for us to go ahead and understand the situation and to understand what our process and what we're going to be moving forward on that. There are some questions that we do have on there that we may need to go ahead and move forward in some legal action. So I'm going to leave my question as of that for right now. And you did ask me what was my dealings with the Zinni Homes procurement and contract. I didn't have too much dealings with that other than to go ahead and review the procurement to see a quick review of the original contract, which was not signed or moved forward. So to go within the IDIQ as well as within the work orders, I didn't have any dealings with that. We had the review people do it. So I didn't personally have anything to do with the work order for. Let's see, the Title 17, yes, that Title 17 does need to be amended. We were hoping to go ahead and make that a priority to get the amendments taken care of and done with the first year of back in 2023 when we took, the administration took seating on that. Of course, with such a huge change in an amendment that it is, we can understand that there's going to be a lot of questions, a lot of discussions on that matter. I think it's in a good place for us to go ahead and move forward to it. I appreciated the conversation that we had in LOC and expressed concerns of how to approach to move that forward. It was definitely taken note from you. And I'm hoping that we can go ahead and work with the Legislative Council to go ahead and move that forward. The question for the, I believe it was addressed to personnel that I have in place right now. I do support the personnel that we do have in place on that. I think we need to go ahead. The administration with the Office of the Prosecutor has been very helpful. The experience that the leadership does have with the Chief Prosecutor, he's been a prosecutor and prosecuting in the Navajo Nation for quite some time. I do rely on his advisement. I do rely on his suggestions, how he is running the Office of the Prosecutor. And he also takes my direction too as well. I feel like I have a great working relationship with him. So to answer your question, at this time, I haven't found enough or had any thoughts of changing personnel in that order or in that Office of the Prosecutor. The preemption. The preemption, as my understanding, as I picked up the uranium transport, was reviewed thoroughly, and there was a determination not to go ahead and go through with preemption. There was legal concerns on that, and I'd be more than happy to go ahead and discuss that in executive session of the reasons why that was not that approach was not determined to move forward with. Okay, so the discussion regarding the removal of the Chief Justice. There was court site, and no, I didn't have initial involvement when discussing about what approach the president was going to be taking. Legislative, as well as the president's office, they have their own attorneys on there. So those were within discussion that I wasn't a part of. However, it is my responsibility to also read those and to understand what analysis that they have taken on that. The 2010 Clark's case, What is a Supreme Court case that has not been changed. There was some clarification, as pointed out in the LOC in 2013. The question and approach that the president was taking is having the opportunity to go ahead and take the direction from the LOC to remove. He does have an opportunity to go ahead and review the process that was taking place and to go ahead and look through that to make sure that that was followed. And that's what he chose to go ahead and do. I think it didn't, when I say that it didn't overturn it, is that there was a question is if how long does the president have to go ahead and review and then make his announcement to remove. We do stand by that there was an illegal analysis, is that he doesn't have any authority to change the ruling. So if there was a decision to go ahead and remove the chief, or not to appoint the Chief Justice to a permanent position, that is what needs to be taken place. But the president can take some time to review the process to make sure that that was completed properly. Delegate Shauna Claw, the 75 buffer zone, we do have that in review, and my apologies, yes. I think we do have a draft on that. We just need to go back and review that too as well. Understanding that you did ask us quite some time ago, I will double check and see where we're at on that, and I will go ahead and make sure that we move forward on that. So thank you for bringing that up as a reminder. The role of Department of Justice within the contract review for chapters is different because the chapters can adopt their own procurement process and how they go through their review and how they go ahead and obtain, if it's a 3 quotes, or they adopt their own procurement process. I think this is a frustration that I feel that everybody has. Is it going to be able to go ahead and do the 3 quotes? Is there going to be able to do the sole source? We are working at the Department of Justice, is working with the Controller's Office at this time and the Budget and Finance Chair to go ahead and relook at those procurement processes. However, those processes may not affect the chapters because, like I said, it just depends if they're certified that they're able to go ahead and come up with their own procurement process. So the question is what are you going to do to go ahead and help find a solution for that? And that's what we're doing right now with the guidance of the controller, because the controller is the financial officer. So we are letting him take the lead on that, and we're supporting him the best that we can in order to go ahead and have them address the procurement amendments. High Q. I have to wholeheartedly agree that the high Q system may not have been the best selection that has and was put in place during the time before our administration. There was the cost of it, the contract of it was already entered, so we needed to go ahead and follow through. I'm finding that there is a huge cost to that. That was being paid for by the ARPA. So we need to find a solution because that's going to end next year. And so we've had that discussions internally, is what system or what approach do we need to go ahead and take? Because frankly, I don't think we can afford the HiQ system as it is right now. So we are in discussions on how and the best way to go ahead and approach it. And so I'll leave that at that point. Thank you.
Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Riquinez, and also your agent, Acting Attorney General. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to who's new in queue. We do have Honorable Lester Yazzie.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Honorable Nez, and then also your agent, Acting AG. I just have a couple comments, and I'd like to share the first one, which is regarding the Navajo Gallup water line. One of my communities that I serve on the south end of our nation, Navajo Nation here, near the Zuni boundary lines, we have a need for having that Gallup water line project to reach all the way to that part of our nation. We are already working on installing the infrastructure, the distribution system. We are working on construction of the water storage tanks, the PVC piping that needs to go to individual homes. So we are preparing for this, and we would like to continue for this funding. I guess my ask would be from the Attorney General's office to continue lobbying at the federal level on legislations in the Senate and the Congress to allow Navajo Gallup water project to continue. This is a critical for water. Right now, the completion timeline that was afforded to us was by 2026, 2027 timeline. That has been extended now to 2029. So we will continue to be patient, continue to work with our building in our distribution infrastructure for this water line from North San Juan to reach the far end of the southern part of our one of my legislative districts. Now, Kionege, I'm glad that Honorable Claw had mentioned this, that we do have an understanding regarding the 10-mile buffer zone over at Chaco Canyon. We have been having this discussion, and we've been having this on our agenda with the Eastern Navajo Land Commission. This is the part where the BLM is required to consult with neighboring tribes regarding land management. So what we wanted to say is, I know that we have to extend that courtesy to advise government to government, any other Indian nations, that we plan to either possibly construct infrastructure or roads. But one thing that I wanted to continue is that we need to continue to be involved in these government to government consultations. And we hope that the area in question in this buffer zone, I know, has significant cultural, spiritual, and historical importance for our Navajo Nation. So when we have to go and consult with other nations, I hope that this department does continue to advocate for the Navajo Nation. And again, Madam Acting AG, these aren't questions, these are just comments that I wanted to share if your confirmation should come through. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Yazi, for your statements. Again, he did state they are comments. And going next to Honorable Helena Nesbigay.
Oh, thank you, Shana, Delegate Rignes, for bringing this legislation back to the floor again. The confirmation of our attorney, Nana. So after talking and hearing some other attorneys after we tabled this, and just listening to them, and the attorneys that know you, that some of them might have went to school with you, some of them might have you worked on a case with them, and I have a good reports from them saying that they really do support you, and that you have the knowledge, the tools to really help your nation, like you say. So, Shay, I support your confirmation, and but I'm making a request for you to really look out for our Western Agency. Uranium mine is part of it. Some of it is in my delegate region. I don't own the Zini homes. Although yesterday I brought an antelope point too. So AD Dibinachigo, we really need to work together. Sometimes some things are bypassed the council delegates from the regions. So as a council delegates, we should be more informed of what's going on our region. Always be upfront with us and always invite us to your meetings and whatever that's dealt with within our delegate region, we should be informed at all times that way, and just like yesterday, everybody was talking about Zany Homes, that's one of the things I want to bring out. And then I do support your confirmation and, for you to really work and review these documentation that like what our chair of BF said, that chaired Parrish, to really, look out for things like that. That way we don't jeopardize the nation's funding. And that's, we need to really look out for that. And, it should have been caught before anything else, but, that's where we should really nail it to where, that's the reason why we confirm your positions in these areas. That's what my requisition is right now, and I want to thank you for bringing this back, and I support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Helena Nesbigay, again, reminder to our colleagues and visitors here in the gallery, lunch is being served. However, we will, if you do need some space to have lunch or gather with your relatives or anything of that sort, we do have conference rooms north of the council chambers. So if you want to use those rooms for lunch, that's also available. I know it's very hard to keep quiet when lunch is being served. And lunch is being served by and sponsored by NTUA this afternoon. And next, I'll go back to Honorable Ricky Ness.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, for your questions. I'll refer to Ms. Claw to respond to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the last, Mr. Lester Yazzie was more statements, but I do want to assure you that we do have some plans to continue to move forward in all of the three aspects that you mentioned on there. So we do have a plan for that. And Helena Nesbigay, I hear what you're saying. And I do appreciate, thank you for letting me know that my colleagues have said positive things about me. I think that to me is a huge compliment, and I want to continue to do my best to continue to have the confidence and just high approval of some of my colleagues too as well. So thank you for that. Can I introduce my little girl, I think, or should I do that at the end?
That's it.
Okay. Okay.
Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez. And colleagues, I don't see anyone else in queue. And I'll go back to reserved time here. I do have several reserved time for colleagues to do follow-up questions. I do have Honorable Jesus with 4 minutes and 35 seconds.
Good afternoon again, Madam Speaker and colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and also to our visitors in the gallery, Doinda, to our listeners on the call. And again, thank you, Kodo Shanai, Honorable Chair Nez, for bringing the legislation back here before this council, and also Acting AG Claw, thank you for being here this morning. Kodo, I want to ask a quick question. I know we've had this discussion, Madam AG. This is regarding the agriculture use, land use permits in Northern Agency. The Farm Board has come before Resources and Development Committee almost like about a year ago now with the illegal operations I think we all know about. And the Northern Farm Board, through their plan of operation, had the authority to pass a resolution to terminate 20-plus agricultural land use permits. And I did reach out to Regional Director with BIA, Regional Director Shirley. She did state that she can't just outright terminate those agricultural land use permits. She wanted to know what the Navajo Nation Department of Justice position was. But then, since then, there's been movement where the federal authorities got involved, and I just need to get updated information to see if your department, as Navajo Nation Department of Justice, has done anything in regards to those terminations, and just to get your next step of action items, because the farm boards, some returning and some are new, are still awaiting a response from Resources and Development Committee / Navajo Nation Department of Justice / BIA. So I'm continuously pushing this this item, and if you could just please give me an update if you have any, Madam AG. So I'd like to reserve the rest of my time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Honorable Chair Jesus. And going next to Honorable Simonson with 3 minutes and 2 seconds.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. Also, thank you, Ms. Klaw. Also, Ms. Delegate Ricknez, Honorable Ricknez. Thank you for bringing this legislation before us. As I feel like a broken record at this point, I'm 2.5 years into being a delegate here. And as you know, my communities have been asking the nation, because as you know, as we deal with federal governments, we have to deal with them as nation to nation, just not any Navajo citizen, nor maybe an NGO can go to Washington, D.C. and advocate on their own community, on behalf of their own community. In those federal offices and buildings, and even with BIA, they want a government-to-government conversation. There are 4 predecessors before me who have tried to push forward requesting for a significant permit revision from OSM Peabody and Peabody to properly look at reclamation processes with community involvement. And so what we've seen to date is OSM seems to favor Peabody's documentation. And so this is the reason that our communities really request for independent studies and independent studies to be completed. I have legislation that's been sitting probably for almost 1.5 years now, maybe 2. I don't know, 'cause I didn't have time to pick up the email, but it's been sitting there. I've also had these conversations with the president as well. And so what we need at this point, I'm calling on everyone. And as an attorney general, I would really like to take a look at the process, because if nothing gets done here, this is going to be the 5th delegate, and then each delegate serves 4 years, so that's 20 years of nothing being done. Certainly contracts are made on behalf of our communities without hesitation. But why is it that we're coming back and trying to ask for these things? And we, as a community, we could do it, and we are doing it. And if there was a legal pathway for us to advocate for ourselves as community people in DC, that would be wonderful. But we have to rely on the Navajo Nation government. So the Navajo Nation government needs to step up and do its job. And so I would like to take some time here in the near future for us to take a look at, some of the documents that have come before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Simonson, go back to Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable colleagues, for your questions, and I'll have Ms. Klaw respond to the questions.
Thank you. Chair Jesus, regarding the situation in the Northern Agency, that request has been also from my sponsor, Ms. Ricky Nez, and I did speak with him a little bit of maybe sitting down to go ahead and meet further on for guidance on it. You are correct, there is a federal actions that are taking place in that. And however, my specific questions to the federal agency is what involvement, if any, is still on regarding the farms that are located up there. I do have a meeting through our outside contract, our consultant with them to go ahead and provide some information that is being set, because you're right, it should be, if they're not needing, if those farms are no longer needed in any type of investigation, we should come to a final conclusion on that. So yes, I do understand that, and we are moving forward to take care of and looking at that. So thank you. The second question was, oh no, I apologize. That was two sections of that same question. Delegate Simonson, I definitely will go ahead and sit down and put a meeting to understand the situation, the issue that you're bringing forward on that. So I will go ahead and reach out to go ahead and sit down on a meeting with you so I have a better understanding of how to address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez, and that does complete the agent's responses. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to Honorable Chair Crotty with 4 minutes.
Appreciate it. I didn't hear, Shade, how you notified Navajo Nation Council as the governing body of the Navajo Nation before the legal team made those decisions and signed that contract. I'm very concerned in terms of your approach with leadership. We saw this with the water rights, and I think we continue to have some discussions on what's being lobbied on behalf of the Navajo Nation in Washington, D.C. With water rights, and those are attorneys or lobbyists that are funded through your office. In addition, we've talked a lot about energy. Since 2012, the Department of Justice with the Office of Legislative Counsel there's a resolution to develop a plan of operation for the Energy Office. I'm ready to submit a condition of appropriation in terms of how to get that completed by Legislative Counsel and Department of Justice. My next question would be then, how have you envisioned that timeline? I haven't received a response how either entity is going to work together for that plan of operation. In terms of the Title 17 amendments, I'm also concerned that you're not fully briefed. I actually have a copy of specific Title 17 amendments that I submitted for a request for legislation. And so I would want to know how you work with the Office of the Prosecutor, because when our federal partners came on in May, when President signed this executive order, they had stated that you told them that the Tribal Community Response Plan was finalized, which is not true and not the case. And we were applying for federal grant money, and now we were overstepped, and other tribes will receive that grant money because of your statement and Chief of Staff's statement. So in terms of the work we're doing with missing and murdered Diné relatives, we haven't had a conversation. As chair of the task force and the multiple things we're doing, I'm concerned in terms of that communication and collaboration. I'll wait for a response, and I'll hold on to my time.
Reserve time of 1:26. Chair Crotty. And going next to reserve time, Honorable Slater with 1 minute and 28 seconds.
I'll reserve my time, and if people want to bid on my time, I'm here.
Reserve time of 1:25. Honorable Slater. And yeah, we will go next to next reserve time, Honorable Begay with 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Aro staff do ara gallery na so tani do baseball on in klingi kui. Question I'd like to do is the AG in India, we need to put you on a ballot. Let the people vote you in, because it doesn't make sense us confirming you. Or Hollywood na halakina nacha lawyers that are clinicky get attorney da hote. You guys are not doing us any good. Then what President Baka nacha ajwa de ya. A quadire elected official with the Chief Justice though elected ya bigan hadlen. So we need to start working on stuff like this, yeah. The AG needs to be elected by the people. That way, in 4 years, you get out there and talk with the people. You understand what the people need, how they need this government to change. Out of the three-branch government, Nengi was done in '89. We haven't changed the law yet. It's not even a law. But yet, three-branch government, it's not our law. So how are you going to work on some of these branches, like three-branch government? Do we change it? How do we change our government? We need to have our own Navajo Nation law. No. For instance, I'm going red on this one here. Because you got 4 clans. There's a lot of family out there you mistreated already. It hurts the people, the family, what you did. Chief.
Time. Thank you, Honorable Begay, for your statements. And colleagues, I'm going to go over to Honorable Parrish with 3 minutes and 55 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and again, thank you, Delegate Ricknez, for presenting this legislation. Attorney General, the last Attorney General that was before the Council was voted out by the Council, not by the Speaker. So I do concur with my Chairwoman Amber Knesba-Crotty's statements regarding the communication with the Council. No one on the Council was notified by the Department of Justice regarding any movement or strategies. Right now, you are not confirmed. There's no one elected in that office to say this is the direction we're going to go. And there was no accountability. There's nowhere that the Department of Justice is coming back to the Council saying there's something wrong. And I too question your relationships with leadership. I too don't see that in your tenure as the Deputy Attorney General. I don't see that. In fact, what I've witnessed in the Budget and Finance Committee is that you challenge the controller, on a lot of these issues, but the controller reports back to the Council what he needs to. I have never heard from you, Ms. Claw, what we can improve on regarding our laws, regarding contracts, and I too question your vision for leadership. Did you ever report to the Office of the President and Vice President or the Law and Order Committee how the Department of Justice was to absorb your FRF employees? I need to know that background of your plans and vision for the Department of Justice, because that created a great impact to this year's budget. I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserved time of 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And going back to Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I'll refer these questions to Ms. Claw to respond.
The question regarding the water rights, I think right now, definitely, I want to make is I do agree. We have been having meetings, and the leadership meetings need to go ahead. Negotiating teams do need to have more information. I know we have been reporting, but not necessarily hearing from the negotiating teams on the Sundays. So I'll double check, have a double effort to go ahead and hear what the council has been stating on that, at least within the negotiating team process. The water rights is a bit tricky at this point. We do currently have the settlement that does remain a top priority for the Department of Justice. The other rights settlements are also still pending in Congress. But we need to go ahead, if we've been provided the direction, is that we need to go ahead and negotiate on the post-2026 Colorado operations. This has been difficult because we're working with 7 other states and their priorities. The Navajo Nation, I believe, I know we have been providing solutions to the states to go ahead and move forward. They haven't bought into that in order to go ahead and go into the consensus letter that is being required by us. We are continuing to move forward. I have expressed concerns that we do need to be there continuously. That resolution was passed 22-0 by this body in support. We need to maintain that unity on that. I have had several discussions of, hey, we need to make sure that the president and the speaker and our negotiating teams are all on the same page. I will definitely double up my efforts to make sure that that is being and taking place on that with the water rights, because this definitely is important. It's thousands of Navajo Nation citizens on the Arizona side to go ahead and settle their water security on that. So I appreciate that comment and understanding how the feelings are on that. And like I said, I will definitely double my efforts on that. The energy plan of operations. I understand that has been floating around. I'm sorry that you feel like it has to be done in a directive or a COA, but once Chief Legislative Counsel Espino and I have had conversations of where and how to move this forward on that. So I will definitely continue to collaborate with the Office of Legislative Counsel in order for us to go ahead and move that operations. And you're right, it's definitely long overdue on that. And as to the Title 17, I will admit that I probably need to have the chief prosecutor go line by line and line on that with me. I have left the deference to the Office of the Prosecutor because they understand the criminal aspects of things and what needs to be done and taken care of, along with the public defender, along with all the other agencies that are involved with this. They do know, in my opinion, better about the subject matter, but that's no excuse. I will definitely need to go ahead and make sure that he goes over there by line by line. The comment regarding that plan was finalized, I don't have recollection of that, but I will go back and double check on that to see. I'm not denying that. I don't have the recollection, and I will go back and double check on that. If I did misquote something, then definitely it is at my fault, and I need to figure out how to correct that matter. Delegate Norman Begay, I'm sorry that you feel that you don't have confidence in me, and I will definitely work hard to go ahead and achieve that with you. The decision to go ahead and have the Attorney General as an elected body is truly up to the legislative as well as the people to go ahead and vote on it. And I'm okay with either way that you guys are wanting to go on it. Definitely understands the pros on that, and could be some cons, but in my term as an Attorney General, like at this point, I'm leaving that up to the direction of what the legislative body and the people would like on the a possible elected position for the Attorney General. Thank you. Oh, and Chair Parrish? I agree with you. I agree. I did reach out to Speaker regarding that, and maybe, and you're right. If I'm saying I need to have the communication directly with the leadership regarding the situation, I will definitely look to rectify that on that matter. If I'm letting the heads of the branch know, I will definitely continue to push to say, hey, when can we go ahead and meet with the council as a whole body so that we can go ahead and have that discussion. I appreciate the comment on that, and I'll work harder to go ahead and continue to have that communication with the council as a whole. The question regarding the FRF employees. You're right. I think there was some sort of assumptions on that because all the people that were funded by the FRF. With discussion with internally with the employees, they were allocated that money in the previous administration. But we do need to have an understanding of how that was going to affect the current budget on that. And you're right, it was a large sum. I believe it was like over about $1.2 million. When we were moving the funding from the FRSF to, I'm trying to remember clearly, but I think it was like 10 positions. 2 of them were 100% funded by the FRF, and then the other 8 were partially funded in some percentage of it. And that would need to have been moved over to general funds. They all have, I guess, warm bodies in there, so they are all filled. So the conversation regarding the budget situation of how that's going to be taken care of definitely need to be had because that was a huge impact on it. Thank you.
Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Riquinez, and thank you for those responses. And going back to who's in queue, reserve time, I do have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 2 minutes and 6 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Acting AG, if you are not confirmed today, it's my understanding that you will remain our Acting AG, considering that you are confirmed as a Deputy AG. So my question is, what commitment can you provide us now to ensure the important questions and comments shared with you today remain imperative to your work and your expectations should you not be confirmed? Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
And reserve time of 1:42. Then going next to Honorable Arvizo with 44 seconds.
Madam Speaker, earlier I forgot to thank Delegate Nez for bringing this legislation. Thank you, sir, for bringing this legislation, and I'm ready to vote if you guys are, so I'll let the rest of the time go.
Thank you. Honorable Arvizo waives the rest of his time. Going back to Honorable Unito with 58 seconds.
Thank you for the floor again, Chair. I want to ask you, AJ, on the use of Navajo government funds to campaign. What is your opinion, and did you ever inform the President about the possibility of misuse of funds on promotional materials, signs, etc.? These self-serving does not promote the office of the President and Vice President. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 32 seconds. And go back to Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, for your questions. I'll refer these questions to Ms. Claw to respond.
Thank you. The question of Dr. Andy Nez. That is a good question. You know, I think there's a situation where I feel that if the council doesn't have the confidence in me to be Attorney General, then that's hard because I'll be still serving in the same capacity. If there isn't the confidence for me to be Attorney General, how will my position as remaining as acting Attorney General work in that situation? Because it's shown that there is no confidence. And in order for us to go ahead and have the client, an attorney, what's most important is that the client has confidence in you. And would I be holding back somebody else that could go ahead and contain the confidence of the council? So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and reserve that question because that will take some thought on my part too as well. But I do appreciate that question. Thank you. Delegate Yanito, I think there's a lot of political question in that. That is not necessarily to the extent of legal at this point. If there has been some promotions used, we'd have to take a look at what would the result of that be. Is it part of the programs helping out to go ahead and give out the information to the public or to provide information at fairs? So I would have to definitely take a little more specific examine what that money was actually used for. So I'll leave that as that question. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Riquinez. And going back to new and queue, we do have Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this legislation. I wanted to ask Ms. Claw, as the Navajo Nation continues to confront ongoing uranium risk, can the current agreement with Energy Fuels be amended to require stronger safeguards, such as instead of simply using tarps to cover uranium debris during transport, can we mandate that debris be fully enclosed in sealed containers? Also, can we require Energy Fuels to visibly paint large radioactive hazard insignias on all uranium transport trucks? What legal options exist to enforce these public safety measures, and will you commit to pursuing them? My next topic would be, I submitted a formal letter to your office regarding urgent issues affecting our senior centers, including food shortages, grounded vehicles, and staff retaliation fears, and I have not received a response. Can you explain why your office has not responded and how you plan to ensure timely follow-up with council delegates when council delegates raise serious legal or operational concerns that directly affect our elders' safety? Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3 minutes and 26 seconds, Honorable Yazzie. And going next to reserve time, we do have Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton with 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Just very quickly, brother, I didn't even thank you for assisting Ms. Claw with this legislation. So thank you for doing that and moving her through the confirmation process. Ms. Claw, for as long as I've known you, I think I met you when I was going through PLSI and you had just graduated from law school. I remember we met, I think, at the UNM library. You were getting ready to study for the bar. That was the first time that we had got to meet each other. And I think that you're a nice person. I think you're great. But in terms of the communication, there really hasn't been very much communication between yourself and the Law and Order Committee. And I'll use one example. You know, the Law and Order Committee asked for a report on all the attorneys that have been contracted. And we have yet to receive that report, but during the budget process, you did state that you're ready to give that report because we had to do a conditions of appropriations on that. Right now, we don't know what the Navajo Nation is paying these contract attorneys and what they're employed to do. And that's a concern for us because during the budget process, we do give money for Department of Justice to hire contract attorneys. And yesterday, on the record, I did ask Chris Beecher about his former law firm who received millions of dollars, and I asked what exactly are they doing. He never answered that question. We know that David Jordan was employed by Boo Nygren when there was a huge conflict because David Jordan has cases against the Navajo Nation. And per the definition, President is the Navajo Nation, Council is the Navajo Nation, and we have yet to receive any information about it. And I do want to state that, you know, I too have witnessed your biased opinions. I feel like you're helping the President's office more than you're helping the Navajo people. So when it comes to challenges made by Boo's office against Council, you're like right on board. You know, you're there, you know, you're providing advice, but when it comes to providing advice on legislations that are going through the process, we don't hear from Department of Justice. So I'm just a little bit concerned about that.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. I'll turn the floor back over to Honorable Ricky Ness.
Thank you, colleagues, for your questions. I'll refer to Ms. Claw to respond.
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie, for the question. The agreement that we do have with the uranium transportation is an agreement. If the Energy Fuels would like to go ahead and do some amendments, we can go ahead and reach out to see. But because it's a contract between two people, they would have to go ahead and agree. I don't see anything wrong with bringing up specific questions on if there's some changes that we would like to go ahead and propose on those matters. One thing that I would like to caution is I don't want a full quote unquote renegotiation. Because that way it'll open up too many doors, and I don't want us to go ahead and break down our current agreement that we do have. But to your question, there's always always cause for us to go ahead and to bring them up and say, hey, these are some of the things that we would like to reconsider, and see if they're willing to go ahead and consider those requests. The letter, the formal letter that you wrote as urgent, I'm going to go ahead and look through my emails to see if I can find that. I think the best thing that also helps out is if you guys CC my assistant, and I can go ahead and make sure that I have that information given to you, because they also help me keep track of my emails as well on that. But I will go back today to double check. Or if you don't mind, maybe just re-forwarding the email that you had so that I can have that on top of my email. Delegate, or excuse me, Chair Charles Newton. I would have to agree with you that there needs to be more communication between myself and the Law and Order Committee. We do have those outstanding COAs that we need to go ahead and complete because they were not completed. We are working on that. As soon as I think the third one that we're working on is to making sure that we can have the plan of operations. We're still doing a little bit of underlying overstrike on that. And then that's when I was going to go, as we talked before, reach out to you to see when we can start doing that presentation to the Law and Order Committee. So you have that commitment that we do need to address those COAs because they are long overdue. The bias in my opinions, I haven't, in my current acting attorney general positions, if we're talking about any type of attorney general's opinions, I haven't had anything that I had issued to make a decision on that. I feel like my approach is I'm still peeling away at the legislative to say, hey, you guys can trust me. Let's work together on this. If you guys could be a little bit more open to having me here at maybe even some of your leadership meetings so that I have a better understanding of what the sense of what you guys are thinking and what you guys are accomplishing. Because the Department of Justice is the attorney for the Navajo Nation government. And I'm working and hopefully hard, but continuing to work to break down that wall so that the council does see the Department of Justice as the attorney for the Navajo Nation government. So I would ask in return is for you to be open to that communication with me. Through the Legislative Council, as well as through the Speaker's Office, as through this body here as well. That is my determination and that is my goal. So I'd ask if I could go ahead and ask the same thing from you guys too. Just be open to my discussions with you. I would appreciate that too as well. Thank you.
Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez and your agent. And next, colleagues, point of privilege raised by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I was trying to get my point of my committee rules out, and I think its point of privilege is under Section 16. Yes. Okay. Whew. Memory serves me. Good. So, just in terms of the statement that was made, I just want to ask Speaker, just for clarification based on the statement that was made about having that open communication. Is the Attorney General welcome to sit through our committee meetings, which would include Law and Order Committee, Nabikiatsket Committee, Resources and Development Committee, Budget and Finance Committee, Health Education Human Services Committee, number one. And then number two, I think right behind you, and I can't see, I think there's a nameplate, and I'm not sure what that nameplate states. So I just make that point of privilege because there is a nameplate designated for the Department of Justice, just as there's a nameplate designated for President, Vice President, and then guests over here. So I just want to ask if there's anything in the rules that say that Department of Justice or the Attorney General or Acting Attorney General is not allowed to attend public committee hearings or committee meetings. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, to your point of privilege. Yes, there is open of communication with the Department of Justice, including the Attorney General and the attorneys. So each of our standing committees or subcommittees, the invitation and calendar invites always is forwarded to all of our departments, programs, including DOJ. And there's also a seat for them here in the council chamber. Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. And going back to reserve time, we do have Honorable Shauna Ann Tlaw with 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
Thank you again. So one of the questions I did speak about is in regards to the 750 buffer zone. So thank you for answering that question, Madam AG. I do have another issue within my community, which is the Canyon de Chelly moratorium. We do have the 1,000-foot buffer zone as well as the moratorium itself. It has hindered many families from receiving ARPA housing as well as the infrastructure, so I will be needing assistance with that. In addition to that, as I mentioned, we do have ARPA projects that are going to be moving forward pretty swiftly here with the timeline almost expiring. So one of the questions I do have is that how will your priority be for this upcoming year? What are your priorities? If you could just generalize and share that with us, I'd appreciate it. And then in addition to that, I think that from my experience working with you with the RDC, you have shown that you have given us the laws, and then also you have told us how you've made your decision. So I do appreciate that. But I think that my colleagues in other committees, they are asking for that same type of assistance. And so one of the questions I do have is in regards to your staff how do you plan to expand those services, especially in the communication? So if you could go ahead and answer that, and I will reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:57, Honorable Claw. And going back to Honorable Slater with 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you, Shanola, Delegate Rick Nez, for bringing this legislation before the committee, and thank you, Acting Attorney General Claw, for presenting yourself to the council. I think at this time, you're aware of the conditions for my affirmative support for your confirmation, and those have not been met. I think you're a good person, you're a good lawyer, but ultimately at the end of the day, we can have good lawyers on both sides of the same issue, and it comes down to what we believe the vision and values are that need to be enacted on behalf of our people. It's not enough to be smart, it's not enough to be able to protect the nation's interests. It's about creating a positive vision for the future of the nation and protecting the interests of the people. And I think that too much of this government is about supporting and insulating and protecting a bureaucracy that is unaccountable and does not support the best interests of the people, and ends up creating ways to limit movement. And the U.S. government is set up to not do things. That was specifically designed that way. And in that sense, we have emulated it too much. So if you are confirmed, I wish you well, and I think you'll be able to discharge the duties in a good way, but not with the vision that I think is important for the future of the Navajo Nation. But I'm willing to be surprised, and I hope that I am.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. And going next to Honorable Brenda Jesus with 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
Madam Speaker. So the question here to Ms. Claw is number one, we are still awaiting some dates and times to start that discussion in regards to nature and peoples first. I know that the company has come before Resources and Development Committee, but we needed to thoroughly talk this out from a legal perspective and some of the concerns, because I believe they are in queue for FERC. And again, we just need to schedule that date. So if you can work with Erica to get that at least 2 dates and the time, even via Zoom would be great. So we're still waiting for that task, which is still outstanding for Resources and Development Committee. The next one is, as Attorney General, legal review for sufficiency within Navajo Nation Department of Justice needs an improvement, especially when we talk about accountability and reporting. So my question is, how is it a contract was deemed legally sufficient when proper due process review was not adhered to? Has DOJ renegotiated having Minerals Department at the table as agreed upon? I believe you know what I'm talking about, because we did sit down and talk about this, Madam AG. And again, and that's my biggest concern still, because we have to give fairness across the board to every company that comes to the table. And we also have to remember our Navajo Nation enterprises as well. So with that, those are my 2 questions, and reserve the rest of my time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Reserve time of 49 seconds. Honorable Riquinez, we'll turn the floor back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and colleagues here for your questions. I'll refer time back to Ms. Claw to respond.
Thank you for the questions. Delegate Claw, regarding the ARPA projects and what are my priorities, definitely the priorities is also the council's priorities is the water rights. You guys spoke loud and clear to get that through with your unanimous vote. And so that is definitely the top of my priority. I want to be able to go ahead and get some legislations through, which would be the Title 17, working closer to see if we can pass the LGA amendments, as well as the FMIS our FMS amendments for the chapters too as well. Those would also help out with the procurement question that you've asked, Delegate Claw. Along with providing, obviously, is having enough resources in order to go ahead and accomplish all of these long list of things that are absolutely very important. Currently, we are at 75% of employment, which I think is great. When we first started off here and back in 2023, we were under 50%. I think the attorneys that come to work for the Department of Justice in order to go ahead and be the attorneys for the nation, they're intrigued. They're excited. They want to have some of the legal matters that we handle, they're not going to get outside of this. So these are exciting things, and that's what brings them over towards us. What I need to go ahead is to continue to go ahead and encourage them to go ahead and move forward to be able to work on these projects. You know, we do like the same thing that is across the nation. Is the housing is the situation, the offices are the situation, and childcare. Those are things that we lack here on the nation. However, the attorneys that have dedicated and moved here, as well as associate themselves to work for the Department of Justice on a hybrid type of a situation, is where we've been looking at to go ahead and entice them here on our project. So to continue to go ahead and have full staff is something definitely still in my priority, but also to go ahead and monitor some of these high profile cases that we want to go ahead and pursue. And hearing from you guys, I have a lot of work to do in order to maintain that confidence and that communication with the legislative council delegates. I hope individually, when I had opportunities to sit down and talk to you guys and to work on some of these issues, that you have seen that dedication that I want to go ahead and do to improve, to work with you guys and help you guys understand the situation and help find solutions to that. And I hope that I was able to go ahead and communicate that with you. But as a whole, I hear that you guys want to have more of that communication, and that's what I will continue to do. Chair Jesus, you're right. I know I've reached out to you a couple of times asking when we're going to go ahead and reschedule that meeting. I definitely think it's important that the Department of Justice is involved with that, but even more important is the water issue on that. So I think the important player right now is the Water Development Department in order to go ahead and get us some advice on that part with this particular situation. Yes, how do we communicate with legislation that goes through? I believe that, actually, no, I know that Chief Legislative Counsel Espino, I definitely appreciated her communication and her reaching out for us to have some more of open discussions regarding legislations, or having us figure this out, to go ahead and have more of a collaborative efforts to figure out how to get to the point with what the leadership wants. That is something that I definitely appreciate from her for the office, because that hasn't always been there. It's always been more competing. And I wanted to go ahead and make sure that we do have a certain collaboration on some levels between the main legal departments, such as the Department of Justice, Legislative Council, as well as the President's Office and the Judicial, in order for us to kind of think through everything that needs to be moved forward for the betterment of the Navajo Nation and the government. And the response, or the comment from Vice Chair Slater, absolutely. Some of these procedures, some of the laws that are in place we do over law. I don't know if that's even a word. We do over-regulate, and we put in places of laws that maybe we don't need to replicate states or federal government. And I'm definitely willing to work with the Legislative Council in order for us to go ahead and assist in how we're going to go ahead and make it efficient for us, but also be able to be responsible for the resources that we do have. And it's going to take a lot of work, and I'm willing to go ahead and assist with that work on that. I can't make a promise that that's going to be completed all within the year and a half that we have, but I can definitely give you my commitment that I'll continue to move forward in that purpose in the direction of what the council is. And I do appreciate the open and honesty of the support or the lack of support. But even then, if I don't have your support, I'm still going to be determined to go ahead and gain that relationship with you. And I hope that you'd be open to have that relationship with me too as well. So thank you.
Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez, and your agent for answering those questions. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to reserve time. We do have up next Honorable Simonson with 3 minutes and 2 seconds. All right, Sasha just corrected here. There is no time. And then going next to Honorable Chair Amber Kizbah-Crotty with 1 minute and 26 seconds.
Speaker, I want to make a motion to refer this legislation back to Nabagiatiat. We have an ongoing investigation with FRF funding. I just want to make sure we have all of the facts before we make our final vote. That'll be my motion, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1 minute and 11 seconds. Thank you, Honorable Karate. If you could specify a timeline.
That's a great question. Actually, I would have to defer to Legislative Council. They're planning out all of these investigations and hearings. So what's the timeline? Thank you.
Thank you again. Honorable Crotty, if you could concur with that language on the board here, Office of Legal Counsel, Office of Legislative Services has wrote that on the board here, motion to refer legislation 0047-25 back to the Nabageotic Committee pending completion of the investigation concerning ARPA/FRF funding. Honorable Crotty?
That's good. You got.
There is a second by Honorable Norman Begay. And colleagues, referral motion to the committee, Rule 20. Once that it does have a motion and a second, it is not debatable. So we will go to the board for a vote for 2 minutes. A majority vote by delegates of the council casting a vote shall cease, will cause the motion to refer to the committee to carry. So staff, if we could put 2 minutes on the board. Time has expired. Colleagues, Honorable Parrish, how do you vote? Votes green. Colleagues, we do have a vote of 9 in favor, 12 opposed with speaker not voting. So motion to referral fails, and we'll go back to the main motion. Honorable Crotty with reserved time of 1 minute and 11 seconds.
I'd like to get an update on the Arizona Mutual Aid that has expired since March and is critical to emergency management and is stuck at the Department of Justice. Sounds like there needs to be a waiver, but the last 2 agreements did not need a waiver of sovereignty. And I will reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserved time of 51 seconds. Honorable Parrish with 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. To our Acting Attorney General, I have one more question. How will you address wrongdoings in the Department of Justice? How do you currently handle misinformation? How do you currently handle maybe a decision that was made in the past under previous Attorney General's leadership that have caused the nation strife? How do you address that? And Speaker, with the rest of my time, I'm going to yield it to Chairman Vince James.
And that is time of 1 minute and 39 seconds yield to Honorable James. Do you accept?
Yes, I do accept.
Okay. We will put 1 minute and 39 seconds on the clock.
Thank you again for the time, Chairwoman Parrish. IDSA is an architect firm and not a general contractor. And so at this point, your involvement with the Zinni home, there was 160 application that was indicated on the contract, which would be 3-bedroom units for 160 homes throughout the Navajo Nation. They will receive 50% down payment for 160 homes, not 80 homes, not 18 homes. Will receive 15% of completion of installment of 160 homes, not 80 homes, not 18 homes. They will receive 25% delivery of the 160 homes. They will receive the other 10% after the final inspection, again for the 160 homes, not 80 homes, not 18 homes. And so with that, where do you stand with the response that we received from Division Director Yazzie, Candace Yazzie, on making change to this contract without your knowledge, without your input as the acting Attorney General? Where do you stand on the way you were not involved in this modification of this contract? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James, and that does complete the time. I'm going to go next to Honorable Dr. Inez with 1 minute and 42 seconds.
I reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve time of 1:41. Now go back to Honorable Inez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, as well as my colleagues. I'll refer the time back over to Ms. Claw to respond.
Thank you. Delegate Crotty, regarding the update on the mutual aid on there, it is, Department of Justice reviewed that. The Attorney General from the Arizona has chosen to take a stand that they're not going to go ahead and negotiate regarding the Arbitration Act on there, which it goes along with the Navajo Nation's arbitration, that they would request a full waiver. So currently right now, that is in the department's position to go ahead and provide a sponsor to bring forth to the legislative council, or through the council, to go ahead and see if they're going to go ahead and vote on the waiver or not. That's the update where that mutual aid is right now. Chair Parrish, how will you address wrongdoing? I think I definitely would, you have to take it case by case to see what the situation is. As a whole, like I said, when things are brought up to my attention, I ask more information. Where's the information? Where did you hear this? Is there anything to support that? Once we go ahead and see that there's some things that we need to move forward, because there has been things that have been told to me but actually have been substantiated, and we have moved on to investigations regarding those things. So I am determined to go ahead and take serious any wrongdoing situations and move forward. I know one council delegate asked me about it, and I told him, I said, well, if there is an indication that there is wrongdoing, I will do an investigation, and the investigation warranted, we'll go ahead and pursue legal pursuits of that. So I do tend to go ahead and address those once we take them case by case to see how they what they become of. Vince James, with the question regarding the contracts of the IDSA, the main contract gives the authority of the project manager and the division director that has the expertise on looking and reviewing those contracts. It doesn't necessarily have to come back to the Department of Justice in order to go ahead and make decisions on that. We rely on the technical knowledge of those who are charged to go ahead and make those decisions on that. In this particular case, I do have confidence in the division director that made that decision. Following through with what and how the progress or non-progress of that contract was, and making the decision that she did. Now what we need to go ahead and do is of course, is make sure that we're protecting the resources that was given to any company that contracts with the Navajo Nation. And I think that was it.
Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Riquinez and also Acting Attorney General. And we will go back to, only have a few reserved times here. Honorable Yanito with 32 seconds.
Thank you for the floor again, Speaker. I have a question. You know, if there was a legislation banning fossil fuel on the Navajo Nation, replacing with the safe green economic development, would you support this legislation? I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 12 seconds. Next, Honorable Claw with 1 minute and 57 seconds.
Thank you, Shadeja. So I do have a question. There was a press release that went out to the public regarding the legislative branch that was issuing a special prosecutor request. So based on what Attorney General stated here, I just want to make sure that we understand the process. So, Madam AG, what is the status of an application for a special prosecutor? And was that submitted through your office or with a special unit of the Window Rock District Courts? And if so, would the special unit appoint a special prosecutor within a 10-day time frame? And is that the process set forth according to the Navajo Nation laws? And I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1 minute and 6 seconds. And next we do have Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie with 3 minutes and 26 seconds.
Thank you again for your response, Ms. Claw. I agree that we do need to be strategic and avoid unnecessary reopening of contracts. I'm in agreement with you on that. However, when it comes to uranium debris, the uranium debris transport, our communities have told us that they deserve the strongest possible safeguards. Would your office be willing to pursue a supplemental agreement of some sort, a memo of understanding or compliance directive that's specifically for full enclosure of uranium debris and high visibility radioactive warning signage on all transport trucks? If not an amendment, can we use regulatory enforcement or coordination with federal partners like EPA or NRC to make this happen? And as I was looking through my email, it looks like I have 2 emails for you, so I think that might be a mistake on my end on where the senior center letter went to. So I'm going back to review that, and I'll go ahead and send a follow-up email to you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:11. Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley and my colleagues here today. I'll refer time back over to Ms. Claw to respond to the questions.
Yes, thank you. Delegate Unito, the legislation responsibility is within the legislative body. Having the leadership decide what direction or what laws to put in place is something that we would definitely and should do, is support that. We can go ahead and provide the pros and cons to the legislator who wants to propose them and help to do problem solving to achieve what that legislator would like to move forward. It's Department of Justice's position and job is to go ahead and provide all of the, if there's any legal obstacles that look into place, what are, not only with the Navajo Nation, if there's possible laws, if there's possible case law. So the responsibility and the authority actually is to the legislators of what laws they want to go ahead and put forth. And as the programs, whoever it affects, and the Department of Justice is to help that legislation to become the best law that it can. If once something is put into place and it needs to go ahead and be tweaked, or we understand that maybe there's more clarity that needs to be taken, then that's when the amendments would happen with those laws on there. Delegate Claw, the question regarding the special prosecutor, there hasn't been any application that has gone through to the Department of Justice for a special prosecutor at the time. There is certain, once you apply for a special prosecutor, you need to provide to the special division of the reasons why a special prosecutor needs to take place. Like, is there any types of conflicts of interest? Is there something that is involved with either the Department of Justice that it needs to be issued to a special prosecutor? The special division would go ahead and hold a hearing and listen to the arguments of why and what a special prosecutor does need to be appointed. And then they would go ahead and come to determination if all of the elements were met, and then they would either deny a special prosecutor or go ahead and assign a special prosecutor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez, for those responses, and Acting AG. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to reserve time. Honorable Jesus with 49 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, AG, for your responses. The last question I have is, as Attorney General, we are in the right, or you are in the right to enforce laws, but I disagree with the operating agreement being drafted by Navajo Nation Department of Justice for Shanto chapter for Shanto Hotel, clearly demonstrating DOJ breaches adherence to laws. In this case, the business site leasing regulation that has been granted to Navajo Nation DED by BIA is not in compliant. To date, we'd like to see what is in the context and the agreement of the terms and conditions, and how can you rectify this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jesus. Going back to Honorable Chair Crotty with 51 seconds.
Thank you. I want to, as I end and move forward with the final vote, for the state of New Mexico, we've been able to get a missing persons unit in their Department of Justice. I'd like to work with DOJ and your team on how the Department of Justice can, working with the Office of the Prosecutor, anchor and create a way forward for how we address major crimes in the future, with tribal consultations with U.S. Attorney's Office, with FBI directors, when we're talking about our statute of limitations and the challenges, and how we can support the future migration of other expenses, which include your victim advocates. I didn't hear anything about that team there, and
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. And next we do have Honorable Dr. Endinez with 1 minute and 41 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Acting Attorney General, again, there was several statements regarding the communications, your involvement in contracts, participation, etc., that obviously anyone in the workforce can help enhance and improve, which is why I asked my earlier question regarding the commitment to provide and ensure that the outcome of today's vote doesn't impede on your clients, not only as the Navajo Nation Council, as it was stated, but the entire Navajo Nation. And so I will re-ask the question on what commitment can you provide us now to ensure the important questions and comments shared with you today remain imperative to your work and expectations. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:01. Next, we do have Honorable Unita with 12 seconds.
I would like to have a recognition, with my time, but I'm running out of time. So if there's a council that can give me their time, I can do so.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. And if you don't get any yield time, feel free to get with one of the staff, and then we'll make sure to recognize that individual from the floor. Thank you, Honorable Yanito. And going next to Honorable Tlaw with 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Thank you again. So I am in agreement with what Chair Jesus mentioned regarding Department of Justice's role in regards to leases. I believe that they do need to follow the Navajo Nation laws. It was a detriment to host these hearings with our committee and then present legislation and then it get voted down when we were not aware of some of the meetings that were occurring between Department of Justice as well as the Division of Economic Development. So I think in hindsight, how will we address this so that we are not put in that position when those legislations come forward and there are deals that are being made behind the closed doors? I'll reserve the rest of my time.
And 21 seconds. Then we'll go back to Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley and my colleagues here for your questions. I'll refer time over to Ms. Claw to respond.
Thank you. I appreciate the question. Delegate Yazzie, I think I skipped a question for you regarding the possible looking towards maybe setting some or issuing a memo regarding uranium. Of course, we could always ask. We can always move forward. We can always put forth our reasons to go ahead and do that. So if that's what, the council wants, I would prefer that we have discussions so that there is specific asks that we're asking the company for. And then let's see what the reaction to that is as well. Chair Jesus, the operating agreement, right now currently the Shanto is negotiating a business site lease. I think the Department of Justice has been working as their attorney in order to go ahead and get the best deal for this particular business site lease. I think it's moving on slowly right now. They are pretty far apart, so we're asking for a third party to kind of review some of the asks on each side so that we can get that those numbers a little bit closer together. Delegate Crotty, absolutely. Let's definitely work together to make sure that we're able to go ahead and take a look at some of these crimes, that we're better able to go ahead and respond to them, that we're able to go ahead and make sure that there are the nation does have some involvement in these. In the prosecutor's office, we do have two prosecutors. They are preparing to take their state license, in which is required for a SALSA. And the SALSA is a Special Assistant U.S. Attorney position. In that particular position, with the licensed attorney working in the Navajo Nation Prosecutor's Office, they would be authorized for them to directly prosecute federal charges in the U.S. District Court, and while continuing also to serve the tribal culture aspects of those cases. So we are working to go ahead and put those positions in place so that they can have their involvement in that. Dr. Nez. I have absolute commitment to the Navajo Nation. As I did, I apologize for my emotional expression, but you just have that commitment for the love of the people and how you're wanting to serve them. I think the question that you're wanting to answer is a commitment if I'll be here, if I'm voted down. And that's something that I do have to take thoughts on. And I'm just being honest with you. Because if, like I said before, if your client does not trust you, then you don't have that relationship that is needed between a client and an attorney. So I'm only just being respectful of that. But I do have a commitment to the Navajo Nation, and I feel like the 20 years that I've served on that has showed the commitment that I do have. So I do appreciate that question again. Delegate Claw, I was brought in a little bit in the middle of the situation with the business site lease that was going to be looked to taken away. I have my concerns of how that was handled internally. Instead of maybe programs supporting the chapters and how to get these, when they reach that authority, how do we support these chapters so that they learn, so that they understand how to exercise that authority that they do have. That was my personal concern. Why are we trying to tear them down and not support them? But you have to look at it on all angles. You know, how long has a chapter been in that position to better themselves, and what steps did they take in order to go ahead and improve themselves too as well? But right now, currently, like I said, it's a business site lease that they do have authority on, and that's what's being negotiated with the Shanto hotel lease. Thank you.
Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nez, and also Acting Attorney General. And next in queue, reserved time, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie with 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
Thank you for your response. I do appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and yield my time to Delegate Yanito.
Yields time of 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Do you accept, Honorable Yanito?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Honorable Cheryl Yazzie, my neighbor. I'd like to use my time to recognize and introduce my Tualakan chapter leadership sitting on the south side of the gallery. If you guys may stand, Chapter President Sarah Lee, and Vice President Lena Clark, and Senior Citizen Supervisor Dwayne Benali, and also Senior Citizen Cook Cecilia Curley. Thank you for your support, and these guys have a long ways to travel, so I want to introduce them to you, and they are doing a very excellent job for Tualakan. And with all these questions that we have, you know, I like to thank them for the questions and from my chapter leadership and, you know, supporting me. And I also have a recognition that I wanted to do with the White Horse Montezuma Creek High School, that they have a challenge that they did with the Capitol Hill challenge on economic development and any kind of marketing and so forth. They took 10th place out of 100 group that I wanted to recognize here, but I wanted to do a special invitation to them to come and do their recognition year within the near future of our meeting. And I will waiver the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito, and welcome to the council chamber to our guests, Honorable Yanito. And next for reserved time, we do have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 1 minute and 1 second.
Thank you, Acting Attorney General. the reason that question was important for me is because I am still going through what's being presented. Obviously, I brought it to your attention too that I didn't agree with uranium. I don't think there was zero benefits to the nation on that. We did have a meeting multiple times. I was looking to see how that could be amended, and you provided clarity on that. And then just prematurely what's going on here with the whole situation regarding contracts. And so that's why I voted in favor to possibly table and to learn more, but that failed. And just understanding the direction, I know in any capacity we can grow, we can flourish. But in the event that this, just hypothetically a departure, it was unfortunate that, over the last few months, we did get an appointment by President for Mr. Beecher, and that's something that I am not going to entertain. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andinez, for your comments. And next for reserve time, we have Honorable Claw with 21 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and then also thank you, Honorable Ricknez, for being there again, your patience in hosting this legislation, and then also to Madam AG, thank you for your response, and I am ready to vote.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. And colleagues, I don't have anyone else new in queue, and I also don't have any more reserved time. So, Honorable Ricknez, any closing comments?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley, as well as my Honorable 25th Navajo Nation Council colleagues. As I sit here next to Ms. Heather Claw, I think about how she said that she wanted to come back after finishing her law school, and here she is working for the Navajo Nation wholeheartedly. And then I look across my colleagues, my female colleagues, and I observe all of you, including my male colleagues. You're all good people. You were voted in by your people because there was something shining about you. And I'm very proud to be a part of this council. And all we can do is govern to try and make the Navajo Nation better. All of us, if we could all learn to work together. It's up to you how you decide, but I'd like to give a little bit of time, Speaker, to Ms. Claw to have her closing statement as well. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you again. I definitely appreciate being the acting attorney general is something I don't think I would have ever really sought out. Sometimes things happen and you just have to step up to the situation. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to serve as a capacity as an acting attorney general for the past 7 months. It's been a lot of coordination, a lot of catching up, and a lot of understanding of who I am. And I appreciate 100% the opportunity to go ahead and learn a little bit more about myself and to provide the confidence and know that I do have the confidence and do the things that needs to be done and make those hard decisions in order to go ahead that this position requires. I also want to go ahead and say that I 100% appreciate my family support, because being in a position like this, as you all know, can be time consuming, can be very stressful, and the people who see it the most is your family. So I definitely like to appreciate my husband Ramondo, my little girl Haley, and my extended families, my brothers and sisters, and my moms, and my mother-in-law for all being there for me and supporting me, as well as my colleagues. I wouldn't be able to be this successful, I think, in my opinion, without the Department of Justice attorneys and staff. We have a great Department of Justice, a strong Department of Justice, and I definitely rely heavily on their experience, their knowledge, their legal expertise, and also their dedication to the Navajo Nation. So I'd like to express my appreciation to them and appreciation to you guys. I appreciate the way you guys and respect your guys' decision. I've heard some people say that they're not going to vote for me because of their reasons, and I respect that. And I appreciate it, and thank you again for the time for me to go ahead and take the time to sit down and have this open discussion in this. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Ricky Inez, our sponsor, and also Acting Attorney General. And colleagues, recap, I don't have anyone else new in queue, no more reserved time. So colleagues, I am going to call for a vote. 2 minutes on the board. Oh, point of privilege, Honorable James.
Thank you. I raised this point of privilege to help me vote, but I'd like to ask, with your involvement of the IDSA architect contract and not knowing where the $24 million went, do you see yourself being part of the investigating process that will happen? That will be my point of privilege. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable James. I'm going to recognize that, and Acting Attorney General, if you could be specific to the point of privilege.
Thank you. No, I don't see myself as part of the investigation, meaning being questioned. Is that what you're saying? I do see myself as part of the investigation of determining what next steps need to be taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James, and thank you for your responses. And colleagues, we will allow 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, and this is for the main motion vote. And it is a majority vote of the delegates casting votes. Hey colleagues, the timer has expired here on the clock, and we do have a vote of 14 in favor, 7 opposed, with Speaker not voting, and we have 2 excused absences today, Honorable Nathan Nota and Honorable Herman Daniels. Again, congratulations, Honorable Ricky Inez and Attorney General.
All right, colleagues, that was old business A. We still have new business to get to today. So that is number 11, new business. The first is a consent agenda. And for clarification, colleagues, part of the consent agenda, if you do look at legislation 0066-25, it is a 2/3 vote, meaning 16 votes are needed for the legislation. So interpretation is the consent agenda has to be carried by 16 votes altogether. And staff, if you could help us read our consent agenda legislations into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Navajo Nation Council, this is new business item A, consent agenda. Legislation 0066-25, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Law and Order Committee, the Nabakeetic Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title II of the Navajo Nation Code, the plan of operation for the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council from the executive branch to the legislative branch. Prime sponsor is Honorable Jermaine Simonson, co-sponsor Honorable Shauna Anclaw, Honorable Amber Knezba Crowdy, Honorable Indinez, Honorable Arvin Mitchell, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. This legislation has committee reports from the Health, Education, Human Services Committee dated April 30, 2025. Recommended do pass with no amendment. Committee report from the Law and Order Committee dated May 5th, 2025. Recommended do pass with no amendment. Committee report from the Nabakeetic Committee on May 8, 2025. Passed, recommended pass and referral to the Navajo Nation Council with no amendment. Legislation 0044-25, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Nabakeetic Committees and the Navajo Nation Council approving the reinstatement and re-enrollment of Spring John, formerly known as Spring Norris, as a member of the Navajo Nation. Prime sponsors Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, co-sponsor Honorable Jermaine Simonson. This legislation has committee reports attached from the Health, Education, Human Services Committee dated April 28, 2025. Recommended do pass with no amendment. Committee report from the Nabakeetic Committee dated May 8, 2025. Recommended pass and referral to the Navajo Nation Council with no amendment. Legislation 0050-25, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Law and Order Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Nabakeetic Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the effective date of Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CO-47-24. Prime sponsor is Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsor Honorable Crystalline Curley, co-sponsor Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. This legislation has committee reports attached from the Health, Education, Human Services Committee dated April 28, 2025. Recommended do pass with no amendment. The Law and Order Committee dated June 9, 2025. Recommended do pass with no amendment. The Budget and Finance Committee dated June 17, 2025. Recommended do pass with no amendment. The Nabakeetic Committee report dated June 26, 2025 was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council with one amendment. Amendment 1 on page 4, line 27, insert new section heading as follows. New language underline, section 6, additional implementation requirements, and underline. 2, page 4, line 28, insert new paragraph A, B, and C as follows. New language underline, paragraph A, oversight reporting requirement on or before August 15, 2025. The Office of Navajo Tax Commission shall submit a written implementation readiness report to the Budget and Finance Committee, Nabakeetic Committee, and the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. The report shall include 1, a copy of all drafts or adopted tax regulations, 2, an outline of taxpayer education and outreach efforts, and 3, an assessment of the office's readiness to administer the amended and newly enacted taxes beginning October 1st, 2025. Paragraph B, community education requirement. The Office of the Navajo Tax Commission, in coordination with the Navajo Nation Division of Health and Navajo Broadcasting Services, shall develop and distribute community-facing educational materials with the nicotine and electronic smoking products tax. These materials must, 1, be made available in both English and Navajo, 2, be distributed to all 110 chapters no later than September 1, 2025, 3, include plain language explanations of who is affected, what is taxed and how compliance works. 4, be shared through radio, social media, and printed handouts. Paragraph C, fiscal impact review. Within 6 months after the effective date of this act, the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission shall prepare and submit a revenue and impact assessment report to the Budget and Finance Committee. This report shall include 1, total revenue collection under the amended and new taxes, 2, any administrative costs incurred, and 3, recommendations for any further amendments based on taxpayer feedback and collection performance. And underline, legislation 0068-25, an action relating to the Nabakeetic Committee and Nomination Council confirming the appointment of Ms. Majeline Bigay to the Dene Uranium Remediation Advisory Commission representing the Central Abandoned Uranium Mines Region. Prime sponsor is Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson. There's a committee report from the Nabakeetic Committee dated May 8th, 2025, was passed and referred to the Nomination Council with no amendment. Legislation 0100-25, an action relating to the Nabakeetic Committee and the Nomination Council, temporarily waiving 11 NNC Section 9, approving an extension to complete the apportionment plan required under 11 NNC Section 9. Prime sponsor is Honorable Arvin Mitchell. This legislation has a Nabakeetic Committee report dated June 12, 2025. This legislation was tabled. A motion to table legislation 0100-25 for up to 30 days and bring back at the next regular or special Nabakeetic Committee meeting to receive a detailed budget and plan. The second committee report from the Nabakeetic Committee is dated July 3, 2025, was passed and referred to the Nomination Council with no amendment. Legislation 0167-25, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, and Nabakeetic Committees and Nomination Council, amending 15 NNC Sections 303, 305, and 308, the plan of operation for the Nomination Labor Commission. Prime sponsors Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, co-sponsor Honorable Crystalline Curley, and Honorable Nathan Nota. There are committee reports attached to the legislation from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee dated July 7, 2025, recommended do pass with no amendment. The Law and Order Committee dated July 14, 25, recommended do pass with no amendment. The Nabakeetic Committee dated July 17, 2025, was passed and referred to the Nomination Council with no amendments. Per Nomination Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation, all legislation have been read into record by electronic voice recording, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. Is there a motion for consent? Honorable Arvizo, seconded by Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. So we do have a motion and a second in place, colleagues. Again, the whole consent agenda will be a 2/3 vote, meaning 16 votes needed to pass for the main motion. Colleagues, I will put 2 minutes on the board. Thank you, colleagues. And that is a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. So the main motion carries for all of these legislation, and congratulations, colleagues. Yes. And next, new business, B 0091-25, sponsor Honorable Carl R. Slater. And staff, if you could help us read this legislation to the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Item B, legislation 0091-25, an action relating to the Budget and Finance and Navigated Committees and the Navajo Nation Council approving $579,295 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB to the Navajo Nation Washington office to fund its unmet needs for the remainder of fiscal year 2025, waiving 12 NNC sections 820E, section 820F, section 820J, and section 820L. Prime sponsor is Honorable Carl R. Slater. There are committee reports attached to the legislation. Budget and Finance Committee dated May 27, 2025. Reports that do not pass with no amendments. The legislation was tabled and referred to the Nabakiatit Committee. Tabling motion, the Budget and Finance Committee has tabled legislation 0091-25 for no more than 30 days to address concerns with the Navajo Nation Washington, D.C. office via leadership meeting on the exhibits and amounts. Committee report from the Nabakiatit Committee dated June 26, 2025. The legislation was tabled. Table motion to table legislation 0091-25 and refer back to the Budget and Finance Committee for further discussion. The legislation will be brought back for consideration within 30 days. Committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee dated July 16, 2025 reports a due pass referral with no amendments. The recommendation, the Navajo Nation Washington, D.C. office, Washington office in partnership with the Office of the President and Vice President office is to provide a contingency plan for the rental space. It should be noted that the Budget and Finance Committee chair sent a memorandum to the office dated June 17, 2025, see attachment, to provide in writing their efforts to mitigate the Washington office's budget predicament. To date, a written response hasn't been provided. The Washington office is to provide updated reports to the committee on their budget predicament and also a detailed breakdown of the line items that are in the negative. This legislation was referred back to the Nabakiatit Committee with a memorandum attached addressed to President Boo Nigrin, Chief of Staff Chris Beecher, and Senior Advisor and Scheduler Justin Ahosteen, dated June 17, signed by Chairperson Parrish, Shondine Parrish of the Budget and Finance Committee. And the Nabakiatit Committee report dated July 17, 2025, recommend that the legislation failed and is referred to the Nomination Council. There are 2 amendments that were passed by the committee. However, the 2 amendments did not carry forward as the legislation did fail. Amendment 1 reads as 1, Exhibit B, replace new Exhibit B with current Exhibit B. 2, page 1, line 12, and everywhere else in the legislation, delete $579,295 and insert $440,387. 3, page 3, line 14, insert new paragraph E as follows. New language underline E. A budget status report as of July 17, 2025 is attached as Exhibit E. For reference, budget revisions from September 2024, October 2024, January 2025, and June 2025 are attached as Exhibits F through I, respectively. 4, page 4, line 7, insert new section as follows. New language underline section 5 directive. The Office of the President and Vice President shall provide a written response within 4 days to its oversight, the Nabakiatit Committee, providing the balance remaining in executive office budgets and how much is available for budget reallocation. Amendment 2 reads, 1, amend previous Nabakiatit Committee amendment as follows. and that is overstriking the entire number 4. And per Nomination Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. This legislation in final authority with Nomination Council. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. And colleagues, is there a motion? Motion by Honorable Ricky Nez. Is there a second? Second by Honorable George Toth. Colleagues, will there be any questions? Second call. I will provide Honorable Slater with 20 minutes for presentation.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm going to keep this one nice and long. We'll use all 20 minutes. I'm just kidding. Thank you very much, Janella Ricknez, for presenting the legislation earlier. I know a lot of us are tired from the last couple of days, and I encourage you to get some coffee so we can see through the rest of our agenda. You're aware of what this legislation accomplishes, and I'll speak to the Navajo people right now when I share that we are confronting a situation with the Navajo Nation Washington office whereby they are unable to pay their rent due to financial mismanagement in the office and the capture of 25% of their budget from Navajo Nation Washington office brought over to the Office of the President and Vice President. This took place between the continuing resolution and the fiscal year 2025 budget, so it diminished the amount of money that they had. They also had increased their headcount over the course of fiscal year 24 into the continuing resolution, and we're seeking additional funds to maintain their headcount, deliver the services that they need to deliver on behalf of our people, and the programming that they need to deliver. So in that process and in between the transfer from the continuing resolution to the fiscal year closeout, you ended up having particular line items that were zeroed out, again, because 25% was captured back or transferred to the President's office in the budgeting allocation process. And that meant that they immediately took on negative balances within those line items. Between that and doing budget transfers out of their rent line item as well as other line items to maintain their staff, they are in a deficit. So they were contemplating assistance in the fiscal year 25 budget, and that did not take place. It's something that the council elected not to do. So the decisions that were made under the previous leadership ended up yielding the outcome that we have right here today. The new director, Vincent Redhouse, when he took office, immediately took stock of the situation, put a freeze on all spending, and created a plan to get rid of staff, essentially, to do a RIF for staff due to lack of funding. Identified that plan to the Budget and Finance Committee and started working with the council to identify a sponsor to rectify this situation. I applaud the efforts that Mr. Redhouse has taken to be frugal and financially responsible since he's taken office, and I appreciate some of the remaining staff that are there who didn't end up resigning after this deficit was uncovered, for trying to get a strong accounting of why we're in the situation that we're in. So I shared this at each committee that I've presented this legislation to. I will have no ill will in any direction that you elect to vote. We were all brought here to make difficult decisions, and this is not an issue that the council brought upon the nation, but it is my opinion that it is in the best interest of the Navajo people to have a functioning Navajo Nation Washington office. And there are other tribes that have some offices there in one way or another, or hire lobbyists to do things. And our office has ebbed and flowed in its effectiveness and the people that we have in there. But I think that the current leadership is good. We can have disagreements with the president, with the executive offices, with some of the prerogatives of the administration. But I do believe that Mr. Hostine was responsive to council. There were some mismanagement issues when we reflect upon it. But Mr. Redhouse, D. Crank, they have had weekly meetings with the council to articulate the work that they're doing. I know that there's been pressure on them to also do public-facing information to explain to our people the value and utility of the office so that people just don't think, oh, there's high salaries being spent in DC, et cetera. You know, those salaries don't go that far there. And on top of that, you know, if you're comparing equivalent positions, they're generally below par of what their peers would make with similar credentials and what have you. But this isn't about those salaries. This is about threats to the Navajo Nation sovereignty, threats to Indian country, an erosion of, I think, mutual understanding that may have existed among tribes and between tribes and the U.S. government and the states. And the office has been successful, and the nation has been successful in getting carve-outs to particular areas that would erode our sovereignty or create additional burdens to our people. An example of that would be the Medicaid and SNAP requirements that they are attempting to introduce at the federal level, you know, for able-bodied workforce, doing some sort of community service. The nation's voice goes a long way, and we need to have smart people who are there, who are able to provide that voice on behalf of the nation to our legislators. You know, there are RECA provisions that were included recently in the Big Ugly Bill. You know, those are a few of the things there. So we could go on and talk about the merit of the office. I think your vote will speak volumes on where you believe things and where responsibility rests. At the Budget and Finance Committee, you know, for our Navajo people who are unaware of this, we requested a response in writing from the president articulating what is his plan to rectify this issue. And we've received no response from the president to date. That was included when the legislation was referred back to the Budget and Finance Committee from the Navajo Committee, and then included in the committee report documenting that when it came back to the Navajo Committee. So, you know, the reason we have the continuing resolution is not because of the council. The reason 25% of the Washington office's budget was taken and included to add those, you know, get them up to 40 staff members, it's not because of the council. So I hope that the Navajo people understand that, and understand that if you're voting for this legislation, it's to clean up a mess that you didn't create, but you're exercising responsibility and leadership on behalf of your people to make sure that they have a voice in DC that advocates for their needs. And I think it's difficult sometimes to draw that thread, that piece of yarn from DC and what takes place there to the Hogan level, but that's our obligation as leadership. And if we're uncomfortable doing that, then, you know, you can vote against the legislation. Like I said, I will have no ill will on whatever your vote is. At NABI, I explained that Chair Parrish, myself, the Budget and Finance Committee had challenged the office to give us an amendment that allows them to pay the rent through the rest of the year and to reverse the negative balances. So that amendment successfully passed at the committee, but because, as Ms. Johnson said, the legislation didn't get you know, enough positive votes, it didn't carry with it to this point. So if you would like to pass the legislation with a slimmed down amount, I think it's about $440,000, you have an explanation from the office, and I think our fiscal officers explaining that this will allow the rent to be paid to the rest of the year and address the negative balances over here to get them to zero. So I yield my remaining time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. It's the exact same amendment that was available before.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Yields back 12 minutes. And colleagues, we do have a motion and second in place. So first I'll go first and recognize Honorable Chair Crotty.
Thank you, appreciate it, Shiaj, for this legislation. I did write down, and I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So it wasn't council elected not to fund the Washington office during fiscal year 25. As you explained, it came from the executive offices. There were attempts to make amendments, and I think the Washington office should recognize their involvement in muddying up those waters in terms of amendments and what they were willing and not willing at the time to ask for funding. Some were questionable, like you know, what are the, when you talk about an unmet need, do you then put like other extravagant type of expenditure? So our budget and finance advisor did try to work with the former executive director, and it was quite difficult, to say the least. So I just want to push back on that statement, but I'm okay not necessarily agreeing with your perspective. I do want to state, I have asked the Washington office numerous times on the floor to their website, and so I went back to their website. I appreciate that the picture's updated with Speaker and with President Nygren, but when you press the button for Navajo Nation priorities, it still has this 70-page document, and it still has this so on the third paragraph, it still has, this is not true. It's not a factual statement on our relationship with the council and the federal government. We cannot have our Washington office portraying that, so it says here, but it has been a long position of our two governments, so the federal government and Navajo Nation, to engage in meaningful government-to-government dialogue between the chief executives. That is not a long-time position. That's not in accordance with Navajo Nation law. I don't know what it will take for staff to realize, to read our laws, and to see the role of council. And my ask was, how were they going to be that anchor so that the council and the president are on the same page for the Navajo Nation people? This continues to create division. I'm not sure then, I understand where you feel like they're effective in some areas, but if we cannot fix these root challenges of division within Navajo Nation, how can we move forward? And so what I'm looking at is, then do we just hire lobbyists through contracts so that we're not negotiating or having these internal conflicts, and we just do right for our Navajo people? There's no need to continue to have and support this type of misstatement as we move forward. This council, I have not traveled to Washington, D.C., but I've participated in drafting, consultation papers, putting positions before my colleagues. That is the process with the 5-day comment period. Anybody can access that information and position of the nation. And so to have this kind of dark system in Washington, D.C. that's facilitated by this office, I cannot support. They did amazing with RICA. It was the 23rd Navajo Nation Council did not support RICA initiatives. I remember the council at that time voted it down, and it was this office that helped. And so I'm hoping then with that type of perseverance that they get their own house in order. And I recognize the challenges, but we also then need to keep them accountable. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 45 seconds. And next we do have Honorable Vince James.
Okay, I thought there was somebody up before me. Yeah, Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Nabag-iya tiet de adabaha si na dida ado ato lan hitchen kwadneta an itemized receipt, an itemized listing to get to this dollar amount. Ako dobahos and the haishi chadas indo haishin da has ni shin hola o kwaige o beson habe la ohle na hiti ne ako ako do bilt eda ako aneda ko dada shabiga hajala 24 million in it da hiti ne ako Dik I could a hananat echo based on linear oho. Hina no kedo konzate benahasil trako. So where were the funds spent is the question that I have, that I also had at Nabikia to get $579,295 is a lot of money not to have an itemized receipt attached to it, not to have an itemized listing of how this dollar amount was created. Ako naten hit the net tan hinel ako khalid al kodo peson ya ein da hatet a khalid al peso cho jokot al niada is an hit the net ako kod konza the AHHA benadil kit ha ela chos la jokot ako ako bekek aho ayana hilthe holat o do bilt eda natte nabik iat adela ba hata zine jokot elto ako shizin do shit ado aten quite get di hot archos do kojet beso and de big end not no le di big end or liel di quite jo do best on the hada eben in ashide ya ishe kodo le chio ish ado le ko khala ya nach de benashite do kill tranas ne le khas ande allah na atle khas ande ye go beninan hich ahat shke benina biga han hit ne beshma sa ane ni kliniki nach de tranas ne le allah na atle ade be haneta ho okot akon de dobets arch ne data sto oko ako kodoshit bana oshkatole nihilta nasis thanigi ko nihishi a nidaze dot is the green o ahoshi daze benan hite kitole ashi besbahos and hit a beso chose idi a yand of green of vote ilashi the snow sheet all hahash netole ajo na betos kit she dench he kid a listing and itemized receipt the snow ado she koliada benina ado benashito kide nachela da niniki green or that is ahishi which kodalia sheet all the snow na shadow little bahashnet do lich di kodo ni legislation iki naste scan oko shizin do quite yego bashin oko ado do ein hilbahos and no quite peso ni hita jikid lenko adonana di peso kot at ilhahonil chadigi do kon hitstada ko na nespech azniya alto hashit hot an such a case on hit the nebe peso la anchos do ado bech azniya ako kodo bina hoto kilen do bohonet zada alto Ebenina alto shizin do isle chije ado lilako ados ahozene peso ya equagi betchni do lunch ni do lilako not that all ha yun hidden cheha jo ba aden zeno that is according on the base of the quadel the 50 cents 1 penny in the do but quil the ako shizin do what ban this case in lako but this is a lot of money to vote on with no justification or a detailed budget line item listing or anything like that on how this funding was spent. So I will continue to stand with voting red on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. And I'll go back to Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much. I know that I sent out, I'll start with Delegate James, Chair James. I know they sent out some information last Thursday that the office had submitted related to the deficits and the different line items and stuff like that. But you're right, it doesn't have like a detailed listing of like each expenditure that went out. You asked for it back then. To me, it is the obligation of the office to provide that to you and to get that information. You know, if this is a priority of the president, maintaining the presence in DC, then I think they ought to listen to the questions that you're asking in order to earn and gain your vote. It's not information that I can get access to at the tip of my finger, so I understand your concern. I would say the primary or the bulk of what the expenditures were to personnel staffing dollars. So you had money going from like the rent line item and then going over to pay for the positions because, in fiscal year 24, they budgeted for this level of personnel, and then over the course of fiscal year into the continuing resolution, they staffed up here, so they had to cover this amount from somewhere, and that's where a bunch of the money went. And then, reviewing some of the travel, paying for all the staff to go back to the State of the Nation People's Speech stunt back in Tuba City in January or whatever that was. The current director and the previous director acknowledged that they were making expenditures on behalf of the president's office. I don't think they were paying for his travel, but for events and things like that. So there definitely were expenditures that were made. In terms of the total amount of the 579 or really the 440 right now, I can't speak to that. The office would have to. And if anyone wants to direct the question directly to them, they are on the line right now. I think one solution to this going forward would be to put a condition on appropriation in this year's budget to provide that information, to request an audit of the office from the Office of the Auditor General. That could be included in this legislation. So, if people are willing, colleagues, if you're willing to think through some creative ideas on how to solve the situation, those are some options. But at the end of the day, I respect Elliot Crotty's position that maybe let the office go. That's not my personal opinion, but I respect her opinion. I just think that Navajo people who are doing right by and the best for the Navajo people articulate and have the best interests of our people in their minds and are able to advocate the best for us. And I get very wary of lobbyists and over-reliance on them because there is a very sordid history in the nation of us being absolutely taken advantage by lobbyists. There are plenty of examples currently of lobbyists taking advantage of the nation, taking advantage of Indian tribes, and that continues. And so, in a certain sense, we need to have some sort of oversight for that one way or another. We could potentially reduce the head count, and that personnel dollars could go into lobbying dollars. You get a better value and bang for your buck, I think, with personnel as opposed to billable hours for lobbying, retainer, and stuff like that. But if that's the position that we want to take because we can't control costs in DC, I respect that. And to the Navajo people who are watching and listening, this has nothing to do with the building that was purchased by President Nez in the 24th Council. Although the members of there's a few members of the 25th Council who did not vote for that in the 24th. So, you know what? I'm getting a message from Mr. Redhouse right now, so let me share this with you. $149,180 of budget transfers to the personnel documented, and that was in the document that he shared last week. And then $207,349 is for the rent that's requested. So, without the rent, they get kicked out. You cannot cover the negative balances, but then, that still needs to be figured out at some point. I don't like sitting on the audit committee and supporting negative balances. So I appreciate the opportunity to respond, and thank you very much, Speaker.
So with that, let me go down the listing. Moving on to Honorable George Toth. Just not us.
Thank you, Ashkoro Pro Temp. As Enige, as Legi to Ado Shinat Ani, Mr. Slater, Shiche. Ako at ila hayunisa Shanaya at Tibigay, former Speaker. Ako halit aban as de. Chihalete Niki na nledi kon e khautlo e not ani okut ilia ako ota skodo to hot a e beso cheda jos ito bin jikhe ako she ya shit isha. I do support Navajo Nation office ad Sunday ka. Aron hika natja. Aron halabi das idon haha si. Yeah, ko e peso o. At iwit aron lisa. Ben yeist hato accountability hat no be e yati. At den yeah. Juna hita corona adi kit. Si peso ha nilde. Shanan nil hota no jino ad nazza. Hait ni credit score da hat no da. A kola hait o nal so se hot ni kichi endajin ni kichi honda jil I hoko koda nahan o sta no da. Akod ada to sliat eta. Jono con office da Williande Washington office. Yeah. Because not ani lao cow base oyenda ne. Ne. Koron hin hasla budget and finance. You could conduct investigation. As for all these documents, hat ispen na to church to ne budget and finance. Ni hitato ne hat ako nan hidel kit ne stwisani chapter house and de taho hashwot ha just space was anhit noda an ha zot linde ako da ne kodik adena so chete ni kedo o hot ahol just on net o peso chede os hit the Kwedish has a committee hot division director which I had to see has hot peso chedash in the get out today silly on behalf of Studio Sani that you know to Shishat et and Linko has Twisani Dabnachi hot us base open that you know shade of Shishat et out on hit house see one time so Kororo hota open igiliao ya biga na kago. Ischashin has chin peso yena now kuro peso which na just idolis. A kot aka entan tin ha chan. A kotisha has anin ha nazlato epete dil neshan. O council eba any clico. All these hearings should take place at the appropriate committee. E adi hast atalient o chel kode hidet on de hodat eko hot in hisens aro hot abayika. Ako shedo siliat eta besot ne ako chapter house bedel jil accountability beso jochos no kode hot out over yas not betrauen da doch kashin hodan hidden has hot wallahi an hinat ani nedos kit de snichlako hot akorobe hat is to shido dos liat eta ako ya do ashin bits ajet is as dat el Carlos dat el Carlos to on hidet ida hotela
Ahead Nana Kodosha Ash. So with that 0 minutes, no more time. So with that Shitna Ash Nana, Honorable Lester Yazi.
Kwagit ang dihila no sinido in the Dyson get on Hoyat Einan Hidi Nidole Ado Had Quagget Sadbe Naidi Kidigisha Agido Vice Chair Slater Dihodone Datonil just had a couple questions. Well, one would be a question, one would just kind of be a comment. My first one would be, Honorable Slater, just for clarification, did the proposed allocation for funding was mainly for rent, leased and rent. However, in the UUFB proposed amendments that was given to NAMI on the 17th, last week, January 17th, it does show proposed budgets in travel, supply, other line items. So just for clarification, is this is there a new amendment that's out there that strictly takes all these funds just for rent, or is this broken up the way that it reflects on the document that was sent to us on July 17th? My second one is a concern that I've been hearing on the floor so far is the non-response from the OPVP to how to address this deficit, and it seems like it's just been brought back on the council to go ahead and try to figure out how we're going to reallocate some funding to address this deficit. But that would be my question, Honorable Vice Chair, if we could just see if this funding amount is strictly for rent, or are they allowed to request funding in other line items? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yazi. And I'm going to recognize next Honorable Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Good afternoon, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I do not support this legislation as is. I do appreciate the leadership of Vice Chairman Carl Slater for seeing an issue and working with the program to address this. It is in our committee notes that the Budget and Finance Committee did not pass or recommend this. The Nabik-Iyatkit Committee did not recommend this. I did try to offer an amendment at Nabik-Iyatkit Committee, but because that legislation failed, the legislation is not as amended. And I've also tried to work in the Budget and Finance Committee with Vice Chair Slater as a sponsor to get a response from the Office of the President and Vice President. Yesterday, the council passed a directive, so I'd like an update on responses regarding the directive. Because if there are no responses from the Office of the President and Vice President, if this council votes on this legislation, it sets a precedent. It says to President Nygren that these legislations can continue to come to the council floor. In fact, I have another executive program asking me for a bailout, essentially, because they're in the negative again. So who is monitoring these accounts? Earlier in the Budget and Finance Committee, earlier in our tenure, we asked the Office of Management and Budget and the Office of the Controller to continue to look at these issues, but these programs are still continuing to pay out of accounts that don't have money. So before I may consider a tabling motion on this legislation, I want to hear from the Office of Legislative Services, the Speaker's staff, to see if we got a response from the Office of the President and Vice President. I reserve my time. Thank you.
That is a reserve time of 3 minutes and 9 seconds. And according to Office of Legislative Counsel, they do not have a response from OPVP, and Legislative Services did say they tried to do a follow-up for the request to OPVP, and there has been no response. And I'll turn the floor back over to Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your insight. Agreed pretty much with everything you've said thus far. I'm very curious to hear which program is asking for a bailout, Shadeja, Chair Parrish. So I'll answer. I think there's one main question directed to me, and I guess the program from Delegate Lester Yazzie. The original request was for $579,000. The amendment brought it down to 440,000. If we want to pass the lower amount, we have to amend this legislation again because it didn't carry through. I think about 210,000 of the amendment is for rent. And then the remainder, and this was the challenge and what we clarified with Chair Parrish and the amendment at Nabi, is to get those deficits in the red up to zero. So that's pretty incredible, right? Because that means if it's 440, that's $230,000 in deficits. And then if you would like, I haven't heard anyone ask the program yet, so they can, or they are my agent, and Mr. Redhouse and I believe Dee are on the line right now. So if someone wants to ask them directly, we can, I think, get them on the Zoom over there. So I hope that answers your question on where we're at and the reason for this. And in terms of deficit spending, I think, like I said before, there's no management or repercussions for people screwing up on the job in the Navajo Nation, or it doesn't seem like that if it has anything to do with money, because you would assume OMB and OOC would be in disarray and people would have gotten axed by now for all of these things that have taken place and all the issues with the budget going forward and the implementation of the budget instructions manual in this year's fiscal year 26 budget, which has not taken place. Things that they help advise and write on are not being implemented, and they're signing off on budgets and letting chief of staff and other people sign off on budgets, division directors, without it conforming to the budget instructions manual. So, I think these are all important issues. Based off of yesterday's presentation and the lack of response from the president, I mean, that's cowardly behavior and not standing up for your program and providing a response. That's just frankly what it is, right? If you took 25% of their budget, just come to us and say this is why you needed it, and it's better spent in Window than it is in DC. But instead, I'm here just trying to make the case that the office should exist, and I think that they're doing the cost-cutting measures to move forward. But there's still issues that Delegate Crotty identified that they need to address in appropriate program delivery that's reflective of Navajo Nation law and Navajo Nation priorities. So I understand. My personal preference is to pass the slimmed down $440,000 version in order to keep the office operational. But I respect the will of the council and how you'd like to move forward. And I think we all should consider not passing a budget this year to make some real headway in terms of enforcing accountability with the Navajo Nation government. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. And next in queue, we do have Honorable Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And also, should send the Honorable Vice Chair Slater for bringing this legislation here before the 25th Navajo Nation Council for the Navajo Nation Washington office. It behooves me as a council delegate to see such a mismanagement of finances within a department, and especially more so in a negative amount of over $500,000. Being in upper management with my prior positions as a director, this is an area that you have to constantly be on, is how is our budget looking? Are we spending within the parameters of how much monies we have, or is it now time to make a justifiable budget transfer? But this clearly demonstrates the lack of cost control and management, where, it's questionable of the financial discipline by the staff that I understand are no longer employed. And my concern is it shouldn't be the responsibility of the 25th Navajo Nation Council to address this shortfall. Not sure if the office changed its plan of operation to have added more positions, but at the end, the accumulation of debt is happening every day. And it's very unfortunate that the CEO of the executive branch is nowhere to be found to answer a lot of these questions, and hopes that funds can be taken from Office of the President and Vice President to be able to, get the staff salaries paid to the end of this fiscal year. And we cannot continue to go down this road of bailing out the president with his unfortunate decisions. I mean, he has a doctoral degree in organizational leadership, and this is a poor way to display organizational leadership, I could say. So with that, Cecilia, I commend you for the courage of bringing this legislation here before myself as one delegate of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, but I do not support with the lack of documentation of this legislation. So again, this draws a big concern, and it's very unfortunate that this has to be happening right before our very eyes, and we really do need to address these types of deficiencies going forward with operational management. So again, I just wanted to express that concern and just give you a headway of my decision on this legislation here, Vice Chair Slater. And I waive the rest of my time, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And going back to Honorable Crotty with 45 seconds.
Thank you. I'll waive my time to get information about what's needed for the rent, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you. Oh.
And that is 40 seconds. Honorable Parrish with 3 minutes and 9 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I am requesting that the Office of the Controller and the Office of Management and Budget look in Object Code 7250 to see if there's any money left in the business unit regarding personnel deficits between the continuing resolution and the FY25 budget. There were money set aside in the continuing resolution to mitigate these personnel costs. So I want to know the balance of that. I reserve the rest of my time. I don't.
Reserve time of 2:40. And I go back to our sponsor, Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Message heard loud and clear. I would like to go, if the committee is comfortable with, or if the council is comfortable with that, to Director Redhouse, who can talk specifically about the dollar amount for the rent, as Delegate Crotty asked. I think it was $209,000. I might be misremembering that. That was passed in the amendment that is no longer here. And Mr. Redhouse might be able to provide some options that would be attractive to the council. So staff, if you're able to hold the microphones next to each other.
Director Redhouse. Director Redhouse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I apologize for not being there in person. It is due in part to the budget restrictions of the office, and I also have flu right now. So my apologies for not being there. Honorable Delegate Crotty, to your question regarding the rent, the amount that is currently due and that will be due for the remainder of the fiscal year is $207,349. One of the things that we've looked into, assuming the council is able to assist us with the rent, would be abolishing a position for the FY26 year and using those funds to supplement and bring back some of the other areas to even, while also reducing things such as travel and other areas that we can, such as some of the special activities that the office had previously performed under Mr. Ahastin. We have been operating that way since I took over. All required travel by the nation I've paid for out of pocket. We reduced Ubers. I've taken to using my own personal vehicle to transport leadership in DC, and have taken other cost-cutting measures with regards to supplies. I do understand the situation is not of the council's making, and that it shouldn't be. And I understand Delegate Jesus, your comment that it should not be the responsibility of the council to address this shortfall, but I am asking you to. I have good staff, they work hard, and I don't want to have to do a reduction in force to make up for these losses. The nation does receive 60 to 90% of its overall budget from the federal government on any given year, and this office is the first line of defense in protecting those funds. We have been successful since I took over in protecting the nation from severe cuts through reconciliation, and we have been successful thus far in protecting the nation in the FY26 budget process from President Trump's proposed cuts. And I'm optimistic that we can continue to do so. Just briefly, Delegate Crotty, to your other point regarding the website, that comment regarding the dialogue between chief executives, that is in the executive summary of President Nygren's document. I do not believe that is something that we wrote. The document was produced prior to my joining the office maybe 3 months ago. And the council's resolution is also on that same page. If you'd like, we can reorder the documents so that council's appears first. But we have tried to make attempts to modify the website from how my predecessor had it. And we have done a more outreach publicly. We did release our first public report earlier this month to all the chapters and everyone who receives our weekly. We are working to make ourselves more transparent. And to Honorable Delegate James, I understand your concerns about the accounting. As I noted to Delegate Slater via text, approximately 150,000 of that is accounted for through budget transfers that I did submit as supporting documentation, and 207,349 of it is the rent. That makes up about 350,000 of the $440,000 we've requested. Some of those other amounts are documented in detail in the detailed budget and justification form. We're happy to provide more information though on those, more receipts, if that is insufficient for the remaining amount. My ask though, at the very least, would be to help us with rent. I've been working with the building, talking to them every week. We are in default of the rent. And I think it is important for the nation to have this office. We are the only tribe in the country with the Washington, D.C. office. And we have developed relationships with the White House, with Interior, with many members of Congress, and usually the people they come to when they have questions. And that's a good position for the nation to be in. And I think we should be proud of that. And I think it's a good service to the Navajo Nation. I'll end my response there. Yeah.
Honorable Slater.
That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. And then there was a request from Honorable Parrish from the controller. So if the controller, we just checked online. I don't believe that he was online, or Office of the Controller, if you were online. Point of privilege raised by Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you. I'll raise this point of privilege to request. I don't see the documents that specifically identify the rent request. The numbers are not adding up. If I could if there was an email sent out, and I would like to ask Legislative Council if there's been a request for an amendment for this legislation at this time regarding the unpaid invoice for the rent of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty, for that point of privilege, and I'll turn the floor first over to our legal counsel, Office of Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I was actually just conferring possibly about the same issue. If I could have a repeat of that question, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty, and that was a point of privilege, Office of Legal Counsel, for any documentation on unpaid invoices in regards to the rent, and if there was any possible amendments that were being drafted. Office of Legal Counsel.
Thank you. So if I understand the question is whether OLC is working on amendments to this legislation currently. We are not. There hasn't been any amendments proposed for this legislation. And in regards to the unpaid invoices, I didn't understand that part of the question. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Espino. And Honorable Crotty, would you like to request that documentation from Mr. Redhouse? Honorable Crotty?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yes, I'd like to request that information so that we could caucus as colleagues in terms of how we want to move forward with this legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. And that was a point of privilege raised to Mr. Redhouse. If he could provide either or the unpaid invoices for the rent or any other documentation that does cite that. And then there was a mention for a caucus as well. And Honorable Crotty, that can also happen on the main motion. Okay, and that documented was received by Mr. Redhouse, and it will be coming from staff. So, Artable Slater, maybe you can present in detail of what the document was sent over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Redhouse, and thank you very much, Speaker and colleagues, for the important questions. So you now have the APA 770 LLC rent statement from Cushman & Wakefield. So that covers the payments that need to be made on the back rent, and then the dollar amount that is in the amendment. So for that is the accurate rent amount needed for the remainder of the year. So my recommendation, if one of my colleagues is entertaining an amendment to further pare down, they need to pull that dollar amount, and that would be the appropriation that would go forward. Either pull it or delete out everything else except for that rent dollar amount. Yeah. You can ask Ledge Counsel.
All right, thank you, Honorable Slater, and that document is sent at 2:49 p.m. And going next to Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So just really quickly, number one, what would happen if we just didn't give this UUFB funds? What would happen, like, just overall? Number two is, since we're the oversight of the President's office, couldn't we just look at his budget now and remove whatever travel funds he has left? look at all of the executive, like his offices, and just like remove their travel funds. And it's not like for the entire year, but it's till the end of September. Perhaps this will make, it'll push Boo to be more involved with what's going on here on the Navajo Nation, and be, know what kind of contracts he's signing, what kind of contracts his directors are signing, and to ensure that he's doing the job that the Navajo people elected him to do. So is that something that we could do, since Nabi is the oversight, instead of taking from UUFB, look at his budget now and start pulling from his budget? I reserve my time, Speaker.
And that a reserved time of 3:57. Then going back to Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, Chair Charles Newton. So I don't really know what would happen, because it seems like, well, I don't know. No one can predict the future. They could lay off a bunch of their staff just to cover the rent, so then you kind of have a shell of an office. They could get evicted and walk out with their boxes and work from home, I guess, at their apartments, and do something like that. I think those are the two most realistic things that would happen. But I'll go to Mr. Redhouse in a second, so he could answer what his plan would be if that happens. I think there'd be a pretty serious deterioration in the quality of services that we're getting there. And then I assume Cushman and Wakefield would sue us for breaking our lease agreement with them. So we'd have that whole situation that would go on. So I think that's kind of a big deal. So this is protect the liability of the nation from that end. And then you asked about a budget transfer legislation, and Chair Parrish and my colleagues on the committee had requested the director to investigate that option with OPVP, and they were told that they couldn't do that. And I know that the director went to the Division of General Services to see if there was any funding there to cover the rent, and it was promising for a minute, and then it went away. So there's no option to fund anything over there. I know that Sean and Mr. Dale looked high and low and was not able to find any funding. I hope that answers your question. And Director Redhouse, if you want to explain what your plans would be if you don't get the funding.
Thank you, Honorable Slater, for providing those responses. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to Chair Crotty with 40 seconds. So Honorable Slater did request for his agent to further explain. Chair Eugene or Charles Newton, then I'll go back to Honorable Crotty. Mr. Redhouse, via Zoom.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, our plans, should we not receive the UUFB, would be to terminate or to abolish multiple positions through the FY26 budget process. As Delegate Slater indicated, that would leave the office in a tough spot in terms of the services it would be able to provide. And we would likely request a UUFB later on to try to supplement the office. But that would be the only solution that I'm aware of. I have reached out to Ms. Tanya Sosi at OMB to discuss that option and to see what other options might be available. But to the best of my knowledge, that would be the only thing we could do. The lease we have, to Delegate Slater's point, is a 10-year lease. And I do believe the nation would be liable for the entire amount should we be evicted. That, of course, is something that would be subject to additional discussions. And we've not explored that option yet. And hopefully we don't have to. Thank you.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Crotty.
Thank you. So this is the first time I'm hearing, Speaker, that there's a 10-year lease. Could we get some additional information? I'd just like to know who signed that contract, so that I could move forward with some type of formal complaint on individuals signing a contract on behalf of Navajo Nation and not fully funding, because we do have fixed costs that do cover rental, and I wanted to see if OMB could give us an update if there's any fixed cost budget funding that's available, as some of those line items do not completely expend their fixed cost request. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crowdy, for that point of privilege. And I'm going to go back over to Mr. Red House. Questions regarding the 10-year contract.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Curley. Honorable Delegate Crotty, that lease, there was two. One was signed initially in 2023, and then it was updated in 2024. Going forward for FY26, we have been approved for fixed costs for our rent, and so this issue should not arise again. You've also seen in our FY26 budget, we have fully funded our personnel, so I do not expect any of these issues to continue to arise. And I certainly will work closely with the Budget and Finance Committee to make sure that there are no other issues like this going forward. But I can send a copy of that lease as well to Ms. Johnson right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redhouse. And again, that will be coming through via email, colleagues. And there was also a point of privilege raised for Office of Management and Budget. If there is a representative online or here in the chamber. Office of Management and Budget. Honorable Crotty, it seems like they are not online, and we'll have staff reach out to the office again as well. However, there was an email that was forwarded from staff that was from Robert Willie, Deputy Assistant Controller. Honorable Crotty. So we don't have OMB still online. And staff did send the lease agreement. Yes, we do. Honorable Crotty?
Speaker, since we do not have our financial advisors, Office of Management and Budget, and the Office of the Controller assisting the council when we're discussing budget and supplemental requests, that's a concern. I would like to ask if a staff that has FMIS certification, if they're able to look up business unit numbers on what's available, and I could provide the business unit numbers for some of the current fixed cost budgets that may have some available funding. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Karate. And that will require a few minutes for our staff to look at some of those budget units. And that will, but is it okay if we move on forward with questions? Okay. And we'll come back to Honorable Karate's request. We do also have joining. We just zoomed through our Zoom call. We do have Robert Willie that's also available via Zoom. Mr. Robert Willie, if you can unmute.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. This is Robert Willie from the Controller's Office. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Willie, we can hear you. I'm going to have Honorable Karate specifically. She did raise a point of privilege. So I'm going to have her restate her questions for Office of the Controller. Chair Karate?
Okay.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Willie, Deputy Controller. My question is if you can identify available funding from the current fixed cost budgets of fiscal year 25. The request from the Washington office is they have an outstanding invoice of $222,000. That is my request. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Karate. Mr. Willie?
Follow-up question, do you want me to run all of the fixed costs for available budget? Is that your request? Thank you.
Mr. Willie, that's just specifically to the Navajo Nation Washington office.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Willie, that is for maybe Honorable Karate. I think he having trouble understanding the fixed cost from FY25. Mr. Willie, just hold on.
Thank you, Speaker, my colleague. So fixed cost is the Navajo Nation will pull together a budget to cover rent and utilities. Mr. Willie, I'm looking at the OMB report, and it does appear here, for example, is there any available funding from the annual audit that could be used to cover the Washington office rent, past due rent? They have a low expenditure rate. Utilities had reported to Budget and Finance that they have a surplus. Could this funding be used? Is there funding is there enough funding in this line item to be transferred to the Washington office past due rental invoice? It looks like some of the rentals from some of the offices have not been expended. Looks like there's some funding of the Integrated Justice Program. They're under 40% expenditure. There is a fixed cost on the Department of something, and they only have an 8.5 expenditure. with 1.9 million still left in their coffer. So I'm just asking Mr. Willie if you could examine those budgets and see if you could find $223,000 as a possible amendment to this legislation to cover the Washington office past due rental invoice. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. And I'm going to turn the floor back over to Mr. Willie.
Thank you for that clarification. I actually sent Ms. Julissa a report that we ran as of June 30th on all the fixed costs. In reviewing that, I'd have to contact some of the programs to find out how much they're going to finish utilizing. So, Ms. Crotty did bring up the annual audit, and I know there's a budget in that particular account, but the invoices for the annual audit are still coming through because the audit is completing, and we're probably going to use up the majority of that funding. So depending on which fixed costs you're looking at, we'd have to work with the programs to find out how much of the amounts that they're going to finish utilizing and see if there's anything left. But I did send the report to Ms. Julissa, so if you want to take a look at that, and then if you have any questions, I'd be happy to help answer any of those. Also, I did hear that Washington office, there was a question about 7250, the allocation clearing account. I did send a breakdown of that that code set from the Washington office, and it appears that they do have about 20,000 and they have an additional 10 as far as budget, but they've spent 45,000. So if you move that 20,000 to cover other deficits, it would create a bigger deficit in that particular line item set. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for that clarification. And colleagues, so there are several emails that were sent from staff. One that says fixed costs at 3:07 p.m. One of the lease agreement at 3 o'clock p.m. And also one that has a business unit 10-3002 that was sent at 2:57 p.m. Okay. And Honorable Crotty, did that address your point of privilege?
I appreciate it. So to narrow it down, Deputy Willie, please look at Business Unit 118005, Utilities. Their starting budget was 7.1 million. We're now at fourth quarter, and they've only expended 57%, and they currently have over $3 million in their account. If you could ask the utilities if they plan to spend that $3 million in the next 3 months, that might be a viable business unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. And Mr. Willie, if you could help address that point of privilege and asking those departments. And
okay, do that. Thank you.
Okay. And we'll go back to reserve time here. We have Honorable Parrish with 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I heard a question earlier from my colleagues regarding a budget reallocation. The question was whether if the council could move in that fashion forward, because I'm reading the budget instruction manual and I need a opinion from the Office of Legislative Counsel regarding any amendments for a budget reallocation to this legislation. It will take an extensive amount of time in order to make that consideration, so I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time of 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Thank you, Honorable Parish and Office of Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and Delegate Parrish for your question. I believe it was also asked by Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. And I understand the question to be whether the committee can reallocate funds from one executive office to another. And I've been looking into that, and what I have is one question that has come up is whether there would need to be consent from the branch chief, and it appears in the budget revision request form that is in the budget instructions manual. There is a requirement for concurrence from the branch chief or division director. Let's see what else. I believe it can be done. I'm still researching this question. I believe it can be done, but right now that was the one issue that I noted was there would need to be consent from the branch chief. If you could allow me a couple more minutes, I may be able to find additional information.
Thank you, Office of Legal Counsel. Honorable Parish, do you have a time frame that you would like to have that question answered?
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'd say as soon as possible. I think that I'm reading it here, so I don't know. Like I said when I asked the question, I need an attorney that's familiar with the budget instruction manual. So this is before the council, so I would need that question answered within the hour.
Great, thank you, Honorable Parish. So our legal counsel is going to work with her staff to clarify that within 15 minutes. Colleagues, there's a need for a recess. I know many of the reserved questions are based on a lot of the interpretations that Office of Legal Counsel needs to research. And colleagues, is there any opposition to at least 10 minutes recess? Yeah, all right, 15 minutes, okay. So I know we haven't taken a recess for lunch as well. So 15 minutes, colleagues. We will recess at 3:14 p.m.
Okay, colleagues, we will call for a roll call. And Sergeant of Arms, if you could help assist us to notify the delegates. Thank you, colleagues. Roll call is open, and we do have 15 members here on the floor, and that does constitute a quorum. We will exit out of recess at 3:39 p.m. Hey, colleagues, we do have, we recessed before to address a point of privilege that was raised here on the floor. And also we do have Mr. Shauna Vendale, who is also here. there was a point of privilege that was raised to our legal counsel, Ms. Espino.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Okay, in regards to the question, I did do some research and talk to other OLC and DOJ attorneys in regards to allocating funds from one executive office to another. The BIM at 12D9 and 12D11, they do require, that there is a signature or an approval for this reallocation from the executive branch. And then also, if you look at Title II, 185A, reallocations can be made if the controller identifies funds that are available and per the request of the affected division or department and by a 2/3 vote of the Navajo Nation Council. So the reallocation would have to be approved, or there would have to be consent from the division or department or from the branch chief, and then also followed by a 2/3 vote of the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
And thank you, Chief Legal Counsel, for addressing that point of privilege. And I'll then turn back the floor over to our sponsor, Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you for your important questions. So our division director for the Division of Social Services was listening to the questions you were asking and the points you were raising regarding budget reallocation or transfer, however you want to call it, and that relates to the response that was just provided. So he said that he can consent and agrees with, and he went searching and confirmed with the programs. This information was provided to the Budget and Finance Committee on the expenditure rates for the fixed costs for fiscal year 25. For fiscal year 25, our utilities fixed cost amount is not going to be fully exhausted. And so there is enough money in business unit 118005, utilities DGS, so Division of General Services, to cover the shortfall for the slimmed down amount, and that would cover the rent and return the balances to zero that are in negative. So I would respectfully ask that at this time we table the legislation until the end of the agenda, which would allow any delegate or myself I'm happy to work with anyone here to complete the appropriate budget forms to accomplish that goal of transferring money from the fixed costs, which will be unspent from fiscal year 25, into the Navajo Nation Washington Office Business Unit to cover their rent and the other associated costs. So I wanted to provide you that update. It's 118005, Utilities DGS. Thank you.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Just really quickly, I call this point of privilege under Rule 16, I guess in terms of maintaining dignity and integrity of the proceedings, in terms of the way that we handle our legislations. So this legislation is 0091-25. Excuse me, the purpose of the legislation is to request funds from the UUFB. So if we're transferring funds from one budget to the next, doesn't it does it mean that this legislation the whole thing would need to be rewritten to reflect that? Or can amendments be made throughout the whole document? Or the option is we could do a substitute motion under the Council Rules of Order, Rule 15. That was a precedence that was set during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, where one legislation was substituted by a completely different legislation. So maybe we could, what's that? Yeah. So it just substituted the other one. Does that make sense? It's under Rule 15. I believe that Delegate Crotty did that cool move during the 24th Navajo Nation Council So maybe that's an option. So if we put it at the back, at the end of the agenda, that's a possibility. So just an FYI, thank you, Speaker, and then a question to the legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. On the question, if the funding account is moved to another account, and does that have reasoning of changing intent or reason for the legislation as a whole? So I'll give that question back to our Office of Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton for that question. And in regards to the legislation, you are correct that there is a difference between the legislation that is before this body now, and if the changes that were being discussed are done, that would change the intent of the legislation. And so you did also ask if a substitute motion could replace the legislation that's currently before the council. The legislation that would substitute this would actually also already have to be in the process. So there would already have to be legislation drafted and introduced in order for it to be able to be used to substitute this legislation that's before the council right now. Yes. Yeah. And it could be, yeah.
Thank you, Office of Legal Counsel. So a substitute motion would only pertain to a legislation that's already introduced, or unless if there is an emergency legislation too. That's also, the way I interpret it, it also includes an introduction of an emergency legislation. Okay, thank you. I know there's a lot of questions going on right now. So I know Office of Legal Counsel did have an interpretation, so they want to clarify one section that they have stated. Legal Counsel, Ms. Espino?
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. So we have a lot of hands in this issue, different discussions that are going on, including between the attorneys and the Department of Justice and OLC. So I guess you could say that I am corrected that although the legislation before us is for the funding to come from UUFB, the intent of this legislation is to fund the Washington office. And so my colleagues agree that the changing the source of funding does not take away or does not change the intent of this legislation, because the intent is to fund the Washington office. And so if the funding is now going to be a reallocation and all of the requirements are met for a budget reallocation request, then that can be done through this legislation with that amendment of the funding source.
Thank you, Office of Legal Counsel, for clarifying that. So, colleagues, I'll turn the floor back over to Honorable Slater.
Thank you. So with that information, we don't need to move forward with the substitute motion theory. We can move forward with obtaining the necessary budget documents to accomplish an amendment that would transfer funding from unused funding that will be and will return to the general fund at the end of this fiscal year. That money will then be made available to cover the rent and the slimmed down amendment that is proposed. So colleagues, I would respectfully ask that we table this legislation to no later than the end of the summer session agenda, and I'll work with anyone who would like to provide that amendment to accomplish that goal when this legislation comes back before the council by the end of the summer session. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. And again, we'll go back to the main motion here. I know we were intensive, lengthy clarification of that point of privilege. And we'll go back to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. You do have reserve time of 3 minutes and 57 seconds.
I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:56. And going back to, new in queue, Honorable Toth. Yes, Honorable Toth, you have no more time. You have exhausted all the 5 minutes. And next we do have Chair Crotty with 40 seconds.
Motion to table, reserve my time.
Honorable Crotty, if you can specify a time frame, and also needed direction underneath the reasoning for a table.
No later than the last second of the summer session agenda. It's an inside joke. Carl Slater loves to do like timelines like that. The directive is for the sponsor to identify an amending party to create budget forms, working with the division director of general services, the controller. What was the third provision? Was there 3 or 2? Okay. To meet the requirements of Title II, Section 185A. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty, and staff is updating that here on the board. Delegate Crotty, the motion here is written on the board. It is read motion to table legislation 0091-25 and bring back before the end of the 2025 summer council session, allowing adequate time for programs to complete the required budget forms and documentation from the Division of General Services and the Office of the Controller. Chair Crotty?
Speaker, it looks good on my part. DGS looks good. We'll just get confirmation from the Deputy Director of DGS. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Karate. There is concurrence on the language. Second by Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. And per our rules, the sponsor at his option may be given 3 minutes to express his reason not to table legislation. Honorable Slater, do you wish to use your 3 minutes?
I decline.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. And colleagues, we will go for a vote. And it is a majority vote, and it is not subject to debate. So we will allow 2 minutes on the board for the tabling motion. And colleagues, we have less than 35 seconds here on the board. Honorable Jesus, how do you vote? Green. And thank you, colleagues. That is a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, with speaker not voting. Motion to table carries. Great, colleagues. Thank you, Honorable Slater. Going next to the next legislation, we do have 0054-25, primary sponsor, Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Staff, if you could help us read this legislation to the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is Item C, legislation 0054-25, an action relating to the Resource and Development and Navigated Committees and Navajo Nation Council, expressing no confidence in the Executive Director of the Division of Natural Resources, rescinding CAP-34-23 and recommending removal. Prime sponsor is Honorable Shauna Ann Cloud, co-sponsor Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. This legislation has committee reports attached. committee report from the Resource and Development Committee dated April 28, 2025. Recommended do pass with no amendment. The Nabakeetic Committee report dated May 8, 2025. Legislation was tabled and referred. Motion to table legislation 0054-25 and refer back to the Resources and Development Committee for further discussion. The legislation will be brought back for consideration within 30 days. And there's another committee report from the Resource and Development Committee dated May 19, 2025. Recommended do not pass with no amendment. That legislation received a vote of 1 in favor and 3 opposed and was referred to the Nabakeetic Committee. Nabakeetic Committee report dated June 12, 2025. Legislation was passed and referred to the Nomination Council with no amendment. Per Nomination Council Rules of Order, Rule 9 legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. Do we have a motion? Calling for a motion. Second call for a motion. Motion by Honorable Yanito. Is there a second? For what time? Second call for a second. Second by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Colleagues, will we be having any questions? Second call. And third call. Thank you, colleagues. There are no amendments, so there will be no second reading. And we will go to 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, and this is on the main motion. Time has expired. Honorable Yanito. Green. Honorable Parrish. Green. Honorable Crotty. Honorable Crotty votes red. Honorable Adeso. And colleagues, we do have a vote of 11 in favor, 10 opposed, with Speaker not voting. And this was a majority vote, so the main motion carries. Thank you, Honorable Tlaw. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Next on the legislation, colleagues, 0092-25, Honorable Vince R. James, primary sponsor. Staff, if you could help us read this legislation to the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Item D, legislation 0092-25, an action relating to the Nabakeetic Committee and the Nomination Council confirming the appointment of Ms. Eunice Begay to the Commission on Navajo Government Development as the 45th agency member. Prime sponsor is Honorable Vince R. James. This legislation is final authority with Nomination Council. There's one committee report attached from the Nabakeetic Committee dated June 12, 2025. The legislation was tabled and referred to the Nomination Council. Per Nomination Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable Toth. Second. Seconded by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Colleagues, will we be having any questions? Second call. Third call. Are there any amendments? There are no amendments, so there will be no need for a second reading. And colleagues will put 2 minutes on the board, and this is for the main motion. And this is a majority vote legislation. Time has expired, colleagues. We do have a vote of 17 in favor with 4 opposed, with the speaker not voting. Main motion carries. Congratulations, Honorable James, and also Ms. Eunice Begay. And next legislation, colleagues, 0093-25. Primary sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Staff, if you could help us read this legislation to the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Item E, legislation 0093-25, an action relating to the Nabakeetic Committee and Nomination Council recommending the removal of executive directors who have not been confirmed by the Nomination Council. Prime sponsor is Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. There's one committee report attached from the Nabakeetic Committee dated June 12, 2025. This legislation was passed and referred to the Nomination Council with no amendment. Per Nomination Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. This legislation is final authority with Nomination Council. Madam Speaker.
Colleagues, I'm called for a motion. Motion by Honorable Shauna Ann Tlaw. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Carl Slater. And colleagues, will we be having any questions? Yes, there, I do see hands raised. So Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. So we will allow 20 minutes on the presentation of the legislation.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I bring before you
Point of privilege called Honorable James.
Speaker, earlier you indicated that there were people to speak, delegates to speak, but I didn't see anything on the board, and now I do. So it just came up. There is 2 requests to speak. So disregard my point of
Okay,
privilege.
thank you, Honorable James. We do have Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, who raised her hand and is in queue. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, we will put 20 minutes on the clock for your presentation.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I do bring before you legislation number 0093-25. I will state right off the bat that this legislation will probably need an amendment since the legislation does state that it does encourage those who have not gone through, the directors who have not gone through the confirmation period to find a sponsor to go through the confirmation process. And in this case, there is Sherilyn Yazzie, the Executive Director for the Department of Health, has found a sponsor for her confirmation legislation, which we'll be hearing today at, during this council session. We also have Ms. Racita Toddy, Executive Director, Division of Human Resources, who's also found a delegate to sponsor her confirmation legislation. And we have Mr. Byron Shorty, who also found a delegate to sponsor his legislation, and that legislation was tabled at Naviq-Iyatkit. So at this time, just know that there would have to be an amendment. And at this point, the only 2 individuals that are listed on the legislation is Mr. Tony Skralanis, Executive Director, Division of Economic Development, who was appointed in this position in January of 2023, and Ms. Candace Yazzie, the Executive Director, Division of Community Development, who was appointed in January of 2025. Per the Navajo Nation Code, as was stated in Naviq-Iyatkit, the president does appoint all division directors. Then the code under 2 Navajo Nation Code section 102F states that the Navajo Nation Council shall confirm the appointments of all division directors upon recommendation from the appropriate oversight committee. The president shall present the appointments at the next Navajo Nation Council session following the date the appointments are made. In this case, confirmation of Mr. Tony Skralanis and Ms. Candace Yazzie does fall with RDC, with Resources and Development Committee. Neither of them have gone through their oversight committee, again, which is Resources and Development Committee, to be considered at Naviq-Iyatkit and at council for confirmation. The president has appointed these individuals, and I did state the date that they were appointed. However, these 2 directors have waited for their confirmation. To date, there is no confirmation legislation for Mr. Tony Skralanis and Ms. Candace Yazzie. This legislation is presenting this council with the option of recommending the removal of the executive director. These 2 individuals have not gone through the process of confirmation. And I know that there was questions at the last Nabik Iatske of the law not being clear in this situation of what happens when we do have directors who are not confirmed. As a legislative body, sometimes the law doesn't always tell us what to do. Sometimes the law doesn't always tell us which way to go. Sometimes we have to interpret what the law states. And if we have questions about those interpretations, we drop legislations to make corrections, we drop legislations to clarify, we drop legislation to move forward and to see what happens. And in this case, I don't believe I did ask if there were any legislations prior to the 25th Navajo Nation Council where delegates have moved forward to question the confirmation process where a president has appointed and the directors have not been confirmed. I was told, I believe the conversation regarding when the last time this had happened there was some conversation that was had between myself, Office of Legislative Counsel, and then other delegates about whether this has happened before. And my understanding is it did happen during the Joe Shirley administration. There were some directors that were not confirmed, but there was no legislation that was dropped to question whether those individuals should be serving in those capacities. Mr. Tony Skrolanis was given the opportunity. I believe that Chair Jesus did on the record state at Nabik Iatske that she was willing to sponsor legislation to help these directors go through the confirmation process. Mr. Tony Skrolanis did not provide any information to Chair Jesus when Chair Jesus offered to sponsor his legislation for confirmation. Ms. Candice Yazzie did take up the offer with Chair Jesus, but since then, Chair Jesus has withdrawn that legislation. So Ms. Candice Yazzie, who did present to this council yesterday, has not found a delegate to sponsor her confirmation legislation. There was a lot of questions about what does it mean when a director is not confirmed? Should we continue to pay them the full amount that is given to them when the president appoints them? Usually with the appointment letters, it does indicate what their salary is, and I know that there was questions about other directors who are going through the process for confirmation and what their salary is and what they were offered. Because as a council, we have questioned the acts of bonuses that have been offered to some of these directors. And so this legislation really questions what kind of responsibility do these directors have when they're not confirmed by council. At the federal level, usually when appointed individuals are not confirmed by Congress, they are not considered to be directors or to be appointed in those positions. However, our code does not state anything to that manner. It just states simply, again, under 2 Navajo Nation Code Section 102G, F as in Fred, that the Navajo Nation Council shall, meaning we have to confirm the appointments of all division directors upon recommendation from the appropriate oversight committee. The president shall present the appointments at the next Navajo Nation Council session following the date the appointments are made. We as a council have struggled with the question of how do we hold the president accountable? How do we allow him to continue to do some of the things that he is doing? We just debated a legislation where minus $579,000 was presented to us with no cooperation, no communication coming from the office of the president and the vice president. we continue to allow these matters to happen. And so this legislation is addressing the fact that this 25th Navajo Nation Council has not confirmed 2 individuals who are still in their acting capacity, who are making the salaries that they are making, who are taking on the responsibilities, some of which include firing our employees, who are making decisions that affect this Navajo Nation and our Navajo people, and who are benefiting in these positions when they have not been confirmed by this council. This is my presentation to you at this time, and again, I will remind my colleagues that there probably should be an amendment to remove on page 2 of 3, line 18 and 19, as Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie does have a delegate sponsoring her legislation for confirmation that this council will be hearing during the session. Line 20 to 21, as Ms. Resita Toddy has found a council delegate to sponsor her legislation that will be heard during this council session. Line 24 to 25, as Mr. Byron Shorty has found a delegate to sponsor his confirmation legislation and is currently tabled at Nabik-Iatskit. Thank you, colleagues, for this time. I do stand for questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. And colleagues, we do have a lineup for questions. First, we do have Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, everybody in the gallery that are still here listening. Thank you for this legislation. You did mention that you have an amendment. Is that something you've already prepared that has been sent to legal counsel that needs to be considered? The other question is, you talked about, our laws need to be more specific. Is there possibly a directive that can be sent to the Title II subcommittee so that they can make these considerations? Because it does hold up and halt a lot of our progress as we're trying to move along. And if there are questions about signatures and authority, those need to be cleared up immediately, especially for, future administrations and councils. So that would be some of my questions and my comments. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:57. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Yazzie, for those questions. So to answer your first question regarding the amendment, I did, I think I text Mrs. Spino to ask her if that amendment could be made, or to prepare that amendment. I'm not sure if it is ready. Number 2 is the directive for Title II subcommittee. I believe that this should be a directive, and I'd be open to, I know that you probably have a directive ready to go. I think that this is an issue that should be addressed by the Title II subcommittee, because it really challenges the powers and the authorities given to council we have a right as delegates to ask individuals who have been appointed whether they are qualified to be in the positions that they're in. We have the right as council delegates to question the experience of those individuals who have been put before this council, who are going to be making decisions that will be leading our Navajo people. I think that the Division of Community Development is a great example, as Division of Community Development oversees the chapters, which in turn means that they oversee our chapter projects and the issues that happen at the chapter level. When you have an individual who is in that capacity and who does not understand the chapter, who does not understand the way that the Navajo Nation government functions, those would come through by the questions that this council would probably ask in the event that that individual comes before this council for confirmation. That is our right and our duty as council delegates, to confirm directors who are stating that they have the experience, the knowledge, the education to be in the position that they are being appointed to. What I would hate to happen, and we're seeing this at the federal level, I think a great example that I'll use at this point is the person who was appointed to the Department of Education, what is her name, McMahon or something, the wife of the wrestling CEO who has no experience with public schools, who has really no experience with education, making decisions that impact our people. That is what we are, as delegates, that is our power and our responsibility that we hold to the Navajo people. We should be telling our chapters that we are questioning these directors of their experience, of their knowledge, of their education. And with our votes, we're telling the Navajo people that we support them and that we stand behind them. So to answer your question, Delegate Yazzie, in terms of the amendment ready, I'll turn that to the Office of Legislative Counsel to see if those amendments are ready to go. And then in terms of the directive, I'd be open to hearing that directive, and I think that Title II subcommittee should be addressing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. The notification for the amendment just reached Office of Legal Counsel, so she would need additional amendments to prepare that draft. Then we'll turn it back to the floor if any of my colleagues wants to sponsor that amendment. And we'll go next to Honorable Vice James.
Speaker, other members of the council, audience, Aden Hisinotsagi, I'd like to entertain a tabling motion to the end of the agenda due to the fact that we do have two individuals legislation that's within this agenda. I just don't know how council is going to vote on these two confirmation of these two individuals. And so that's why I'm just going to make that motion to refer this legislation to the end of our agenda. So Ede Kodon Hinch Kedo reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4:08. And there is a motion to table legislation. Audible James, that tabling motion language is updated. If you can concur with that language, it does read motion to table legislation 0093-25 and bring back before the end of the 2025 summer council session until the outcome of pending legislation 0161-25 and 0171-25 is determined.
Yeah, good.
Is there a second? Second by Audible Arbin Mitchell. And for the tabling motion, I will allow the sponsor at her option to be given 3 minutes to express her reason not to table the legislation. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, do you allow that 3 minutes?
I'm good with the tabling. I don't need the 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton and colleagues. This will require a majority vote and it is not subject to further debate. So we will put 2 minutes on the board, colleagues. And this is to vote on the tabling motion. Honorable Jesus. Honorable Jesus votes green. Okay, colleagues, that is a vote of 17 in favor, 4 opposed, with speaker not voting. Motion to table does pass. Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Going next to our next legislation, 0115-25, primary sponsor, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. And staff, if you could help us read this into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is item F, legislation 0115-25, an action relating to law and order and Navigated committees and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Michael Henderson as the Navajo Division of Public Safety Executive Director. Prime sponsor is Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Co-sponsors are Honorable Stephen R. Arvizo, Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, Honorable Nathan Nota, and Honorable Curtis Unido. This legislation has committee reports attached. The first is from the Law and Order Committee. dated June 16, 2025, recommended do pass with no amendment. The Nabaquetic Committee, dated July 17, 2025, this legislation passed and was referred to the Nomination Council with no amendments. This legislation is final authority with Nomination Council. Per Nomination Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. And we do have a motion by Honorable Toth and second by Honorable James. And colleagues, will there be any questions on this legislation? Second call and third call. And there are no amendments, so there will be no need for a second reading. And colleagues, we will put 2 minutes on the board, and this is for the main motion, majority vote. Honorable Slater. And colleagues, that is the full vote here from the floor. We do have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, with the speaker not voting, and the main motion carries. Colleagues, are there any objection for recess for 5 minutes so we can take a photo with Mr. Henderson? Or is there recess for tomorrow? Is there any objections? They want to keep going, but let's take a 10-minute recess, colleagues. I know there's Mr. Henderson's shaking hands, so we'll recess for 10 minutes. We'll recess at 4:40 p.m. Mahayo, where would you, out in the front? Okay. Colleagues, if you do want to be part of the picture, meet outside. Okay, colleagues, we did have time that expired for our 10-minute recess, and we will do a roll call. Okay, colleagues, roll call was open. We do have 20 members here on the floor, or 22 members here on the floor. That does constitute a quorum. We will reconvene here at 4:53 p.m. Okay. Colleagues, are we willing to move forward with the next legislation? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Motion.
For which one? Oh. So we have Honorable Vince James coming, so I guess we will keep moving forward, colleagues. I'm going to have staff read this legislation to the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Nomination Council, item G, legislation 0161-25, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, Nabakiatik Committees, and the Nomination Council, confirming the appointment of Shirlene Yazi as the Executive Director of the Nomination Department of Health. Prime sponsors Honorable Vince R. James, co-sponsor Honorable Nathan Nota. This legislation has committee reports attached from the Health, Education, Human Services Committee dated July 7, 2025, recommended do pass with no amendment. Nabakiatik Committee report dated July 17, 2025. Legislation was passed and referred to the Nomination Council with no amendment. This legislation is final authority with Nomination Council. Per Nomination Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. And we do have a motion by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Arvin Mitchell. Colleagues, any questions or comments on this legislation? If you do, press your button so we don't have a point of orders again. Thank you, colleagues. There are going to be delegates that are in queue, so we'll allow Honorable James for 20 minutes for a presentation.
Again, Speaker, do Kodo Shinat Ano Linigi, the 25th Nomination Council. Ado Ade Isanot Agi, Kodo legislation Hitato Nanil Sos Lenko. Department of Health has Anje Ajade Ya E Kodo President Bunaigan E D the Dole, Jono E Hota Inal Sos Heidi La. Exhibit A legislation best uncle. Ako kwanza ta hol just ni hitato ya anal sos lini nil sos linko ado nana kodo director ya zibinanish lagi alto alketa hona la baka alto ya na habe eliado. It's under exhibit B. Ako nikishin hasala ko di kodo nal sos be edana hodit ahiki kwaikin hitato nilken shlinko. Kait ashin be all leto letako ado o hayuj hot bahanet lenko khalchenen hando tantat hat no da bayat kitlako jodi lato hot asad be yadil tikinat anit leni hot benadet ikit ako kait ashin be all leto letako ni hishin hihodni ado ani kodo ado ba latni te oshin khishin do shin khola jo o hot eko o hat abayi kahok at panzagon hil jishin le ako do e need da akot e da ako I da e na nation lenigi e ba akonizin kodo Department of Health ado division directors dan lenigi hat ako khaishi ba hatzotli do khaishi e ya edo ba hatzotli da do lich in khilbahozin ako ado nana nanesh khaishi hajo ido lito khaishi ido hajo ido lita do ako dat e kwashi dan he ban so case do nate e at nihit inda huist e pane dahigi tra naznele lenigi ko ado be hit nel ko khait ala shbesh ba sa an e ahla chokot ado be hit nel to ko hot shid e ya nihe as council in hin khasalado lehko you guys are the final authority on this legislation, so it's all in your guys' hand as the 25th Navajo Nation Council how you are going to vote on this legislation. Ako in ba akonosen do le ko ado nana shin kodo I zihi shin kodo but the dish article director yazi ado abe kodo hanza shin kilna net do le to kot ela I hear speaker.
Thank you, Honorable James. And we will move over to Ms. Yazzie.
Good afternoon to each and every one of you. 25th Navajo Nation Council, the Office of the President and Vice President, and the Executive Branch, the Legislative Branch, and the Judicial Branch. To all my colleagues, to all Navajo Nation employees, to all of our Navajo people, for those of you who might be listening online and those of you who are here in the gallery, I'm honored to be here, and I humbly come before you today in the people's home, the Navajo Nation Council chambers. She'eya Sherilyn Yazi Dashajina, Hashkahazon Shlon Kia Ani Bashashin, Halsoda Shanella Shlishi Dashache, what art and the sun in Shle. My itiet lija de Kehwishte. Akonde eya ayisidet na shahagi eya totet na sha shama ade kehot in that aro nana ma etiet lija esha akonde ehot a manshle do a masanen shle din shalchine aro na kishitsoke aro shalchine eya totso ni yadash chino tisto den da kai shalchine. So today I come before you, this 25th Navajo Nation Council. It is an honor to come before you as the appointed Executive Director for Navajo Department of Health. And in my 1 year of being the Executive Director, it has been a lot of leaps and challenges and a huge paradigm shift in terms of reform for Navajo Department of Health. Working for 3 divisions, I strongly believe in servant leadership. And so with that, I just want to share with each and every one of you that every day of my time has been invested into the change and improvement of services and patient care services for our Navajo people, whether it be in Public Health Services Division, Daltex, or DBMHS. And so with that, I'd just like to introduce myself to each and every one of you. I do know some of my colleagues here on the 25th Navajo Nation Council who I've served with as the Chief of Staff with the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and it's always an honor to come back to the people's home and come back to the legislative branch, to this council who is a representation of our communities, of the 110 Navajo Nation communities on the Navajo Nation, whether you be in Arizona, whether you be in Utah, or whether you be in New Mexico. As the division director, it is my job to represent all agencies, all chapters, all senior centers, and all of the office space agreements that we have to work with at all of the local chapters. So with that, in closing, I just humbly ask each and every one of you, thank you for your time today, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you, and time is of the essence, and without struggle, there is no progress. and I'm eager to make a difference in the lives of our Navajo people, but I cannot do it without your help, as well as all three branches. So yeah, thank you.
Akahat Kodonana, Director Yazi. Adonana non nashik inigi benache jo a put out a ado oversight as Health Education Human Service Committee Chairman Aja a Shidilia Dobetanas Tani Ako Aja a Bahanet Zito by Yeltio Ebony Nat Aya Ecuador be large at Aya Ecuador Yizet Salenko oversight with a ado nanan journal to a hitin dashid nesh ako le shisazindo ganado chapter president and shlena da idan a hot a division of community development jinjil nesh a hot a ba kwa akoni zin ko ado o da nishi ge ebik ako ado nana hot a bahasen lenko, so there's no relations or anything. She's on the other side of the mountain, on the other side of the mountain. Ako hot and linigin dust lenko. Jo hashit Asian honita. Nihibit zilpatacha ke honit and nihe ya aja jilpenetcha ke honot and that hiti nihla ako. Edo da Arizona, New Mexico that hiti nihla ako. What out a Ishjane, the state Doko. So the Hishin Hodney to Lechin and Anothanigi, but Kodoshi, Ashi or Adigi, Jokot A Hin Hasalako, or Condena or Kahagibik A Kojashi, a dot is she a hinge Kado Lake Aja Green, Aja Ahigi she a quat adult cheat, a little bit hot, a Doko, Adoshi a Anhin Hasalako. So for that echo, hot bahastito with that we'll go ahead and I can't see the time. I don't know how much. We'll go ahead and yield the rest of the time, the 11 minutes that we have. With here speakers and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council.
Oh yeah, thank you, Honorable James, and also Ms. Yazzie for that presentation. Next, we'll go to the lineup for questions. We have first Honorable Helena Nesbegay.
Oh yeah, other Tilla Delegate James Quaggy legislation he done I don't health director, Department of Health director Beniye a young or you non-nation Lenny a Bitinil J and Le. So I have some questions. I worked for the Department of Health for 23 plus years in Dishni. I call as with the senior with the Department Division of Aging Long-Term Care system as a supervisor at a senior center. So I call senior centers go at times. I'm in different location. I stop by. A lot of them I've been questioning a lot of it say question I know we had Navajo Nation Council on Aging, and what are your thoughts on the aging and why did you stop their meetings? And the reason why I bring this up is that it's mandated. It's part of our Older American Act. Older American Act nahani so senior centers ahasli nihe masanen to chain nala husky nala sa what aba ahayad no the Older American Act hadalia we did a march yesterday and they okay hala they need to voice their concern, their issues. And my next question is, what is preventing NDOH from updating the Tri-State Agreement? Do you know anything about the Tri-State Agreement? It was approved back in 1977, and it's not updated ever since then. Number three, a controlling staff is an issue. You see, his staff in Linide, it's like, ni a hashket national but in an environment as an employment, she has your staff, but so has your where they might not know all the skills that they need to perform their job. That's where you step in and do a request for training and things like that. And that's that's a concern that's been brought up to me not just couple, but Hakuishin centers. Ado and Mr. Bigay, not Nadnish. It's not Deshnish. I think he works with FGP. Although I talked with him and I asked him question, and he told me that they don't have an accountant, no program specialist, no caregiver resource specialist. Vacant. You see, those are the positions that go out to the agency to provide services for our elders that cannot make it to the senior center. At this time, he's doing everything. He does his own contract for Title III. He does his own budgeting, technical assistant to all staff. All the workload that he has, that's staff abuse, the way I look at it. I don't know if you ever give him a bonus or recognition. The state of Arizona did an audit several years ago, and then it's not addressed again. And the scope of work was given to us of what all the details that supposed to be corrected by the central office. It has not been done to this day, and I don't think it's been ever addressed to anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Helena Nesbigay. And next we do have Honorable Shauna Antlaw.
Thank you. I'm going to get right to the questions here. Ms. Yazzie, what was your role in the Oak Ridge fire emergency response? Number two, what were the objectives you outlined for the department and staff during that response? Number three, how many turnovers did you have this week? Number four, what would you gauge the staff morale for this week? Number five, how many members are in the treatment center in Phoenix? Number six, who takes care of the billing for the members at that treatment center? Number seven, our Chinle Senior Center needs sanitation. Would you be open to making adjustments to their budget? They also have a van that needs service and repair. Number eight, which 10 sites are your priority lists for the senior centers? And if you could please list them. Number nine, as far as the opioid settlement, when will you share your plan with council? And I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 3:57. And I'll turn the floor back over to Honorable James.
I can't, no, I'll go ahead and refer to Director Yazzie.
Ahiat Shama, Lena Nesbigay, Naidin Kid. Your first question was, what are my thoughts on aging and why did you stop this meeting? Ahiat Naidin Kidigi. In reference to this meeting, I have been meeting with the agency, the NCO Aging President leadership, and at their request, that decision was made not by myself. It was with the Aging Council President and their team. So our office received some complaints regards to the issues that were occurring at these meetings. And so I indicated to the president that I would work with her jointly to schedule a meeting at the agency council. There seems to be some disparities and issues that are happening there, and she indicated that they would like our assistance because there's some issues that are occurring there. So I made that decision with her to stop this to reschedule the current meeting. So that's where we're at with that. And I do support this commission. As I've stated before to Shaja, Mr. George Toth, this legislation, the plan of operation and all the documentation was pending at DOJ. DOJ is in consultation right now with Office of Legislative Counsel to finalize this legislation and discuss the language with regards to this, the bylaws for this council. So as soon as that's complete, it will be ready for Shaja George Toth's signature to come before this council. In addition to that, regardless, even though we don't have it approved yet, Navajo Department of Health has already moved forth and requested for unmet funds for this council, and it is in our unmet needs. So I just wanted to be certain that Navajo Department of Health, by way of myself, supports this. But when I do get concerns addressed to me, not just by the regular members, but by the leadership, that's concerning to me. So it was in consultation in not stopping the meeting, but rescheduling it so that we could regroup with the committee. With regards to the tri-state agreement, we are presently working on that right now as we speak, and it's the renewal of an agreement that was approved in 1979. And that document is a one-page document, probably just with a few sentences and one paragraph. We have all parties involved, which is New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, and we have conducted meetings with ACL, with Washington, D.C., and we're just moving forward to have tribal consultation and work with each of the state agencies, because all of the language between all three states, we all have to agree to the same language in terms of the tri-state agreement. So we are working on that, and it's a part of our corrective action plan. As you know, if you minus the year 2025 from 1979, that's well over 40 years ago in terms of the outdated tri-state agreement. Moving on down, controlling of staff is an issue. Environment to speak to staff carefully. Several centers have stated that. With regards to this question, I don't think it's an issue on behalf of Navajo Department of Health. I had an extensive meeting, again, with leadership this morning with regards to the concerns that were brought to our attention. And I can say that change is difficult, and with the implementation of Navajo Department of Health University, there has been no investment in any of our divisions, especially Daltex, when it comes to investment in our employees. And so with that, I can say that Navajo Department of Health is working for the first time to ensure that all of our employees are CPR certified. They have their bloodborne pathogen. They have their OSHA general standards, which is critical, because each of these prerequisites allows them and empowers them to do the jobs that they need to at the local level. And that's just one example of the three training investments that we are working on with them. But we have a whole slew of lists of our professional development plan, not just for Daltex, but for all three divisions, and whether it just is determined by what they specialize in. Mr. Begay, they don't have you're absolutely right. We have been, with Daltex, they have been struggling to hire an accountant. We did advertise for that, and we had one individual that was going to be interviewed. However, they took another job already, so we are working to re-advertise that position. Positions that elders go to, so the accountant position and the caregiver specialist position, all those positions are presently being re-advertised as we speak. However, we're pending the approval of our Arizona Title III funds that are going through the process again to ensure that once those get approved, that those positions that are funded by that title will ensure that they're funded before we begin advertising a few of the other positions. In terms of bonuses for all Deltec staff, we have been working diligently on this, and this is something that I know that all of the 3 divisions, and I stated this before, DBMHS pushed forward and they got bonuses for all their employees. Public Health Services did the same thing, and I'm realizing that the leadership for Daltecs did not push forward in bonuses for our Daltec staff, and that is one thing that I expressed to leadership in our 2-day work session, that it was imperative that we start rendering bonuses to our staff. But as you know, one of the things that we also assessed during that time is that our general fund budget only covers personnel and their fringe benefits. We do not have any additional funds for bonuses. However, we're assessing all of that to identify the staffing in terms of bonuses that are needed, and we're going to be submitting an unmet need for that as well. With the said employee under the foster grandparents program, he is under the foster grandparent program and not the Title III program. So he does get separate funding for his program as well. With regards to the state of Arizona audit that was done a few years ago and nothing has been done, I'll have to strongly agree with that. As stated earlier, we had a 2-day work session, and our 2-day work session commenced with a teleconference call with Chair Shundeen Parrish going over the expectations in this meeting. We did have our PS2s in there, so they became very aware of the expectations of council in terms of what our true needs were. We followed up with that with the telephone call with the state of Arizona, and the state of Arizona did an overview in terms of expectations, not just with the Navajo Nation, but all stakeholders that do receive funding with Title III. And during that time, they indicated that by August of 2025, that they were going to be coming to the Navajo Nation to re-audit all of our funding and our compliances that are tied to Title III. And as a result of that, after that meeting, the PS2s at the local level, which are the managers at each of the agencies, realized that a corrective action plan was critical in terms of making a huge stride and differences in how they have been operating. And so with the culmination of the expectations from the Budget and Finance and the requests with the state of Arizona led to a very intense working session. And at the conclusion of that work session, I had PS2s who had been employees for a very long time with Daltecs, who were very thankful in the assistance of building a budget. They comprehended how to identify what their fixed cost is with, and at the end of the day, we were able to identify that we were still going to be a shortfall. Even though we had Title III funds, homegrown dollars, and House Bill 2 funds, we were going to have a shortfall of $1.1 million, and that doesn't even include supplies, operating supplies, and funds for our elders to go on field trips with. So during that time, I stated that in this process of streamlining and looking at lean principles with our staff, we realized that standard operating procedures needed to be created. First and foremost is with DARS. DARS is really critical in terms of home food deliveries and congregate meals, and we are working on a process to ensure that we have QA/QC controls in terms of daily input, which is a behavioral management issue that we're going to be addressing. And so, as tedious as going over their daily standard operating procedures of what their daily roles and responsibilities should look like. So DARS was one of them, the building of their budgets, looking at their fixed costs, and identifying within their daily operation their monthly calendars of activities of what they're going to be doing with elders to keep the engagement going. That was critical, and the nutritional meals and the variances that apply with the nutritional meals, in addition to the field trips that are required, and not to mention the driver who also has to be fully engaged in terms of picking up an elder, dropping them off, if they need to stop at the grocery store to pick up an item, check the mail, or just, daily engagements with our elders is really, really critical. And all that ties into the Older American Act, and it funnels down to the Title III funds that Navajo Department of Health receives, in addition to the funds that we so graciously receive from the state of New Mexico, which is House Bill 2, as well as the homegrown funds that we receive. So with that, Shema, I hope I've answered your question, but I can tell you right now, by way of the Daltex team and the leadership team, they have accepted the challenge to be compliant, ready, to be audit ready, not in the best interest of the state, but in the best interest of the elders, because they have made a commitment that they will be making a difference in terms of the lives of our elders at the local level. Moving on down to Miss Honorable Delegate Shauna Claw from Chinle, our role with the Oak Ridge Fire. Thank you for that question. At the commencement of the fire, Navajo Department of Health commenced with a team meeting, which consisted of all leadership with Navajo Department of Health. You had the Public Health Service Division there, the DBMHS Division, as well as the Daltex Division. And each of the divisions, we coordinated efforts in terms of whether we were going to be co-located at the event center, or if we were going to assist at the Diné education, and we were definitely support services to the CHR program. The CHRs were our front runners. They were the first to be in contact during this time, and a lot of times we were runners, giving them survival packets and ensuring that they had the food and resources to be successful. But more importantly, we engaged in the daily engagements and commitments that they had, their encounters with the elders out there. And with that, we knew that elders needed wood, they needed water, and so we were loading water and wood with the CHRs. I received daily updates from our CHR lead individual who provided those updates as late as midnight to not just myself, but the team. It's been a team effort, and I really am impressing a team approach environment with each of the team members. I think it's important that we invest and we cross-train with any and all the leadership that is at Navajo Department of Health. And that was the role and the outlines for the staff. We had daily engagement meetings every day during this time at 10 o'clock and at 2 o'clock. And how many turnovers this week? I don't think we have had any turnovers this week. I did also have this discussion, staff morale this week. I believe staff morale is amazing. The staff morale is good. Today we did an employee engagement, and it was mental health for yourself and self-care to bring awareness. And a lot of the things that Navajo Department of Health does is based on upward feedback management, which means that it's up to the employee to determine what idea that they bring to the table in terms of engagement with each other as a team member, and then for our community. So as a result of that, this morning Navajo Department of Health did a self-care walk to remind each and every one of us, including council, prayed for council for a good week, and to remind yourselves for self-care and for mental health awareness, and that we are the example. And we did end right outside of the council chambers with hashtag Navajo Healing Navajo. It starts with you, it starts with me, it starts with each and every one of us, and we're the example for our Navajo people. And so that's how the staff morale was this week, and we continue those engagements on a daily basis. The number of individuals at the treatment center and the billing, with regards to that, as you know, that we have a contractor who is hired that has been working closely with DBMHS. They are working to open the building. If you haven't been made aware of it, we don't have anyone there yet. The grand opening is going to be hopefully in August, dependent on the transition. I know that the DBMHS team has another work session, and they're going to be doing a traditional healing ceremony down at the building at the end of this month, and working with the team there to cleanse it. And then upon that, they'll probably start looking at inpatient care. But until then, we haven't started accepting clientele for our building. In terms of billing, we have the DBMHS staff looking at the billing with regards to how the Navajo Nation, how Navajo Department of Health, by way of DBMHS, will be streamlining how the billing process will go. And as I stated, for those of you who weren't at Navajo Department of Health is an economic engine. It's just a matter of going out there and setting up how we're going to operate in terms of investing in our employees and setting up a business management plan so that we can do good for Navajo Department of Health and invest into our Navajo employees. With regards to Chinle, I have no problem adding funding in this area for the unmet need for Chinle. I actually spoke to the PS2 today with regards to some of the issues that did come up about council, and the other action item that we worked on our 2-day work session was our MOUs and our office agreements with each of the chapter locations. So if you could provide that to me, I'd be more than happy to. And 10 sites that are presently a priority for Navajo Department of Health in terms of what our priorities might be. I can share that with you right now. For Fort Defiance Agency, there are 6 senior centers that we would like to have open as soon as possible. They are Coyote Canyon, Indian Wells, Jedito, Mexican Springs, Rock Springs, and Sawmill. But I'm almost certain that Coyote Canyon and Indian Wells will be open within the next coming week. For Northern, we're working on Shiprock and Herfino and Cuddy-Eye. And for Tuba City, it's Kayenta, Old Jato, and Tulane Lake. Those are the senior centers that are closed and that we're working diligently in terms of getting those senior centers open. With the last action item on the opioid legislation, in consultation with the Department of Justice, the funding was distributed by way of Navajo Department of Health to work closely with the Law and Order Committee, with the Public Safety and Health and Education and Human Services Committee within Navajo Department of Health. That has been brought up to the team. They are creating a fund management plan with regards to this, and then we're going to be working with Public Safety and the Judicial Branch to finalize an opioid plan, and we'll be coming before the Law and Order Committee and the Health and Education Human Services Committee with regards to that. But as soon as we get the plan completed and finalized, I'm hoping within the next month. There's been so many action items that we have been working on. We'll definitely share it to this 25th Navajo Nation Council.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Shauna Entlaw.
Yes, Speaker, I raise this point of privilege to seek out information from Director Yazzie. Director Yazzie, can you define in your terms how you define a turnover? So that's my point of privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tlaw. And directly to Ms. Yazzie.
With regards to turnovers, oftentimes it's their choice to leave, either due to an increase in pay or a promotion with another entity. Also, the hiring process is a challenge. We also see as we lose employees through the OBI process. And in addition to that, NDOH has been working on a recruitment and a retention plan, which allows for internal promotions for our employees. So internally, turnovers in our current positions provide vacancy for new people to onboard, thus building capacity. So our turnovers could mean that the individuals who are in those positions are now promoted into a different position that would be most beneficial to them and builds capacity within Navajo Department of Health. And engaging with leadership on this question post-COVID has also been a detriment, leading to those leaving or retiring as it has affected their mental health.
Thank you, Acting Director Yazzie. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to questioning. Next, we do have Honorable Lester Yazzie.
Speaker. And then also, thank you, Honorable Chair James and your agent, Ms. Yazi. The first thing I wanted to share with you, Ms. Yazi, is that I really appreciate that during NAMI, there was a question regarding any success stories out of your office. And you shared that you were exploring options for therapeutic interventions through the Navajo Nation treatment plans. Treatment centers. So now I believe there are 3 centers that are open, or maybe I don't know the exact number, but maybe you can provide that clarification. But I just wanted to extend that appreciation that you're focused on helping families who are involved in court adjudications through family courts, through therapeutic interventions to try to reunite these families. So I wanted to extend that, Ms. Yazi, so thank you. The next question, my question would be, in November 2024, Mr. President did issue a letter regarding resolution number CO-43-24. That is the funding allocation for the new senior centers. And if we recall, initially it was $450,000 that was initially requested from a sponsor, but that increased to several projects being, through amendments, there were several projects that were included. So my question would be, we would like to continue to have that individual from your office to continue on with the assessments. I don't know if those assessments have been completed. I think the president in his letter also stated that he would like to see that list of assessments before any of this funding is released. And I believe that was the information that was outlined on that letter. So with that, I just wanted to ask, how far are we with the assessments, and who is in charge as far as project management in leading this effort to reconstruct or rehabilitate these senior centers? I reserve my time, Speaker.
And that is reserved time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, going next to Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Aroturo Shijaedo, bringing appointed division director before us. I chaired the Health, Education, Human Service Committee during the time of your appointment, so I was unable to ask any questions at that time. I was also excused last week on the latter part of the agenda for Nabik Iyatiet. So I'm very happy to bring my questions here before you, appointed division director Yazi. First, in April, I believe, and I was looking through the agenda, we meaning the Health, Education, Human Service Committee, requested a report on the facility that's in Phoenix. And it is the Yedescan, let me pull it up real quick. It's Yedescan de Rejonge Center update. And at the time you indicated that you would have us that report at the end of that week. Fast forward 2 months, I sent out a reminder during another Health, Education, Human Service Committee, and at the time you indicated I'll have it to you at the end of that week. Yesterday I brought it up again before the President of the Navajo Nation, and I finally received the report. And it's 1 page, over 2 months for a 1-page report. That does not include any of the questions that the Health, Education, Human Service Committee addressed at the time, which was the purchase, the costs, the specifications of the facility, its services, etc. Because if I can recall correctly, that was the first time we learned about the funds coming directly from the Department of Health. So my question to you is, moving forward, if you're appointed, how can you avoid delaying these requests, especially when they come directly from your oversight? My next question is concerning the turnovers as well. And I say turnovers is because I work well with a lot of our divisions and programs, and we were working on a San Juan County with the commissioners to get funding to our San Juan County senior centers, and for myself that includes Crystal Senior Center. And at the time we were working with a former staff who's no longer there. And then we introduced to a new staff where we tried to work on the same endeavors, And that also included what Kuroshina Yehadziiki CO 43-24, only to find out again that that individual has departed. And these departures, for whatever reason they are affecting the direct service that we provide to our senior centers. And at the time, we also, I tried to work with the office to get our senior centers to apply for the New Mexico Altex, and 7 out of 34 applied for New Mexico funding. I pushed to get your office, and I get it, we have low staff, everyone's stretched thin, but at the same time doing what we can to help our senior centers apply for these funding. And at the time, I stressed and stressed over and over for Fort Defiance that it had to come from the administration's Daltex. What the Navajo Nation's administration did was give it back to Fort Defiance. And I've explained, Fort Defiance is physically in the state of Arizona. We cannot apply for New Mexico funds, but you, according to the Secretary of the Aging there in New Mexico, indicated that you could apply, but that was never done. Time expired. And I'm always to a point where I might as well get credentials for myself to do these things. Next, I want to address the NEMTs. What is the update? I know this was provided to the Department of Health back in 2018. I have concerns with non-emergency medical transportations. I say this because I feel they always target our vulnerable relatives, and that increases the funding that they get. Our vulnerable relatives are not for sale. They need services, they need the assistance, and that's what the NEMT should be addressing, and I don't know what the current update is on that. The last thing, I did request this as well as at a HES meeting, was the reorganization of staff who we have to have a point of contact with. The reason I ask that is because I do a fairly good job at checking in with each of our chapters, our senior centers, only to find out that certain vans are either pulled for other centers, that there's new individuals who are overseeing certain programs. And we get asked those questions. I get asked those questions because I serve as the delegate for the region. Lastly, I want to address, and I address this at Health, Education, Human Service Committee again, that the funding, if you can just help clarify, the money used to purchase President Nygren's glossy magazine, editions, whatever they are, lapels and all that, if that comes directly from the Department of Health, because those funds should be utilized for direct services, and that's where that money should go. If you can help clarify, I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3 seconds. I turn the floor back over to Honorable James.
Again, I'll go ahead and refer to my agent.
Shanat, Mr. Lester Yazzie, with regards to your comments with each of our senior centers, or not our senior centers, with each of our treatment centers that are presently open, I indicated to each of you that we are now CARF certified, so now our staff is transitioning to opening our treatment centers. There are 11 outpatient treatment centers open and providing services. Chinle Sober Living Center is open and accepting residents. The 2 residential treatment centers in Phoenix and Shiprock are now open, and we are working on getting them open. So that's where we're at with that, and we're really engaging in therapeutic treatment, which is really, really critical in terms of addressing our loved ones who have been through some type of trauma in their life, whether it be generational trauma or whatever trauma they have experienced. Moving on down to legislation CO-43-24, Navajo Department of Health, by way of this council, was appropriated $148 million. Of that $148 million, all the budgets were completed and was delivered to OMB and to OOC, and all of our account codes have been set up from the $184 million. The funds of $35 million was $35,471,787 was appropriated to the Division of Community Development. I just want to make a notation. The legislation was, and I want to thank Honorable Delegate Danny Simpson, with his $450,000 legislation, which became the $184,000 legislation. Navajo Department of Health did set up your budget for you, and so your budget number is CO 1921. So I have been working with the Division of Community Development to assign that account code to your contract so they can finish the renovation for the Crown Point Senior Center. I did provide an update to the officials there in Crown Point, so that is completed on behalf of Crown Point Senior Center. So moving on down to all of the account codes business units that have been set up by OMB and OOC. We have been working with the 25 delegates to schedule meetings to ensure that whatever is reflected in that legislation, we are meeting the needs in addition to whatever shortfalls or additions that we may have encountered. We want to make sure that we're identifying them under the contingency. Of the 25, there have been 16 meetings that have been completed. There are 8 with this council that we need to work on rescheduling, and I will meet with those delegates in terms of in terms of scheduling those meetings. And the point of contact for this project is the same individual who has been spearheading this process and is also in charge of our projects when it comes to New Mexico capital outlay. And she is the contract management analyst for Daltex, and she has been there since the infancy of creating this, and her name is Miss Regina Yazi. And so I indicated to her that she could continue following through in this, and I will be accompanying her on this. At the request of the president, it was directed that Navajo Department of Health do an RFP to assess all of the senior centers. An RFP was submitted out and it has closed, so the team will be working to identify a contractor to begin assessment of the senior centers that will need assessments. We are moving forward on those senior centers who are already at construction stage. We'll be working with the Division of Community Development in those terms of getting those projects moving forward with construction. Based on our initial meetings, we know that we will be having to work closely with Delegate Norman Begay on some changes that he may be needing with regards to his senior center. So these meetings are a good start in terms of making sure that we understand the needs of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and how you appropriated these dollars, and making sure that we're meeting the needs at the senior center level along with the chapter officials. So these stakeholder meetings consist of the chapter officials as well as the senior center employees and each delegate for each region, and that's how the formulation of each of those meetings have been set up. So thank you for asking that question, Lester Yazzie. Moving on down to Dr. Andy Nez with regards to the report. My apologies for the report not being received on time. When I do recall when I was here, I did provide you a copy of that report, of the report on the building. However, when I realized that you all didn't receive it again, I reached out to staff to have them resend it again. I realized that there are gaps in terms of communication with regards to what you expressed and what you wanted on the updated report, and I do have staff listening to this conversation, so we will definitely update that report and get it sent to the Health and Education and Human Services Committee by the end of this week on Friday. So we'll definitely get that sent to you. And then moving forward, I will definitely continue to work with the Health, Education, Human Service Committee with regards to your expectations. As you know, working on day-to-day operations in terms of the implementation of change and addressing the systemic issues, there are times where sometimes some of these things fall through the cracks, and I just want to apologize, and we'll do better on that, and I'll take full accountability on that. I'm working to improve in terms of time management with each of the divisions and all of the programs. So thank you for that, Shannon. Turnover, working, who is no longer there. These departures are affecting direct services. And I want to get to the New Mexico capital outlay. You indicated that 7 of the 34 applied. Working with, we recently just had a meeting actually last week with the New Mexico State aging services. And each of the senior centers have, they're the ones that have a username and a sign-in name. So it's the responsibility of the PS2s and the senior center supervisors who apply for these fundings. We are now learning that they are struggling with that. Based on our meeting with them, we have again scheduled with long-term aging for another training, and then also taking an extra step to obtain the username and password and to teach them how to upload projects. And it's very simple. Every month, each of our senior centers fills out a CO1, a CO2, and a CO3. A CO1 is basically a document that you fill out that says, we need a new mixer, Alamo needs a new table with new chairs. So automatically, you know what your needs lists are when it comes to supplies and equipment. The CO2 is the infrastructure. This window is broken, or the ADA button isn't working on the door. You automatically know what your needs are. And then the CO3 is your vehicle. I need a new vehicle. It's 500,000 miles. If you complete your CO1, CO2s, and CO3s, which they do a marvelous job on doing, they are prepared to apply for these fundings. And so that's where the gap in terms of the breakdown in terms of training. And so we're going to be having a training with all of our New Mexico senior centers to show them how to log in, to show them how to apply. The state of New Mexico indicated they have a video already that shows you step by step on how to apply for each of these funds, and we're gonna work diligently on this. And one of my asks to them already was, we only had a few senior centers apply, and as a result of the struggling of those who could not log in, did not apply. However, the need is there, and so the ask has been made to them to see if they can reopen the application process to see if we can have other senior centers apply, and we'll be working with the state of New Mexico on that. With regards to Fort Defiance, that was an email and a conversation that I actually had with the team themselves, because we tried to apply online, but it wouldn't let us from the administrative level, and then we spoke to them, and they indicated to us that we would not be able to apply for Fort Defiance under our administration at the Daltex level. And I believe we have email traffic on that, and I can forward that to you as well. Certain bands overseeing the programs. With regards to the shuffling in the vans, I can definitely coordinate all of the vehicle inventory, which we have done to date. Actually, having that discussion with all of our senior center supervisors, we're very aware of the total number of inventory by agency. For example, I can provide the data for you for Fort Defiance agency. Right now, I can tell you that for Fort Defiance, you have 31 vehicles, and you only have 18 senior centers, and we have only 13 budgeted, so we have to figure out how we're gonna work that out. So I need to identify where the gaps are in terms of transportation, and see what we need to do to fix that for your senior centers. Last question, funds amount, dollar amount spent to purchase the magazine. As I stated at the HES committee and then at NABI, Navajo Department of Health has only allocated $1,000 to the magazine, and that was when Special Diabetes submitted information from their program and DBMHS, and that came out of general funds, and it was only $1,000. We did not appropriate any more than that, and that's the first and that's the last time we've appropriated funds to the magazines. And since then, we haven't purchased anything to promote that. I hope that answers your question, Shanant.
Audible James, does that conclude the presentation or responses?
Speaker, that will complete our response.
Thank you, Audible James and Ms. Yasi. And next in queue, we do have Honorable Slater. We'll come back around to him. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Ado Kodosha Bija, Honorable Chair James, for bringing this legislation here before Council. Ado, Acting Director Ms. Yazi. I do have some questions that I just want to jump straight into. I'd like to correct you upon Honorable Claw's question about any employee turnover within the last 2 weeks. I understand as of yesterday morning, you let go of an employee under Division of Health. Number two, as council delegate for the St. Michael Senior Center and the chapter officials, we were never informed or invited of a reopening to the senior center. When Marlinda Littleman was the department manager for Dultex, we were working closely with her in reopening the senior center, and it was very disheartening to learn through President Nygren's social media thread that the senior center was reopened. So again, I highly recommend proper communication. And also, a question I have for you is, who's your Dultex department manager? Is there someone acting in that capacity right now? And then, do you currently have any contract or contracts for the caregiver program under the Dultex program? So I go ahead and save the rest of my time, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Or reserve.
Reserve time of 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Next, we will go to Honorable Jermaine Simonson.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Shana Shatsile. It changes, fluctuates depending on the situation. Ms. Sherilyn Yazi, thank you for sitting here before our council and answering all these questions. And since council began and since we started our 4 years here, you're our third division director, or fourth. And so that is very disheartening, especially for a division that is, and besides the other division being Department of Children and Family Services, but your division really provides a lot of direct services to the people out there. And for it to have not really, that lacking stability for that long is really bad. The Dultex has always been a problem. And as I've mentioned, you heard me mention before, I had a mother who supervised the senior center for 40 years. And so the same problem still exists, whatever she was experiencing way back. And, you know, bless her heart, she tried to work with Hess to get things accomplished, but that wasn't, you know, it didn't work. So here we are again today, talking really just about the same things. So let me just tell you really quickly about my senior center visit. One of my seniors is closed right now because they're having propane issues. And that's one of the seniors that really provides one of our hub communities. The other senior center just got, they just opened back up, but then are closed again because of sewer septic issues. But when I went there, it was really frustrating because they were experiencing, so whoever comes and inspects the seniors to make sure it's up to code, they really are looking for all kinds of things. And to me, these are easily fixable things that are problematic for years. And one of them was like their exit sign, the light bulb went out and they got cited on that, but the senior couldn't begin to fix it. So just that to me is a simple problem. So there were just so many issues. I also just was asking, about their schedule. What is your schedule like? What do you do with the elders that come here? What is, tell me, what kind of other additional activities do you provide? And so I said, there was a place where I saw a senior had like puzzles out, and you could do puzzle, and they could puzzle and sit there and, relieve their stress, whatever. And the one of the employees told me that when the OEH or whoever came, told them they can't do puzzles, and I said, why? And she said, because it has to do with germs. They're going to give each other germs through the puzzle. And I was like, there's germs everywhere. So there were just so many, barriers and the things that our elders couldn't do there. So that was just really frustrating. And I understand that to be a problem across. I just had another senior, a different part of Navajo here, who showed me a menu that they've been using since 2019. A menu that has not changed since 2019. And so those are just real interesting. And I'm thinking, who works with these senior programs on a day-to-day to hear these issues and concerns? Because it seemed to me like that was the first time they were telling somebody. And I believe you have an agency program manager. What is the point of this individual? And so, any case, there's many more. I mean, and then you have other programs that we have not even talked about. You have CHRs, you have Department of Mental Behavioral Health Services, we have special diabetes, just a lot of issues. And so going back to employee turnover or employee being dismissed for whatever reason, and you talk about assessments being made at seniors. Again, Ms. Marlinda Littleman had files for all the seniors that really had an assessment of all the, things going on with them. So why that can't be reused now or can't be used, is frustrating to me. So just a lot of issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Simonson. Go back to the sponsor, Honorable James.
Okay, no, thank you. So with that, we'll go back to my agent for response.
Okay, Shananta, Naiden Kidigito, Behainzi, Honorable Delegate Brenda Jesus, with regards to the turnover as of yesterday. With regards to that matter, that is an employee matter, and that was based on the determination from the Department of Justice and DPM, so I will not discuss that matter with this council in the best interest of the employee. So just note that the decision that was made in terms of what occurred or what may have been shared with you did go through the Department of Justice. So I just wanted to share that with you with regards to that. I'm not going to speak any more to that action item with regards to that. With regards to the Senior Center for St. Michael's, the opening of that was made through an update from the Fort Defiance program, the PS2, that did the opening on that. And my apologies if they didn't contact you on that. We will definitely do better on that. I know that they are also listening, so that will be a corrective action plan, and we'll definitely work on a grand opening for the St. Michael's Senior Center. So my apologies to Honorable Delegate Jesus.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Claw.
Thank you. I raise this point of privilege to get clarification from our legislative council as to the definition of a turnover. I did ask the question to Ms. Yazzie, however, she did fail to mention terminations. So if we could get the legislative council to weigh in to see if that is part of the term turnover, as Chair Jesus did mention that. So if we could get that definition, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. Going to recognize Office of Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and Delegate Shauna Claw. So I looked up the definition of turnover, and in this context, it means the rate at which employees leave a workforce and are replaced. And you also had asked about termination. So even here on the Navajo Nation, termination means it could be either voluntary or involuntary. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Office of Legal Counsel, and we will go back to Director Yazzie.
Thank you. So with regards to who is acting for the department manager for Adultex, at this time, the acting will be myself. As I have stated to the PS2s that we are gonna work to get Adultex organized. Adultex is very technical. So in terms of training the PS2 and retraining them, I want them to understand that process and set up standard operating procedures for that. So when you're hiring someone new, you train them to that process. So that is one thing that we're learning, is that Adultex comes with so many technicalities in terms of variances on meal calendar, or activity calendars, meal calendars, and so that's really concerning for me. Contract for the respite program, the contract was RFP'd and it was awarded, and that award went through the process, and it is pending at DOJ. DOJ did send it back to us with questions, and I do have an employee working on that under Adultex. So I'm hoping that will go through. If not, we'll provide you all an update on that. Moving on down to Honorable Delegate Jermaine Simonson. With regards to whoever inspects all the senior centers, that would be Office of Environmental Health, and they do that in pairs with IHS, Office of Environmental Health. So between the both of them, they do have a checkoff list, and one of the interventions in terms of implementing best practices is we are now working with OEH and Adultex to come together to create a compliance checkoff list for each of the senior centers, so that they understand when OEH, not just Navajo OEH, but IHS OEH, when they both come in together, they know what they're being audited for. And so a lot of the times it's mechanical issues or facility issues in terms of what you just shared with the lighting there. With the puzzle issue, I will definitely get with them on this. I'm uncertain if that was something that was shared or if it's on the OEH report with regards to that. The meal calendars for 2019, that I'm very aware of. When we learned of the meal calendars, that was learned when we were submitting every month. All of our meal calendars have to be submitted to the state of New Mexico, and Adultex was struggling with even getting our meal calendars submitted to the state of New Mexico. So one evening when all of the calendars came in, I sat there reviewing the calendars, and I offered for the former HSA to have a seat with me and to see if she had assessed any of this. And so with that, we assessed it, and that's what we realized, is that calendars from 2019 were still being used and still being submitted to the state, so which creates an opportunity for us to ensure that we're updating all of our meal calendars, which is a corrective action plan that we're working on. With regards to the project folders for each of the senior centers, those file folders have been set up as of, I say, February, when we were creating all the folders for all of the senior centers. And the purpose of that is when this council passed the legislation for all of the senior center projects, it was a consultation meeting with OEH, which we requested for all of their OEH reports. We created these folders. This is when we requested from DCD all of their senior center assessments as well. So we did create all of these folders, and I want to thank the office support staff who was the lead in creating these folders for Adultex with regards to the project folders for all of the senior centers. I believe that concludes all the answers to the questions that came before me. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James and Ms. Yazzie for those responses. Colleagues, I'm going to recognize Honorable Tolth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do koro Navajo Nation Council ni Glenigi. Do koro sla as napa zin lo kon e haipa legislation needs so the nahout e bazen ako binda astwido sani march da ila. That tells you something's wrong with your administration, with your department. Ado tsibatate ni niada shiaz jo kwek eho tons. Ako do aba no ba entsita kisati. Astwido sani betadisha. That's why I'm pushing this NCOA. Council on Aging has to be in place. Again, according to federal law. Ato age itahuisted. Aota aji. Iyashe when I was back in 2016. Aro tskin ho be la to les de snow be nasol jish. And they council get last no she. It was veto. Ehoda hot eko. Ato kotobe was undone. There's no solution. You haven't provided that. Ako Ato yesterday I received a tax from Eastern Agency. Mr. Toth, they took your vacant position based on I was disappointed. Ora tse koro sa bench hanasigi oyo basic ejden listat unsen khishit ako hot edo to kigoshin traditions need to know how to work with your employees. Last week hotni invest my employees ni. I don't know what you meant by that. Ako koro sa ani taxitan iro ani den do injuno chayast kido the no behind every time we question this at 8 Hasi committee there. Ako aro peswas an aro chayata kiden needs to dan snona dal needs to api dan ako nahot I ako koro yahay lahat abahal ne ado an nekujadel text. There's something wrong. It hasn't been fixed ever since you took over. I question some of these staff been there too long. I don't want to mention their name. One of them was the cause of this whole thing. Aro koronande kit peso hanela hades peso chusin ido. Phoenix de dedicalia. Doso zoba hajilne. Toda legends in oyo belatin hajilnetle. Akwaye go nahat ikodo. I hate to say that. Hahashe yat eho ben hichaditzi. Sahat oda has color, you're not responding. Ako hodona kinshin leko to support you or not to support. Because there's an issue every day. I already said that trash cans are one of the issues. Food is the issue. What are and the has ako kode? Ako it CHR and the delegation yanake. That should we be one of the subject too. Ako edeya Shidil aro koro bench hannasse. Naso tadishla oshon chkoda. Onsenle. Hala skiro sani bahan sanina.
Thank you, Honorable Toth. Next, we do have Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie.
Good evening, everybody, and again, thank you for coming in front of us. Last week, I did ask you a question that wasn't answered, and perhaps you have some time to go back and research. So I want to re-ask the question. How is the Department of Health preparing for the consequences of the executive orders issued by President Trump? What protections or responses can our communities expect? My next set of questions are on behavioral health and suicide prevention. How is your department aligning with the DNET Action Plan and Substance Abuse Task Group to reduce suicide, especially among youth? What measurable outcomes are you tracking? What is your department's plan to support traditional healing, community-based services, and locally driven health solutions? My next set of questions are on environmental and uranium exposure. How is the Department of Health addressing health impacts from uranium exposure? Are you tracking chronic diseases tied to contaminated water and transport routes? Will you work with DOJ to demand health impact studies and federal funding for long-term uranium exposure treatment and monitoring? Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Honorable James, I'll turn the floor back to you.
Okay, now that speakers, I'll go ahead and refer to my agent.
Nana Yahat Ndideshni Shaja, Honorable George Toth from Eastern Agency. A data for the March for the Elders that transpired. I was made aware of it on the radio, on an announcement by a said member that made that announcement. Based on that, Navajo Department of Health was present. Based on that, we set up the tent there to ensure that our elders were cool and they were safe, and we provided water and snacks for them so that we could hear their concerns. Second of all, I requested to speak, but the active member did not allow me to go up and greet the members. So I was here, I had like 5 employees here, and we all took notes. We did have PS2s here with regards to the march. We did speak to a few of them who indicated that this march was totally against their values of who they were, and that wasn't their activity in terms of being elders. They would have rather come to my office and had that discussion. So we did have conversation with a lot of the elders that were here. We did take notes from the elders from Eastern Agency as well as others. So I was present. I did not want to engage in any disrespect to the individual who was spearheading the event. So I stood by and I was very respectful, and however, I stayed here and I listened till the very end. With regards to a text message you receive, I would like more clarification on that, indicating they took your vacant position. With all positions, as I've stated, at the Budget and Finance, as well as the Health and Education Human Services Committee, I indicated that Daltex, we would not be removing any positions from any of the agencies. In fact, we had submitted an unmet need for the Health and Education Human Service Committee, as well as the advocacy at the Budget and Finance Committee. So there are no positions that have not been taken from any of the agencies with regards to senior center services. I appreciate all your comments, and I don't operate that way. With whatever you feel like you need to be critical about, I don't personalize it, and I don't work back against you on any statements that you may have made. Nishi denne on everything you say do hashin kegi ashliats I don't do hadate bonses kiss, and I will continue sharing that with you. With regards to the investment in our employees, as I stated, we have a professional development plan for all of our employees, and for Daltex, the turnover rate since its infancy is within the last few years has been, or even before my time, it's seven directors that have been in this capacity of either acting or delegation. And that's the purpose of why we had a 2-day work session with all of the PS2s. They are the ones who are still here. It's the HSA leadership that continues to turn over. But your middle line agency leadership, they're still there. So that to me tells me that I need to work directly with the PS2s in terms of the work that they're doing, because they are the subject matter experts who work directly with each of the senior center supervisors. So we're working to address the management issues at that level, but we're also working to streamline the management issues at at all of those agencies. But again, I really try not to, I don't look at people behavior, I look at systemic issues, and I set expectations with each of those opportunities so that we can move forward. When you talk to me, they're not to support you, do not support you. With regards to the food and trash issue, I stated the other evening as well during our 2-day work session that we built an unmet need budget, and I stated earlier again that the PS2s have been there for quite some time. Some of them go far back as 10, 15 years of being the PS2s at the agency level. And at the conclusion of our work session, they indicated that they were very thankful that they've never built a budget on their own. And so now they're learning, and I truly believe that investing in our employees is important. And so we had a 2-day work session, and I encourage any of you to come to any of our leadership meetings when we're meeting with PS2s, and whether it be with any of the divisions, to any of our meetings, and you'll see the engagement there. I don't run the meetings alone. Every meeting, a program manager or a HSA will run the meeting. We rotate those values in terms of cross-training and investment in all of our leadership. So with that, Shajah, I hope that answered your question with regards to the questions that you have. Sherilyn Yazi, last week you asked me with regards to how the executive order by Trump might be affecting the Navajo Department of Health, and I indicated to you that Navajo Department of Health was very fortunate to have all of our advanced appropriations approved. And that is critical in terms of all of our contractual funding for Navajo Department of Health. And in terms of our Medicaid and in terms of our third-party billing, we are looking to ensure we can be proactive in terms of mitigating our risks for anything else that may be affecting Navajo Department of Health. I can speak to the Public Health Services Division by way of the Cancer Prevention Program, as well as the WIC program, as well as the food distribution programs. Those programs, each and every one of them, I'll ask them, have you guys received any updates with regards to your grantees or your grantors regarding your funding? And those are the conversations we have. The only feedback we get that we have expressed to OOC is that we need to be drawing down monthly on all of our funds. We need to be drawing down monthly, and they share with us on a monthly basis that now you haven't drawn down. For example, special diabetes will be told, you haven't drawn down last month, you haven't drawn down this month. And those are the examples that they bring to my attention, and I'll work closely with Controller McCabe on those issues. With regards to behavioral health, in terms of DAP and what have we been doing with Daltex by way of behavioral health. Actually, most of our programs are working with DAP, and we all have action item goals. For example, DAP by way of EPI is working with the data with regards to missing, murdered, indigenous Dene relatives. By way of behavioral health, we are working on the goals and objectives, and our team from the DBMHS has been attending the Dene Action Plan meeting, and we are working, one of our main action items is for DBMHS to go into the senior centers to begin orientation and planning with, and orientating our seniors as well. And the other action item is QPR training for all of our Navajo Nation employees as well as our NDOH employees. And I could actually probably have our plans to be sent to this council in terms of what we are working on when it comes to the Dene Action Plan. But I can tell you that the EPI program is involved, the Daltex program is involved, DBMH is involved, the health education is involved, the CHR program is involved, and the purpose of that is we're working to try to get all the educational awareness out to all of the programs, whether it be your CHR. This information could be posted in the senior centers, as well as information of bringing awareness through flyers to be handed out, like at a food distribution program outlet where they're distributing food on a monthly basis. Tracking of, so with regards to the uranium and exposure, with regards to this program under Navajo Department of Health, the scope of work for this program is really engaging with our community members who have been affected by uranium exposure. So the uranium office in Shiprock works closely with identifying and recruiting and going out there to find our Navajo constituents who are affected by this, and they are working to help them apply, and we work through the U.S. Department of Justice to submit their applications. Recently, we were shared that it was extended, so we are working on ramping our employees at Shiprock, and we'll be coming up with a recruitment plan to get out there and ensure that we are engaging with our Navajo Nation constituents who have been affected by uranium exposure. That concludes my answers to the questions that have come before me, Speaker.
Director Yazzie, if you could also answer Delegate Yazzie's question on your plan or how you plan to address health impact studies.
Okay, I need further clarification. Thank you, Speaker. I need further clarification on this. Would that be for the uranium exposure? So with regards to work hand in hand with the Department of Justice and have that be an action item with the team at the Navajo Uranium Office. I do know that the applications that they do receive, they have HIPAA compliances, but I'm sure that we could just extract the information that we need and work closely with the Navajo Nation EPA, with Mr. Stephen at City in creating and completing a health impact studies for the Navajo Nation.
Thank you, Honorable James and Director Yazzie. Go back to questions, colleagues. I'll go next to Honorable Herman Daniels.
Yeah, good Shama, good Madam Speaker, Arushnant Arushanagi, good 25th Council, Arin da Kodos Siliaja, Honorable James, good legislation, good Gita, Ninj Sozo, good Ben Hilasan, Ben Yagi, good Eben Hilasan, Aron Dashanala, Jay Kodoni Hasat Takodo, Aronana Setsuido, and kodo shinala kodo here kodo land so here the destination so kodo the dodge one but skill git kodo nanish kodo quishi biki test in the quishi will ta inish kodo tole wet edans in hotida Khalita ashton nish the idea banses case of set that either Khalita ashton nish and that's the igi kodo na raised to the sunny and that tingo sakot and that escal aronana saho is that all nishigi but then that dot ahla says so the behind that don't or that elder she and that's the ego aronana na gay CHR ajudo AIC have the destiny CHR I say them banana shadish and later clan get hada AIC here kodo adonana special diabetes da ado legend dan tinaho get handa da ka cheyanda dit hinayat dit egin hayat dan hit no dan hit dan tinakon later has ada ko kodo bansas case kodo zadal soshin hot kodo ado lebe osten lete kodo and kida ohanit edi beshma has ana shik ding was on 4 chapters but khata sha at end it laho ya on den shle ade to o even na da shit ana hot shkela adona na sha beshma has on these 3 chapters yan da kre ya de ilni shlat se bi shay ada shaye at end ba si ben kida hoti khale etan kida ni le ho akoti na shingo do and that's the igi kodo joy kodo bena ite kit adonana na gaita da inishiki within the Department of Health ajuda inishiki eye kodo khalita kodo eseto nish ako nisha kodo besmas ana khalita kodo eti jahlan so ye kodo ehishka ati kodo hito kodo inil kodo arot on ta winit ego hito kodo hagi lana ka ishkiet hagi la kodo jo noda ase da do nilo shinte a koni kodo peso la nada hitesta 148 million kodo na reda senior centers nas nalgo zato yego bigel ba ananelia community development adonanak at Department of Health ajbanash a kodo a year and a half da honil sick kodo ad e tanane kato le sashi do nada hiti jita dida sashi an another no snaho ko ad she bet hozna ko di kodo a year and a half honil sick kodo Khalida Hilka Atija. Khalida Hilnail Nashodida, Zedadil Nilan so. Adonana Kodo, thank you for the invitation, Kodo. Shanale, Nagay leadership meeting that John Day Ago. A state and that Dadal Kashlan Hat and Hidden Nidako. A what that El that she Kodo, a Hilna Wheel Net, O Nana Kodo, Hiln da Wheel Neko. What that deal Nish. Dakidi, no sister or Nishot Adida. Ako dito as na ayol, tato as na ayol, tako ito oto ni sa tida. Ako dik, ako do, si kodo be begin it asin son ya tida. As John she, la she, la she, da arnde. But she kodo be bansas keskit, ako do. Starting today, it o de biga. Di kodo, da til nile o tida. Kon lede en das di, AIC bashin ne. Gwan hito kodo besmas ana hito baka deal wasn't so ya kodo she ota bansas case hodida ota ba hasido le kodo Madam Speaker kodo reserve time de in 1 second.
Yeah, Honorable Daniels, and next we do have Honorable Curtis Unito.
Ya teo kodo sui do shla ashkodo legislation sponsor in lagi do ya do united kido di de needed do yuna Chena del Khajona. Le Tisto, senior citizen Danata el Khalo, Chiano Peso, then not or Yugos, not a Hanna. Ako Dido, threats none. I don't know, drivers, no cook, no supervisors, another. The list goes on. But anyway, I want to ask you the same questions again. The rodeo, you have a flyer out there for May 29th to June 1st, and on that flyer, you know, it doesn't say PRCA rodeo. It only says 2025 rodeo Debaka. And there, I asked you how much does it cost for sponsoring a PRCA rodeo? I asked you that question. And you never answered that. And then I even asked the president on that. He didn't say. So, you know, you said you care for elders, and then you just went into emotion. I don't know. Chair James ought to respond on these sponsors, you know, and then you said it was for the elders for the rodeo. And then my question on that is, did you ever hear about or heard about bone? Bone. And then going back to Navajo Land Nursing Home, I asked you about that too. I said, there's 19 recipients over there. You said you care about elders. This Chin Lee Nursing Home, they're elders. If you really do care about elders, you would have helped those guys. Yesterday. And then there's Custom Medical Service over there investigating right now. Deep Basil, right now with all the recipients of July 18, 2025, $116,858.04. That's how much they're lacking. So I'm asking you, you said these guys are under 638 contract with the NI, and that's not true. They're not 638 contract yet. They'll apply they later. And so you and Mr. Cody, you know, there's a deficiency right here for your elders. Elders, you have to take care of these 18 recipients here. Why is it like that? Those will be my questions, and I'll reserve my time.
Audible, you need to reserve time of 1:14. And we'll go back to Honorable James.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I'll go ahead and refer back to Director Yazzie.
Shanant Adonana Shanella Herman Daniels. I appreciate your words, and yes, Navajo Department of Health, and as the appointed executive director, we invite each of you council delegates to our events. One of the concerns that was also brought to my attention is that we really encourage you to bring us together, and we want to work together. We strongly believe in Navajo Healing Navajo, and so we really want to commence in that and join us in our mission of Navajo Healing Navajo. So I just wanted to convey that to you, Shanelle Herman Daniels. And again, like I said, you guys are welcome to come to any of our meetings and sit in with us and join us, because the advocacy is there when it comes to Dultex. We're looking at our infrastructure plan with the state of New Mexico. So the time is now to start understanding what our needs are. So when you do go to our legislatures, you'll know what our needs are, whether it be in New Mexico, Arizona, or Utah. So that's going to be critical in terms of working together. Moving down to Shinant'a, Curtis Yanito, you indicated that you have a lot of questions, and it was brought to your attention with Tisto Senior Center closed. I believe your colleague, Honorable Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, brought that to my attention at the Budget and Finance Committee as well. And we had indicated to you there, the program supervisor was there at the meeting, and she had stated to you guys that the document for the OR was submitted to OOC last month. And I did bring that to the attention of Controller McCabe with regards to the OR that was pending for their approval so that the foods can be purchased. And as a result of that, Tisto Senior Center has been shut down. He indicated that he would be looking into it. I did follow up with Ms. Lasita again to get an update on that, and it was shared with us that an employee with OOC, I'm not going to say her name, indicated that she would have that done by this afternoon. So I'm really hoping that is completed and we have that out, and that we can definitely work to get food for our senior center. And that's a request that we had made to this council, is P cards for our employees at the local level would be very, very beneficial. And we are working with the staff to finalize our letter to the chair of the Budget and Finance with regards to our issues and recommendations on how we can improve our process in terms of procurement and working closely with OOC, because it's like running mini businesses out there. You have 85 senior centers that you have to have food to every day, but our bottleneck is getting purchase requisitions and ORs done, and they only have the capabilities of shopping at certain grocery stores. For example, I'm going to say it time and time again, Alamo has to grocery shop at Basha's. They have to drive from Alamo to Basha's and Crown Point. Same thing as Tohajale. We're working to get an OR in Grants. So those are the types of issues that we are faced with, and we're working to create opportunity, and we're not blaming anyone. We're just blaming the system to see how we can improve that with regards to the senior centers. With regards to the rodeo flyer and what Navajo Department of Health did to participate, and I'll state this again, I don't look at it as sponsorship. I look at it as marketing strategies and public outreach. And during this time, we, Navajo Department of Health paid for all of our elders to get in free to the rodeo. And on Saturday, there was a lot of elders there. And then in addition to that, we brought light to the MMIW as well, and which brought national attention to MMI Dene relatives, and we brought national awareness to that. And those are public relations and public outreach in terms of being a part of an event to bring awareness to our communities and to those who participate. With regards to I'll need more clarification on what you indicated to bone. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Moving on down to Navajo Land Nursing Home, I do have their contract with me with regards to the appropriations that they were to receive, and Altex is under the Division of Family Services, and we're Daltex, and Daltex is the Division of Aging and Long Care Services, where we oversee the senior centers of all of the senior centers on the Navajo Nation. Altex is Aging and Long-Term Care, which is under Director Cody's shop. So with regards to their unpaid bills, I could definitely coordinate efforts with Director Cody in identifying what we need to do with their medical bills. And there are 19 recipients that are there at the Chinle Nursing Home. Thank you. That concludes the questions or the answers to the questions that have come before me here in Chicago.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I raise this point of privilege to ask for additional documentation from the Controller's Office. I've heard members of the council requesting answers regarding sponsorships, but today the director referred to them as a marketing strat. I don't know the exact words she used. But to support my colleagues here that are requesting further information but no direct answers, I'd like to request from the Controller's Office documentation regarding rodeo sponsorships or marketing strategies using federal funds to be distributed to the 25th Navajo Nation Council regarding fairs and also the special diabetes. I think there was a question regarding the special diabetes sponsorship for 5K runs using federal funds and marketing strategies. So there was reference to the controller signing off on the 164 document, but my request is for the documentation to be provided to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parrish, for raising that point of privilege. There is request for documentation from the Office of the Controller, and Controller is here. Controller, when, at the earliest time, could you provide that documentation? Okay. So Controller did say that it will be ready by noon tomorrow. Honorable Parrish.
Okay. Mr. McCabe, I know you're here, but the requested documentation would be helpful to the vote of the council regarding this legislation. So if the controller's saying the documentation cannot be provided to the council until noon tomorrow, then that may delay our vote today, Speaker. So that is a point of privilege. I know you have to address that before we continue, but is that how you're going to address it, Speaker?
Again, Controller? Is that tomorrow? Okay. So you would still need additional time, and colleagues, every point of privilege, I always give that courtesy back to my colleagues on a time frame, or if it was okay to move forward with questions. However, Honorable Parrish did request that documentation to be on hand before further discussion. So colleagues, Controller will need additional time to compile that documentation. The only other option that we would have is to recess. Okay, I don't see any objection, colleagues. We'll have Controller, if that could be ready by tomorrow morning by 10 a.m. because we will be reconvening at 10 a.m. And thank you, colleagues, and we will recess here for the evening at 6:45 p.m.